The Angel's Message to Mary by Charles Simeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Luke 1, verses 35 and 38. And the angel answered and said unto her, The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. And Mary said, Behold, the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word. As none can tell what devices Satan is plotting for their ruin, or what snares he may bring them into, so none can tell what thoughts of peace and love God may have towards them, or what mercies he may speedily vouchsafe unto them. Little did the persecuting Saul think, when on his journey to Damascus, what God would do for him before he reached the place of his destination. And as little did the Blessed Virgin imagine, when engaged in her domestic duties, what was in reserve for her, or what a single day should bring forth. The time fixed in the divine councils came at last, when the Messiah was to be brought into the world, and the Virgin Mother was to be informed of God's designs respecting her. Methinks, at the first address of the angelic messenger, she was filled with surprise and terror, but having been fully instructed respecting that peculiar favour which God had prepared for her, she acquiesced in the divine proposals, and committed herself with all her concerns into the hands of her Almighty Friend. We propose to consider, first, the honour promised her. She was informed that God had ordained her to be the happy instrument of bringing into the world his only dear Son, and on her inquiring how that should be accomplished in her virgin state, she was told that the Holy Ghost, who at the first creation of the world moved upon the face of the waters, and reduced the chaotic mass to order and beauty, should, by his almighty power, form in her that holy being, who should, in his human as well as his divine nature, be the Son of God. But here a question arises: why should the Messiah be born in this way? Why might not the privilege of bearing him be vouchsafed to her in a way more agreeable to the common course of nature? We answer that there was, if we may so speak, a necessity for it. One, that he might not be involved in Adam's guilt. Adam was not a mere individual, but the head and representative of all his posterity, and when he violated the covenant which God had made with him, he brought a curse, not on himself only, but on all his descendants also. This is evident from the death of infants, who cannot have contracted personal guilt, and yet suffer the punishment of sin. This could not be if sin, in some shape or other, were not imputed to them. It is by the transgression of Adam that they are accounted sinners, and that judgment comes upon them to condemnation. In Adam all died. Now if the Lord Jesus had descended from him in the common way, he would have lain under the same sentence of condemnation with others, and therefore would have needed a deliverer himself, instead of becoming a deliverer to others. 2. That he might not partake of Adam's corruption. When Adam fell, he became corrupt in every member of his body, and in every faculty of his soul. And we are particularly informed that he begat a son in his own likeness, not in the likeness of God in which he was created, but in his own image as a fallen creature. An awful evidence of this truth he soon beheld in Cain's hatred and murder of righteous Abel. Of this corruption Christ must have participated if he had been born in the way of other men, for who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one, says Job, and again, how can he be clean that is born of a woman? In this case he could not have been a lamb without spot or blemish, and consequently not a proper sacrifice for sin. He must be without sin himself if he is to take away the sins of others, and offer himself without spot to God if he is to purge away the guilt of a ruined world. 3. That the Scriptures might be fulfilled in him. The very first promise which announced his future birth designated him as exclusively the seed of the woman. We might not perhaps have so limited the import of that passage if subsequent prophecies had not thrown the true light upon it, but Isaiah expressly says that a virgin shall conceive and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, and an inspired apostle assures us that this scripture had an exact and literal accomplishment in the birth of Jesus. The prophet Jeremiah, also encouraging the Jews to return to their native land, tells them that God would create a new thing there, namely, a woman should compass a man, that is, should bear a man-child in her virgin state, which had never taken place from the foundation of the world, and which would, in a peculiar manner, require the exercise of his all-creating power. Now the Scriptures cannot be broken. If therefore Jesus was to be the Messiah spoken of in the prophets, he must be born in this very manner, and the honour of bearing him must be enjoyed in this way alone. From the conferring the honour, we are naturally led to consider, second, her acceptance of it. Here, while we behold the virgin modesty, unalloyed with any mixture of pride or boasting, we are of necessity called to admire, 1. Her faith in the promise. When Zacharias, an aged and pious priest, had been informed by the angel that he should have a son in his old age, he doubted the truth of it, and required a sign for the confirmation of his faith. But when this holy virgin was told of a thing far less credible, she doubted not one single moment. Her question was not for the assuring of her mind about the truth of the promise, but merely for information respecting the mode of its accomplishment. Now in this she showed the eminence of her piety, and for this she was particularly commended by God himself, who inspired Elizabeth, at the first appearance of the Virgin, to exclaim, "Blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord." It was such an exercise of faith that made Abraham so distinguished among all the sons of men, and so eminently beloved of his God. This also was the grace which most particularly characterized all the saints of old, which also our blessed Lord invariably honored with his peculiar approbation, which therefore should exalt his Virgin Mother exceedingly highly in our esteem. 2. Her submission to the appointment. She could not but know that the honor proposed for her acceptance might entirely ruin her character, and possibly even affect her life, for God himself had commanded that a virgin betrothed should, if unfaithful to her engagements, be punished with death, exactly as she would have been if actually married. On these grounds she might well have suggested doubts, and inquired how she should be protected from these awful consequences. But she felt no doubt but that he whose power and love could confer upon her the proposed honor would exercise a watchful care over her, and either entirely prevent or richly recompense these dreaded evils. Like Abraham, who at the call of God went out, not knowing whither he went, she cheerfully committed herself to the divine protection, knowing in whom she had believed, and assured that he would never leave her nor forsake her. That there was just ground for such fears appears by the very purpose which Joseph formed of putting her away as an adulteress, and which was only prevented by the intervention of God himself, who sent an angel to inform him by what means she was pregnant, and to commend her to his peculiar care. Here again we cannot but admire that resignation and fortitude whereby she rose superior to all those fears and apprehensions which such a situation was calculated to inspire. 3. Her gratitude for the favour. At the first, as we might expect, her frame was that of meek and humble submission, but when she had had time to reflect upon the greatness of the mercy vouchsafed unto her, and the blessings which would come upon the world by her means, she broke forth into the most exalted strains of praise. My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour. She justly acknowledged that he who is mighty had done to her great things, in the contemplation of which all generations would call her blessed. She viewed with ineffable delight the accomplishment of that promise which had been made to Abraham, and doubtless to the latest moment of her life adored that God who made use of her as his honoured instrument to fulfil it. In the review of this mysterious subject we may learn 1. How God fulfills his promises. The difficulty here seemed insurmountable. The Son of God, in order to redeem them that were under the law, must be made under the law, yet not really obnoxious to its curse, and be made of a woman, subject to all the infirmities of our nature, and yet be free from sin. But God is never at a loss. With him nothing is impossible. He devised and executed a plan whereby we might have such an high priest as became us, holy, harmless, undefiled, and separate from sinners, a plan that filled all heaven with wonder. Thus, in other dispensations of his providence and grace, he often permits difficulties to arise which preclude all hope of our attaining the object of our desire. But in the best and fittest season he interposes, and makes light to arise in obscurity, and our darkness to be as the noonday. At this hour, as much as in the days of Abraham, is that saying true, "In the mount the Lord shall be seen." 2. How we ought to receive them. Amongst the many promises which God has given us, there is one exceeding great and precious, not unlike to that which has been the subject of our present consideration, namely, that Christ shall be formed in our hearts, that being so formed he shall dwell in us, and that so dwelling in us he shall be to us the hope of glory. This promise is even greater than that which was fulfilled to the Blessed Virgin, inasmuch as a spiritual union with the Lord exceeds that which is merely carnal. And how should we receive this promise? I answer, precisely as the Blessed Virgin did. We should not stagger at it through unbelief. We should not account it too good for his love to grant, or too great for his power to execute. We should be alike unmoved by either the difficulties that may obstruct its accomplishment, or the dangers that may follow it. Our reputation, our interests, our life, we should commit to the hands of a faithful Creator, equally ready to suffer for him, or to be more illustrious monuments of his paternal care. Oh, happy should we be, if in this manner we should embrace every promise he has given us, and in full expectation of its accomplishment, say, Behold the servant of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word. End of The Angel's Message to Mary by Charles Simeon.
A Christmas Ghost Story by Thomas Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. South of the line, inland from far Durban, a mouldering soldier lies, your countryman. Awry and doubled up are his grey bones, and on the breeze his puzzled phantom moans. Nightly to clear Canopus I would know by whom and when the all-earth gladdening law of peace, brought in by that man crucified, was ruled to be inept and set aside. And what of logic or of truth appears in tacking Anno Domini to the years? Near 2000 livened thus have hied, but tarries yet the cause for which he died. Christmas Eve, 1899. End of A Christmas Ghost Story by Thomas Hardy. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Carol by William Canton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the herds were watching, in the midnight chill, came a spotless lambkin from the heavenly hill. Snow was on the mountains, and the wind was cold, when from God's own garden dropped a rose of gold. When 'twas bitter winter, houseless and forlorn, in a starlit stable Christ the babe was born. Welcome, heavenly lambkin, welcome, golden rose, Alleluia, baby, in the swaddling clothes. End of Carol by William Canton. Read by Norah Nelson.
Christbaum von Rudolf Baumbach. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Es zog an einem Wintertag ein Engel durch den Tannenhag, umweht von kaltem Winde. Und wo ein schlankes Bäumlein stand, da grub der Engel mit der Hand ein Kreuz ihm in die Rinde. Und 1000 Bäume zogen stolz in dichten Scharen aus dem Holz nach Hütten und Palästen. Nun steht ein jeder hoch beglückt, mit süßen Früchten reich geschmückt und Lichtern auf den Ästen. Vom Kirchturm leises Klingen hallt und allen halben Jubel schallt von roter Kinderlippe. Der Christbaum neigt die Äste schwer und lauscht der wunderbaren Mär vom Kindlein in der Krippe. Heil jedem, dem noch im Gemüt der Glaube an die Botschaft blüht, vom eingebornen Sohne, träumt heute sel'gen Kindertraum und denkt beim lichten Weihnachtsbaum nicht an die Dornenkrone. Ende von Christbaum von Rudolf Baumbach.
Christmas by Washington Irving. From Old Christmas by Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. There is nothing in England that exercises a more delightful spell over my imagination than the lingerings of the holiday customs and rural games of former times. They recall the pictures my fancy used to draw in the May morning of life, when as yet I only knew the world through books, and believed it to be all that poets had painted it, and they bring with them the flavor of those honest days of yore, in which perhaps with equal fallacy I am apt to think the world was more home-bred, social, and joyous than at present. I regret to say that they are daily growing more and more faint, being gradually worn away by time, but still more obliterated by modern fashion. They resemble those picturesque morsels of Gothic architecture which we see crumbling in various parts of the country, partly dilapidated by the waste of ages, and partly lost in the additions and alterations of latter days. Poetry, however, clings with cherishing fondness about the rural game and holiday revel, which it has derived so many of its themes, as the ivy winds its rich foliage about the Gothic arch and mouldering tower, gratefully repaying their support by clasping together their tottering remains, and, as it were, embalming them in verdure. Of all the old festivals, however, that of Christmas awakens the strongest and most heartfelt associations. There is a tone of solemn and sacred feeling that blends with our conviviality, and lifts the spirit to a state of hallowed and elevated enjoyment. The services of the Church about this season are extremely tender and inspiring. They dwell on the beautiful story of the origin of our faith, and the pastoral scenes that accompanied its announcement. They gradually increase in fervor and pathos during the season of Advent, until they break forth in full jubilee on the morning that brought peace and goodwill to men. I do not know of a grander effect of music on the moral feelings than to hear the full choir and the pealing organ performing a Christmas anthem in a cathedral, and filling every part of the vast pile with triumphant harmony. It is a beautiful arrangement, also, derived from days of yore, that this festival, which commemorates the announcement of the religion of peace and love, has been made the season for gathering together of family connections, and drawing closer again those bands of kindred hearts which the cares and pleasures and sorrows of the world are continually operating to cast loose, of calling back the children of a family who have launched forth in life and wandered widely asunder, once more to assemble about the paternal hearth, that rallying place of the affections, there to grow young and loving again among the endearing mementos of childhood. There is something in the very season of the year that gives a charm to the festivity of Christmas. At other times we derive a great portion of our pleasures from the mere beauties of nature. Our feelings sally forth and dissipate themselves over the sunny landscape, and we live abroad and everywhere. The song of the bird, the murmur of the stream, the breathing fragrance of spring, the soft voluptuousness of summer, the golden pomp of autumn, earth with its mantle of refreshing green, and heaven with its deep, delicious blue and its cloudy magnificence, all fill us with mute but exquisite delight, and we revel in the luxury of mere sensation. But in the depth of winter, when nature lies despoiled of every charm, and wrapped in her shroud of sheeted snow, we turn for our gratifications to moral sources. The dreariness and desolation of the landscape, the short gloomy days and darksome nights, while they circumscribe our wanderings, shut in our feelings also from rambling abroad, and make us more keenly disposed for the pleasures of the social circle. Our thoughts are more concentrated, our friendly sympathies more aroused. We feel more sensibly the charm of each other's society, and are brought more closely together by dependence on each other for enjoyment. Heart calleth unto heart, and we draw our pleasures from the deep wells of living kindness, which lie in the quiet recesses of our bosoms, and which, when resorted to, furnish forth the pure element of domestic felicity. The pitchy gloom without makes the heart dilate on entering the room filled with the glow and warmth of the evening fire. The ruddy blaze diffuses an artificial summer and sunshine through the room, and lights up each countenance into a kindlier welcome. Where does the honest face of hospitality expand to a broader and more cordial smile? Where is the shy glance of love more sweetly eloquent than by the winter fireside? And as the hollow blast of wintry wind rushes through the hall, claps the distant door, whistles about the casement, and rumbles down the chimney, what can be more grateful than that feeling of sober and sheltered security with which we look around upon the comfortable chamber and the scene of domestic hilarity? The English, from the great prevalence of rural habits throughout every class of society, have always been fond of those festivals and holidays which agreeably interrupt the stillness of country life, and they were, in former days, particularly observant of the religious and social rites of Christmas. It is inspiring to read even the dry details which some antiquarians have given of the quaint humours, the burlesque pageants, the complete abandonment to mirth and good fellowship, with which this festival was celebrated. It seemed to throw open every door, and unlock every heart. It brought the peasant and the peer together, and blended all ranks in one generous flow of joy and kindness. The old halls of castles and manor houses resounded with the harp and the Christmas carol, and their ample boards groaned under the weight of hospitality. Even the poorest cottage welcomed the festive season with green decorations of bay and holly. The cheerful fire glanced its rays through the lattice, inviting the passenger to raise the latch and join the gossip knot huddled round the hearth, beguiling the long evening with legendary jokes and oft-told Christmas tales. One of the least pleasing effects of modern refinement is the havoc it has made among the hearty old holiday customs. It has completely taken off the sharp touchings and spirited reliefs of these embellishments of life, and has worn down society into a more smooth and polished, but certainly a less characteristic surface. Many of the games and ceremonials of Christmas have entirely disappeared, and, like the share-a-sack of old Falstaff, are become matters of speculation and dispute among commentators. They flourished in times full of spirit and lustihood, when men enjoyed life roughly but heartily and vigorously, times wild and picturesque, which have furnished poetry with its richest materials, and the drama with its most attractive variety of characters and manners. The world has become more worldly. There is more of dissipation and less of enjoyment. Pleasure has expanded into a broader but a shallower stream, and has forsaken many of those deep and quiet channels where it flowed sweetly through the calm bosom of domestic life. Society has acquired a more enlightened and elegant tone, but it has lost many of its strong local peculiarities, its home-bred feelings, its honest fireside delights. The traditionary customs of golden-hearted antiquity, its feudal hospitalities and lordly wassailings, have passed away with the baronial castles and stately manor houses in which they were celebrated. They comported with the shadowy hall, the great oaken gallery, and the tapestried parlour, but are unfitted to the light, showy saloons and gay drawing-rooms of the modern villa. Shorn, however, as it is, of its ancient and festive honours, Christmas is still a period of delightful excitement in England. It is gratifying to see that home feeling completely aroused which seems to hold so powerful a place in every English bosom, the preparations making on every side for the social board that is again to unite friends and kindred, the presents of good cheer passing and repassing, those tokens of regard and quickeners of kind feelings, the evergreens distributed about houses and churches, emblems of peace and gladness. All these have the most pleasing effect in producing fond associations and kindling benevolent sympathies. Even the sound of the waits, rude as may be their minstrelsy, breaks upon the mid-watches of a winter night with the effect of perfect harmony. As I have been awakened by them in that still and solemn hour, when deep sleep falleth upon man, I have listened with a hushed delight in connecting them with the sacred and joyous occasion, have almost fancied them into another celestial choir, announcing peace and goodwill to mankind. How delightfully the imagination, when wrought upon these moral influences, turns everything to melody and beauty. The very crowing of the cock, who is sometimes heard in the profound repose of the country, telling the night watches to his feathery dames, was thought by the common people to announce the approach of the sacred festival. Some say that ever against that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, this bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then they say no spirit dares stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm, so hallowed and so gracious is the time. Amidst the general call to happiness, the bustle of the spirits and stir of the affections, which prevail at this period, what bosom can remain insensible? It is indeed the season of regenerated feeling, the season for kindling, not merely the fire of hospitality in the hall, but the genial flame of charity in the heart. The scene of early love again rises green to memory beyond the sterile waste of years, and the idea of home, fraught with the fragrance of home-dwelling joys, reanimates the drooping spirit, as the Arabian breeze will sometimes waft the freshness of the distant fields to the weary pilgrim of the desert. Stranger and sojourner as I am in the land, though for me no social hearth may blaze, no hospitable roof throw open its doors, nor the warm grasp of friendship welcome me at the threshold, yet I feel the influence of the season beaming into my soul from the happy looks of those around me. Surely happiness is reflective, like the light of heaven, and every countenance, bright with smiles and glowing with innocent enjoyment, is a mirror transmitting to others the rays of a supreme and ever-shining benevolence. He who can turn churlishly away from contemplating the felicity of his fellow beings, and sit down darkling and repining in his loneliness, when all around is joyful, may have his moments of strong excitement and selfish gratification, but he wants the genial and social sympathies which constitute the charm of a Merry Christmas. End of Christmas by Washington Irving, from Old Christmas by Washington Irving.
A Christmas Carol by Christina G. Rossetti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the bleak midwinter, frosty wind made moan. Earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter, long ago. Our God, heaven cannot hold him, nor earth sustain. Heaven and earth shall flee away when he comes to reign. In the bleak midwinter a stable place sufficed, the Lord God Almighty, Jesus Christ. Angels and archangels may have gathered there, cherubim and seraphim thronged the air, but only his mother, in her maiden bliss, worshipped her beloved with a kiss. What can I give him, poor as I am? If I were a shepherd, I would bring a lamb. If I were a wise man, I would do my part. Yet what can I give him? Give my heart. End of A Christmas Carol by Christina G. Rossetti. Read by Norah Nelson.
Christmas Eve by Washington Irving. From Old Christmas by Washington Irving. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. St. Francis and St. Benedict, bless this house from wicked wight, from the nightmare and the goblin, that is hight good fellow Robin. Keep it from all evil spirits, fairies, weasels, rats, and ferrets, from curfew time to the next prime. Cartwright. It was a brilliant moonlight night, but extremely cold. Our chaise whirled rapidly over the frozen ground. The postboy smacked his whip incessantly, and a part of the time his horses were on a gallop. "He knows where he is going," said my companion, laughing, "and is eager to arrive in time for some of the merriment and good cheer of the servants' hall. My father, you must know, is a bigoted devotee of the old school, and prides himself upon keeping up something of old English hospitality. He is a tolerable specimen of what you will rarely meet with nowadays in its purity, the old English country gentleman. For our men of fortune spend so much of their time in town, and fashion is carried so much into the country, that the strong, rich peculiarities of ancient rural life are almost polished away. My father, however, from early years, took honest Peacham for his textbook instead of Chesterfield. He determined, in his own mind, that there was no condition more truly honorable and enviable than that of a country gentleman on his paternal lands, and therefore passes the whole of his time on his estate. He is a strenuous advocate for the revival of the old rural games and holiday observances, and is deeply read in the writers, ancient and modern, who have treated on the subject. Indeed, his favorite range of reading is among the authors who flourished at least 2 centuries since, who, he insists, wrote and thought more like a true Englishman than any of their successors. He even regrets sometimes that he had not been born a few centuries earlier, when England was itself, and had its peculiar manners and customs. As he lives at some distance from the main road, in rather a lonely part of the country, without any rival gentry near him, he has that most enviable of all blessings to an Englishman, an opportunity of indulging the bent of his own humor without molestation. Being representative of the oldest family in the neighborhood, and a great part of the peasantry being his tenants, he is much looked up to, and, in general, is known simply by the appellation of the Squire, a title which has been accorded to the head of the family since time immemorial. I think it best to give you these hints about my worthy old father, to prepare you for any little eccentricities that might otherwise appear absurd. We had passed for some time along the wall of a park, and at length the chaise stopped at the gate. It was in a heavy, magnificent old style, of iron bars, fancifully wrought at top into flourishes and flowers. The huge square columns that supported the gate were surmounted by the family crest. Close adjoining was the porter's lodge, sheltered under dark fir trees, and almost buried in shrubbery. The post-boy rang a large porter's bell, which resounded through the still frosty air, and was answered by the distant barking of dogs, with which the mansion house seemed garrisoned. An old woman immediately appeared at the gate. As the moonlight fell strongly upon her, I had a full view of a little primitive dame, dressed very much in the antique taste, with a neat kerchief and stomacher, and her silver hair peeping from under a cap of snowy whiteness. She came curtsying forth, with many expressions of simple joy at seeing her young master. Her husband, it seems, was up at the house keeping Christmas Eve in the servants' hall. They could not do without him, as he was the best hand at a song and story in the household. My friend proposed that we should alight and walk through the park to the hall, which was at no great distance, while the chaise should follow on. Our road wound through a noble avenue of trees, among the naked branches of which the moon glittered as she rolled through the deep vault of a cloudless sky. The lawn beyond was sheeted with a slight covering of snow, which here and there sparkled as the moonbeams caught a frosty crystal, and at a distance might be seen a thin transparent vapor stealing up from the low grounds, threatening gradually to shroud the landscape. My companion looked round him with transport. "How often," said he, "have I scampered up this avenue on returning home on school vacations? How often have I played under these trees when a boy? I feel a degree of filial reverence for them, as we look up to those who have cherished us in childhood. My father was always scrupulous in exacting our holidays, and having us around him on family festivals. He used to direct and superintend our games with the strictness that some parents do the studies of their children. He was very particular that we should play the old English games according to their original form, and consulted old books for precedent and authority for every merry disport. Yet I assure you there never was pedantry so delightful. It was the policy of the good old gentleman to make his children feel that home was the happiest place in the world, and I value this delicious home feeling as one of the choicest gifts a parent can bestow. We were interrupted by the clangor of a troop of dogs of all sorts and sizes, mongrel, puppy, whelp, and hound, and curs of low degree, that, disturbed by the ringing of the porter's bell and the rattling of the chaise, came bounding open-mouthed across the lawn. The little dogs and all, Tray, Blanche, and Sweetheart, see, they bark at me, cried Bracebridge, laughing. At the sound of his voice the bark was changed into a yelp of delight, and in a moment he was surrounded and almost overpowered by the caresses of the faithful animals. We had now come in full view of the old family mansion, partly thrown in deep shadow, partly lit up by the cold moonshine. It was an irregular building of some magnitude, and seemed to be of the architecture of different periods. One wing was evidently very ancient, with heavy stone-shafted bow windows jutting out, and overrun with ivy, from among the foliage of which the small diamond-shaped panes of glass glittered with the moonbeams. The rest of the house was in the French taste of Charles II's time, having been repaired and altered, as my friend told me, by one of his ancestors, who returned with that monarch at the Restoration. The grounds about the house were laid out in the old formal manner of artificial flower beds, clipped shrubberies, raised terraces, and heavy stone balustrades, ornamented with urns, a leaden statue or two, and a jet of water. The old gentleman, I was told, was extremely careful to preserve this obsolete finery in all its original state. He admired this fashion in gardening. He had an air of magnificence, was courtly and noble, and befitting good old family style. The boasted imitation of nature in modern gardening had sprung up with modern republican notions, but did not suit a monarchical government. It smacked of the levelling system. I could not help smiling at this introduction of politics into gardening, though I expressed some apprehension that I should find the old gentleman rather intolerant in his creed. Frank assured me, however, that it was almost the only instance in which he had ever heard his father meddle with politics, and he believed that he had got this notion from a member of Parliament who once passed a few weeks with him. The squire was glad of any argument to defend his clipped yew trees and formal terraces, which had been occasionally attacked by modern landscape gardeners. As we approached the house, we heard the sound of music, and now and then a burst of laughter from one end of the building. This, Bracebridge said, must proceed from the servants' hall, where a great deal of revelry was permitted, and even encouraged, by the squire throughout the 12 days of Christmas, provided everything was done conformably to ancient usage. Here were kept up the old games of Hoodman Blind, Shoe the Wild Mare, Hot Cockles, Steal the White Loaf, Bob Apple, and Snapdragon. The Yule log and Christmas candle were regularly burnt, and the mistletoe, with its white berries, hung up, to the imminent peril of all the pretty housemaids. So intent were the servants upon their sports, that we had to ring repeatedly before we could make ourselves heard. On our arrival being announced, the squire came out to receive us, accompanied by his 2 other sons, one a young officer in the army, home on leave of absence, the other an Oxonian just from the university. The squire was a fine, healthy-looking old gentleman, with silver hair curling lightly round an open-floored countenance, in which a physiognomist, with the advantage, like myself, of a previous hint or two, might discover a singular mixture of whim and benevolence. The family meeting was warm and affectionate. As the evening was far advanced, the squire would not permit us to change our travelling dresses, but ushered us at once to the company, which was assembled in a large old-fashioned hall. It was composed of different branches of a numerous family connection, for there were the usual proportion of old uncles and aunts, comfortably married dames, superannuated spinsters, blooming country cousins, half-fled striplings, and bright-eyed boarding-school hoydens. They were variously occupied, some in a round game of cards, others conversing round the fireplace. At one end of the hall was a group of young folks, some nearly grown up, others of a more tender and budding age, fully engrossed by a merry game, and a profusion of wooden horses, penny trumpets, and tattered dolls about the floor, showed traces of a troop of little fairy beings, who, having frolicked through a happy day, had been carried off to slumber through a peaceful night. While the mutual greetings were going on between Bracebridge and his relatives, I had time to scan the apartment. I have called it a hall, for so it had certainly been in old times, and the squire had evidently endeavoured to restore it to something of its primitive state. Over the heavy, projecting fireplace was suspended a picture of a warrior in armour, standing by a white horse, and on the opposite wall hung helmet, buckler, and lance. At one end, an enormous pair of antlers were inserted in the wall, the branches serving as hooks on which to suspend hats, whips, and spurs, and in the corners of the apartment were fowling pieces, fishing rods, and other sporting implements. The furniture was of the cumbrous workmanship of former days, though some articles of modern convenience had been added, and the oaken floor had been carpeted, so that the whole presented an odd mixture of parlour and hall. The grate had been removed from the wide, overwhelming fireplace, to make way for a fire of wood, in the midst of which was an enormous log, glowing and blazing and sending forth a vast volume of light and heat. This, I understood, was the Yule log, which the squire was particular in having brought in and illuminated on a Christmas Eve, according to ancient custom. It was really delightful to see the old squire seated in his hereditary elbow chair by the hospitable fireside of his ancestors, and looking around him like the sun of a system, beaming warmth and gladness to every heart. Even the very dog that lay stretched at his feet, as he lazily shifted his position and yawned, would look fondly up in his master's face, wag his tail against the floor, and stretch himself again to sleep, confident of kindness and protection. There is an emanation from the heart in genuine hospitality, which cannot be described, but is immediately felt, and puts a stranger at once at his ease. I had not been seated many minutes by the comfortable hearth of the worthy cavalier before I found myself as much at home as if I had been one of the family. Supper was announced shortly after our arrival. It was served up in a spacious oaken chamber, the panels of which shone with wax, and around which were several family portraits decorated with holly and ivy. Beside the accustomed lights, 2 great wax tapers called Christmas candles, wreathed with greens, were placed on a highly polished buffet among the family plates. The table was abundantly spread with substantial fare, but the squire made his supper of frumenti, a dish made of wheat cakes boiled in milk with rich spices, being a standing dish in old times for Christmas Eve. I was happy to find my old friend, mince pie, in the retinue of the feast, and finding him to be perfectly orthodox, and I need not be ashamed of my predilection, I greeted him with all the warmth wherewith we usually greet an old and very genteel acquaintance. The mirth of the company was greatly promoted by the humours of an eccentric personage whom Mr. Bracebridge always addressed with the quaint appellation of Master Simon. He was a tight, brisk little man, with the air of an arrant old bachelor. His nose was shaped like the bill of a parrot, his face slightly pitted with the smallpox, with a dry perpetual bloom on it, like a frostbitten leaf in autumn. He had an eye of great quickness and vivacity, with a drollery and lurking waggery of expression that was irresistible. He was evidently the wit of the family, dealing very much in sly jokes and innuendos with the ladies, making infinite merriment by harpings upon old themes, which, unfortunately, my ignorance of the family chronicles did not permit me to enjoy. It seemed to be his great delight during supper to keep a young girl next him in a continual agony of stifled laughter, in spite of her awe of the reproving looks of her mother, who sat opposite. Indeed, he was the idol of the younger part of the company, who laughed at everything he said or did, and at every turn of his countenance. I could not wonder at it, for he must have been a miracle of accomplishments in their eyes. He could imitate Punch and Judy, make an old woman of his hand, with the assistance of a burnt cork and pocket handkerchief, and cut an orange into such a ludicrous caricature that the young folks were ready to die with laughing. I was let briefly into his history by Frank Bracebridge. He was an old bachelor of a small, independent income, which by careful management was sufficient for all his wants. He revolved through the family system like a vagrant comet in its orbit, sometimes visiting one branch and sometimes another quite remote, as is often the case of gentlemen of extensive connections and small fortunes in England. He had a chirping, buoyant disposition, always enjoying the present moment, and his frequent change of scene and company prevented his acquiring those rusty, unaccommodating habits with which old bachelors are so uncharitably charged. It was a complete family chronicle, being versed in the genealogy, history, and intermarriages of the whole house of Bracebridge, which made him a great favourite with the old folks. He was a beau of all the elder ladies and superannuated spinsters, among whom he was habitually considered rather a young fellow, and he was a master of the revels among the children, so that there was not a more popular being in the sphere in which he moved than Mr. Simon Bracebridge. Of late years he had resided almost entirely with the squire, to whom he had become a factotum, and whom he particularly delighted by jumping with his humour in respect to old times, and by having a scrap of an old song to suit every occasion. We had presently a specimen of his last-mentioned talent, for no sooner was supper removed and spiced wines and other beverages peculiar to the season introduced, than Master Simon was called on for a good old Christmas song. He besought himself for a moment, and then, with a sparkle of the eye, and a voice that was by no means bad, excepting that it ran occasionally into a falsetto, like the notes of a split reed, he quavered forth a quaint old ditty. Now Christmas is come, let us beat up the drum, and call all our neighbours together, and when they appear, let's make them such cheer as will keep out the wind and the weather, etc. The supper had disposed every one to gaiety, and an old harper was summoned from the servants' hall, where he had been strumming all the evening, and to all appearance comforting himself with some of the squire's home brewed. He was a kind of hanger-on, I was told, of the establishment, and though ostensibly a resident of the village, was oftener to be found in the squire's kitchen than his own home, the old gentleman being fond of the sound of harp and hall. The dance, like most dances after supper, was a merry one. Some of the older folks joined in it, and the squire himself figured down several couples with a partner with whom he affirmed he had danced at every Christmas for nearly half a century. Master Simon, who seemed to be a kind of connecting link between the old times and the new, and to be withal a little antiquated in the taste of his accomplishments, evidently piqued himself on his dancing, and was endeavoring to gain credit by the heel and toe, rickadoon, and other graces of the ancient school. But he had unluckily assorted himself with a little romping girl from boarding school, who, by her wild vivacity, kept him continually on the stretch, and defeated all his sober attempts at elegance. Such are the ill-assorted matches to which antique gentlemen are unfortunately prone. The young Oxonian, on the contrary, had let out one of his maiden aunts, on whom the rogue played 1,000 little knaveries with impunity. He was full of practical jokes, and his delight was to tease his aunts and cousins. Yet, like all madcap youngsters, he was a universal favorite among the women. The most interesting couple in the dance was the young officer in a ward of the squire's, a beautiful blushing girl of 17. From several shy glances which I had noticed in the course of the evening, I suspected there was a little kindness growing up between them, and indeed the young soldier was just the hero to captivate a romantic girl. He was tall, slender, and handsome, and like most young British officers of late years, he picked up various small accomplishments on the continent. He could talk French and Italian, drew landscapes, sing very tolerably, danced divinely, but, above all, he had been wounded at Waterloo. What girl at 17, well read in poetry and romance, could resist such a mirror of chivalry and perfection? The moment the dance was over, he caught up a guitar, and lolling against the old marble fireplace, in an attitude which I am half inclined to suspect was studied, began the little French air of the troubadour. The squire, however, exclaimed against having anything on Christmas Eve but good old English, upon which the young minstrel, casting up his eye for a moment, as if in an effort of memory, struck into another strain, and with a charming air of gallantry gave Herrick's Night Piece to Julia. Her eyes the glowworm lend thee, the shooting stars attend thee, and the elves also, whose little eyes glow like the sparks of fire, befriend thee. No will-o'-the-wisp mislight thee, nor snake or glowworm bite thee, but on thy way, not making a stay, since ghost there is none to affright thee. Then let not the dark thee cumber. What though the moon does slumber? The stars of the night will lend thee their light, like tapers clear without number. Then, Julia, let me woo thee, thus to come unto me, and when I shall meet thy silvery feet, my soul I'll pour into thee. The song might have been intended in compliment to the fair Julia, for so I found his partner was called, or it might not. She, however, was certainly unconscious of any such application, for she never looked at the singer, but kept her eyes cast upon the floor. Her face was suffused, it is true, with a beautiful blush, and there was a gentle heaving of the bosom, but all that was doubtless caused by the exercise of the dance. Indeed, so great was her indifference, that she was amusing herself with plucking to pieces a choice bouquet of hothouse flowers. By the time the song was concluded, the nosegay lay in ruins on the floor. The party now broke up for the night, with the kind-hearted old custom of shaking hands. As I passed through the hall, on the way to my chamber, the dying embers of the Yule clog still sent forth a dusky glow, and had it not been the season when no spirit dares stir abroad, I should have been half tempted to steal from my room at midnight, and peep whether the fairies might not be at their revels about the hearth. My chamber was in the old part of the mansion, the ponderous furniture of which might have been fabricated in the days of the giants. The room was panelled with cornices of heavy carved work, in which flowers and grotesque faces were strangely intermingled, and a row of black-looking portraits stared mournfully at me from the walls. The bed was of rich though faded damask, with a lofty tester, and stood in a niche opposite a bow window. I had scarcely got into bed when a strain of music seemed to break forth in the air just below the window. I listened, and found it proceed from a band, which I concluded to be the waits from some neighboring village. They went round the house, playing under the windows. I drew aside the curtains to hear them more distinctly. The moonbeams fell through the upper part of the casement, partially lighting up the antiquated apartment. The sounds, as they receded, became more soft and aerial, and seemed to accord with quiet and moonlight. I listened and listened. They became more and more tender and remote, and as they gradually died away, my head sunk upon the pillow, and I fell asleep. End of Christmas Eve by Washington Irving. From Old Christmas by Washington Irving.
Christmas Eve by Peter Rosiga. Translated by Maud Egerton King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Year in, year out, there stood by the gray clay plastered wall of the stove in our living room an oaken footstool. It was always smooth and clean, for, like the other furniture, it was rubbed every Saturday with fine river sand and a wisp of straw. In spring, summer, and autumn time, this stool stood empty and lonely in its corner, save when of an evening my grandmother pulled it a little forward to kneel on it and say her evening prayer. On Saturdays, too, while my father said the prayers for the end of the week, grandmother knelt upon the stool. But when during the long evenings in late autumn the farm hands were cutting small household torches from the resinous logs, and the maids, along with my mother and grandmother, spinning wool and flax, and all during Advent time, when old fairy tales were told and hymns were sung, then I always sat on the stool by the stove. From out my corner I listened to the stories and songs, and if they became creepy and my little soul began to be moved with terror, I shoved the stool nearer to my mother and covertly held on by her dress, and could not possibly understand how the others still dared to laugh at me or at the terrible stories. At last, when bedtime came, and my mother pulled my little box bed out for me, I simply could not go to bed alone, and my grandmother must lie beside me until the frightful visions had faded and I fell asleep. But with us the long Advent nights were always short. Soon after 2:00, the house began to grow restless. In the attics above one could hear the farm lads dressing and moving about, and in the kitchen the maids broke up kindling wood and poked the fire. Then they all went out to the threshing floor to thresh. My mother was also up and about, and had kindled a light in the living room. Soon after that my father rose, and they both put on somewhat better clothes than they wore on working days, and not yet their Sunday best. Then mother said a few words to grandmother, who still lay abed, and when I, wakened by the stir, made some sort of remark, she only answered, "You lie nice and quiet and go to sleep again." Then my parents lighted a lantern, extinguished the light in the room, and left the house. I heard the outer door close, and saw the gleam of light go glimmering past the window, and I heard the crunching of footsteps in the snow and the rattling of the house-dog's chain. Then, save for the regular throb of the threshers at work, all was once more quiet, and I fell asleep again. My father and mother were going to the Rorate, at the parish church, nearly 3 hours away. I followed them in my dream. I could hear the church bell and the sound of the organ and the Advent song, Hail Mary, thou bright morning star. I saw, too, the lights on the high altar, and the little angels that stood above it spread out their golden wings and flew above the church, and the one with the trumpet, standing over the pulpit, passed out over the heath and into the forests, and blew throughout the whole world that the coming of the Saviour was near at hand. When I awoke, the sun had long been shining into the windows. Outside the snow glittered and shimmered, and indoors my mother went about again in workaday clothes and did her household tasks. Grandmother's bed, next mine, was already made, and she herself now came in from the kitchen and helped me to put on my breeches and washed my face with cold water that stung me so that I was ready to laugh and cry at the same moment. That over I knelt on my stool and prayed with grandmother the morning prayer. In Gottes Namen aufstehen, gegen Gott gehen. In God's name let us arise, towards God to go. Gegen Gott treten, zum himmlischen Vater beten. Towards God to take our way, to the heavenly Father to pray. Dass uns verleih, liebe Engelen drei. That he lend to us, dear little angels 3, der erste, der uns weist, der zweite, der uns speist, the first to guide us, the second to feed us, der dritt, der uns behüt und bewahrt, dass uns an Leib and Ziel nicht widerfahrt, the third to shelter and protect us, that nothing mischance us in body or soul. After these devotions I received my morning soup, and then came grandmother with a tub full of turnips, which we were to peel together. I sat close beside it on my stool, but in the matter of peeling turnips I could never quite satisfy grandmother. I constantly cut the rind too thick, or here and there even left it whole upon the turnip. When, moreover, I cut my finger and instantly began to cry, my grandmother said very crossly, "You're a regular nuisance. It would be a good thing to pitch you right out into the snow." All the while she was binding up my wound with unspeakable love and care. So passed the Advent season, and grandmother and I talked more and more often about Christmas Eve and of the Christ child who would so soon be coming among men. The nearer we came to the festival, the greater the stir in the house. The men turned the cattle out of the stall and put fresh straw there and set the mangers and barriers in good order. The cowmen rubbed the oxen till they looked quite smooth. The stockmen mixed more hay than usual in the straw and prepared a great heap of it in the hayloft. The milkmaid did the same. Threshing had already ceased some days ago because, according to our belief, the noise would have profaned the approaching holy day. Through all the house there was washing and scrubbing. Even into the living room itself came the maids, with their water pails and straw wisps and brooms. I always looked forward to the cleaning, because I loved the turning topsy-turvy of everything, and because the glazed pictures in the corner where the table was, the brown clock from the Black Forest with its metal bell, and the various things which, at other times, I only saw at a distance high above me, were taken down and brought nearer to me, and I could observe them all much more closely and from all sides. To be sure, I was not allowed to handle such things, because I was still too clumsy and careless for that, and might easily damage them. But there were moments in that eager scrubbing and rubbing when people did not notice me. In one such moment I climbed from the stool to the bench, and from the bench to the table, which was pushed out of its place, and on which lay the Black Forest clock. I made for the clock, whose weights hung over the edge of the table, looked through an open side door into the very dusty brass works, tapped several times on the little cogs of the winding wheel, and at last even laid my finger on the wheel itself to see if it would go, but it didn't. Eventually I gently pushed a small stick of wood, and as I did so the works began to rattle frightfully. Some of the wheels went slowly, others quicker, and the winding wheel flew round so fast that one could hardly see it at all. I was indescribably frightened, and rolled from the table over bench and stool down onto the wet, dirty floor. Then my mother gripped me by my little coat, and there, sure enough, was the birch rod. The whirring inside the clock would not leave off, and finally my mother laid hold of me with both hands, carried me into the entrance, pushed me through the door and out into the snow, and shut the door behind me. There I stood like one undone. I could hear my mother, whom I must have offended badly, still scolding within doors, and the laughing and scrubbing of the maids, and through it all the whirring of the clock. When I had stood there sobbing for a while, and still nobody came to call me back into the house, I set off for the path that was trodden in the snow, and I went through the home meadow and across the open land towards the forest. I did not know whither I would go. I only conceived that a great wrong had been done me, and that I could never go home again. But I had not reached the forest when I heard a shrill whistle behind me. That was the whistle my grandmother made when she put 2 fingers in her mouth, pointed her tongue, and blew. "Where are you going, you stupid child?" she cried. "Take care, if you run about in the forest like that, Moss Maggie will catch you. Look out." At this word I instantly turned round, for I feared Moss Maggie unspeakably. But I did not go home yet. I hung about in the farmyard, where my father and 2 of our men had just killed a pig. Watching them, I forgot what had happened to myself, and when my father set about skinning it in the outhouse, I stood by holding the ends of the skin, which with his big knife he gradually detached from the carcass. When later on the intestines had been taken out and my mother was pouring water into the basin, she said to me, "Run away or you'll get splashed." From the way in which she spoke, I could tell that my mother was once more reconciled with me, and all was right again. And when I went into the dwelling room to warm myself a bit, everything was back in its own place. Floor and walls were still moist, but scrubbed clean, and the Black Forest clock was once more hanging on the wall and ticking, and it ticked much louder and clearer than before through the freshly ordered room. At last the washing and scrubbing and polishing came to an end. The house grew peacefuller, almost silent, and the sacred vigil was upon us. On Christmas Eve we used not to have our dinner in the living room, but in the kitchen, where we made the large pastry board our table, and sat round it and ate the simple fasting fare silently, but with uplifted hearts. The table in the dwelling room was covered with a snow-white cloth, and beside it stood my stool, upon which, when the twilight fell, my grandmother knelt and prayed silently. The maids went quietly about the house and got their holiday clothes ready, and mother put pieces of meat in a big pot and poured water on them and set it on the open fire. I stole softly about the room on tiptoe and heard only the jolly crackling of the kitchen fire. I gazed at my Sunday breeches and coat and the little black felt hat, which were ready hanging on a nail in the wall. And then I looked through the window out at the oncoming dusk. If no rough weather set in, I was to be allowed to go with the head farm servant, Sep, to the midnight mass, and the weather was quiet, and moreover, according to my father, it was not going to be very cold, because the mist lay upon the hills. Just before the censing, in which, following ancient custom, house and farm were blessed with holy water and incense, my father and my mother fell out a little. Maggie, the moss-gatherer, had been there to wish us all a blessed Christmas tide, and my mother had presented her with a piece of meat for the feast day. My father was somewhat vexed at this. In other ways, he was a good friend to the poor, and not seldom gave them more than we could well spare. But in his opinion, one not ought to give Moss Maggie any alms whatever. The moss-gatherer was a woman not belonging to our neighborhood, who went wandering around in the forests without permission, collecting moss and roots, making fires, and sleeping in the half-ruined huts of charcoal burners. Besides that, she went begging to the farm-houses, offering moss for sale, and if she did but poor business there, she wept and railed at her life. Children at whom she looked were sore terrified, and many even became ill, and she could make cows give red milk. Whoever showed her kindness, she would follow for several minutes, saying, "May God reward you 1,000 and 1,000-fold, right up into heaven." But to anyone who mocked, or in any other way whatsoever offended her, she said, "I pray you down into the nethermost hell." Moss Maggie often came to us, and she loved to sit before the house on the grass, or on the stile over the hedge, in spite of the loud barking and chain clanking of our house dog, who showed singular violence towards this woman. She would remain there until my mother took her out a cup of milk or a bit of bread. My mother was glad when Moss Maggie thereupon gave her 1,000-fold right up to heaven, may God reward you. But my father considered the wish of this person worthless, whether as curse or blessing. Some years earlier, when they were building the schoolhouse in the village, this woman had come to the place with her husband and helped at the work, until one day the man was killed at stone blasting. Since then she had worked no more, nor did she go away, but she just idled about, nobody knowing what she did nor what she wanted. She could never again be persuaded to do any work. She seemed to be crazed. The magistrate had several times sent Moss Maggie out of the district, but she always returned. She wouldn't always be coming back, said my father, if she got nothing by begging in the neighborhood. As it is, she'll just stay about here, and when she's old and ill, we shall have to nurse her as well. It's a cross that we ourselves have tied round our necks. My mother said nothing in reply to such words, but when Moss Maggie came, she still gave the usual alms, and today, in honor of the great feast, a little more. Hence then arose the little dispute between my mother and father, which, however, was at once silenced when 2 farm hands, bearing the incense and holy water, entered the house. After the censing, my father placed a lighted candle on the table. Today pine splinters might only be burned in the kitchen. Supper was once again eaten in the living room. During supper the head farm servant told us all manner of wonderful stories. When we had finished, my mother sang a shepherd's song. Rapturously as I listened to these songs at other times, today I could think of nothing but the church-going, and longed above everything to get at once into my Sunday clothes. They assured me there would be time enough for that later on, but at last my grandmother yielded to my urgent appeal and dressed me. The cowman dressed himself very carefully in his festal finery, because he was not going home after the midnight mass, but would stay in the village till morning. About 9 o'clock the other farm servants and the maids were also ready, and they kindled a torch at the candle flame. I held on to Sep, the head servant, and my parents and grandmother, who stayed at home to take care of the house, sprinkled me with holy water that I might neither fall nor freeze to death. Then we started off. It was very dark, and the torch, borne before us by the cowman, threw its red light in a great disk on the snow, and the hedge, the stone heaps, and the trees past which we went. This red illumination, which was broken too by the great shadows of our bodies, seemed very awful to me, and I clung fearfully to Sep, until he remarked, "Look here, leave me my coat. What should I do if you tore it off my back?" For a time the path was very narrow, so that we had to go one behind the other, and I was only thankful that I was not the last, for I imagined that he, for certain, must be exposed to endless dangers from ghosts. There was a cutting wind, and the glowing splinters of the torch flew far afield, and even when they fell on the hard snow crust, they still glowed for a while. So far we had gone across open ground and down through thickets and forest. Now we came to a brook which I knew well. It flowed through the meadow where we made hay in summer. Then the brook had been noisy enough. Today one could only hear it murmur and gurgle, for it was frozen over. We passed along by a mill where I was badly scared because some sparks flew on to the roof. But there was snow lying upon it, and the sparks were quenched. When we had gone some way along the valley, we left the brook, and the way led upwards through a dark wood where the snow lay very shallow, but had no such firm surface as out in the open. At last we came to a wide road where we could walk side by side, and now and again we heard sleigh bells. The torch had already burned right down to the cowman's hand, and he kindled another that he had with him. On the road were visible several other lights, great red torches that came flaring towards us as if they were swimming in the black air, behind which first one and then several more faces of the churchgoers gradually emerged, who now joined company with us. And we saw lights on other hills and heights that were still so far off we could not be sure whether they were still or moving. So we went on. The snow crunched under our feet, and wherever the wind had carried it away, there the black patch of bare ground was so hard that our shoes rang upon it. The people talked and laughed a great deal, but this seemed not a bit right to me in the holy night of Christmas. I could only think all the while about the church and what it must be like when there is music and high mass in the dead of night. When we had been going on for a long time along the road and past isolated trees and houses, then again over fields and through a wood, I suddenly heard a faint ringing in the tree-tops. When I wanted to listen, I couldn't hear it, but soon after I heard it again, and clearer than the first time. It was the sound of the little bell in the church steeple. The lights which we saw on the hills and in the valley became more and more frequent, and we could now see that they were all hastening churchwards. The little calm stars of the lanterns floated towards us, and the road was growing livelier all the time. The small bell was relieved by a greater, and this one went on ringing until we had almost reached the church. So it was true what grandmother had said. At midnight the bells begin to ring, and they ring until the very last dweller in the farthest valleys has come to church. The church stands on a hill covered with birches and firs, and round it lies the little God's acre encircled by a low wall. The few houses of the village are down in the valley. When the people came close to the church, they extinguished their torches by sticking them head downwards in the snow. Only one was fixed between two stones in the churchyard wall and left burning. And now from the steeple in slow rhythmical swing rang out the great bell. A clear light shone through the high, narrow windows. I longed to go into the church, but Sepp said there was still plenty of time, and stayed where he was, laughing and talking with other young fellows, and filling himself a pipe. At last all the bells pealed out together. The organ began to play inside the church, and then we all went in. There it looked quite different from what it did on Sundays. The candles burning on the altar were clear, white, beaming stars, and the gilded tabernacle reflected them most gloriously. The lamp of the sanctuary light was red. The upper part of the church was so dark that one could not see the beautiful painting of the nave. Mysterious shapes of men were seated in the chairs, or standing beside them. The women were much wrapped up in shawls and were coughing. Many had candles burning in front of them, and they sang out of their books when the Te Deum rang out from the chancel. Sepp led me between two rows of chairs towards a side altar, where several people were standing. There he lifted me up onto a stool before a glass case, which, lighted by two candles, was placed between two branches of fir trees, and which I had never seen before when I went to church with my parents. When Sepp had set me on the stool, he said softly in my ear, "There, now you can have a look at the crib." Then he left me standing, and I gazed in through the glass. Thereupon came a friendly little woman and whispered, "Look here, child. If you want to see that, somebody ought to explain it to you." And she told me who the little figures were. I looked at them, save for the Mother Mary, who had a blue wrapped garment round her head which fell down to her very feet. All the figures represented mere human beings. The men were dressed just like our farm servants or the elder peasants. Even St. Joseph wore green stockings and short chamois leather breeches. When the Te Deum was over, Sepp came back, lifted me from the stool, and we sat down on a bench. Then the sacristan went round lighting all the candles that were in the church, and every man, including Sepp, pulled a little candle out of his pouch, lighted it, and fastened it onto the desk in front of him. Now it was so bright in the church that one could see the paintings on the roof clearly enough. Up in the choir they were tuning fiddles and trumpets and drums, and just as the little bell on the door of the sacristy rang, and the priest in his glittering vestments, accompanied by acolytes and tall lantern-bearers, passed over the crimson carpet to the altar, the organ burst forth in all its strength, joined by a blast of trumpets and roll of drums. The incense smoke was rising and shrouding the shining high altar in a veil. Thus the high mass began, and thus it shone and sounded and rang in the middle of the night. Throughout the offertory all the instruments were silent. Only two clear voices sang a lovely shepherd's song, and during the Benedictus a clarionet and two horns slowly and softly crooned the cradle song. During the gospel and the elevation we heard the cuckoo and nightingale in the choir, just as in the midst of the sunny springtime. Deep down in my soul I understood it, the wonder and splendor of Christmas. But I did not exclaim with delight. I remained grave and silent. I felt the solemn glory of it all. And while the music was playing, I could not help thinking about father and mother and grandmother at home. They are kneeling by the table now in the light of the single candle and praying, or they are even asleep, and the room is all dark, only the clock ticking, while a deep peace lies upon the forest-clad mountains. And the eve of Christmas is spread abroad all over the earth. The little candles in the seats were burning themselves out, one after another, as the service neared its close at last, and the sacristan went round again and extinguished the lights on the walls and altars and before the pictures with the little tin cap. Those on the high altar were still burning when a joyous march music sounded from the choir, and the folk went crowding out of the incense-laden church. When we came outside, in spite of the thick mist which had descended from the hills, it was no longer quite so dark as before midnight. The moon must have risen. No more torches were lighted. It struck 1 o'clock, but the schoolmaster was already ringing the prayer bell for Christmas morning. I glanced once more at the church windows. All the festal shine was quenched. I saw only the dull red glimmer of the sanctuary lamp. And now, when I wanted to renew my hold on Sep's coat, he was no longer there. I found myself among strangers, who talked together for a little, and then immediately set out for their several homes. My guide must be already on ahead. I hurried after him, running quickly past several people, hoping soon to overtake him. I ran as hard as my little feet were able, going through a dark wood and across fields over which such a keen wind was blowing that, warm as I otherwise was, I scarcely felt my nose and ears at all. I passed houses and clumps of trees. The people who were still on the road a short time before had dropped off little by little. I was all alone, and still I hadn't overtaken Sep. I thought he might just as well be still behind me, but I determined to hurry straight home. Here and there I saw black spots on the road, the charcoal that folk had shaken down from their torches on their way to church. I made up my mind not to look at the bushes and little trees which stood beside the way and loomed eerily out of the mist, for they scared me. I was specially frightened whenever a path cut straight across the road, because that was a cross road, where on Christmas Eve the evil one loves to stand, and has chinking treasure with him, with which he entices the hapless children of men to himself. It is true the cowman had said that he did not believe it, but such things must be, or people would not talk so much about them. I was very agitated. I turned my eyes in all directions, lest a ghost should be somewhere making for me. Then I determined to think no more of such nonsense, but the harder I made up my mind, the more I thought about it. And now I had reached the path which should take me down through the forest and into the valley. I turned aside and ran along under the long-branched trees. Their tops rustled loudly, and now and again a great lump of snow fell down beside me. Sometimes it was so dark that I did not see the trunks until I ran up against them, and then I lost the path. This I did not mind very much, for the snow was shallow and the ground nice and level, but gradually it began to grow steep and steeper, and there were a lot of brambles and heather under the snow. The tree stems were no longer spaced so regularly, but were scattered about, many leaning all awry, many with torn-up roots resting against others, and many in a wild confusion of upreaching branches lying prone upon the ground. I did not remember seeing all this on our outward journey. Sometimes I could hardly get on at all, but had to wriggle in and out through the bushes and branches. Often the snow crust gave way under me, and then the stiff heather reached right up to my chest. I realized I had lost the right path, but told myself that when I was once in the valley and beside the brook, I should follow that along, and so was bound to come at last to the mill and our own meadows. Lumps of snow fell into the pockets of my coat. Snow clung to my little breeches and stockings, and the water ran down into my shoes. At first, all that clambering over fallen trees and creeping through undergrowth had tired me, but now the weariness had vanished. I didn't heed the snow, and I didn't heed the heather, nor the boughs that so often scratched me roughly about the face, but I just hurried on. I was constantly falling, but as quickly picking myself up again. Then, too, all fear of ghosts was gone. I thought of nothing but the valley and our house. I had no notion how long I had been astray in the wilderness, but felt strong and nimble, terror spurring me on. Suddenly I found myself standing on the brink of a precipice. Down in the abyss a great fog lay, with here and there a tree-top rising out of it. The forest was sparser about me. It was bright overhead, and the half-moon stood in the sky. Before me, and away beyond that, there was nothing but strange, cone-shaped, forest-clad mountains. Down there in the depths must be the valley and the mill. It seemed to me as if I heard the murmur of the brook, but it was only the soughing of the wind in the forest on the farther side. I went to right and to left, searching for a footpath that might take me down, and I found a place where I thought I should be able to lower myself by the help of the loose rocks which lay about, and of the juniper bushes. In this I succeeded for a little, but only just in time I clutched hold of a root. I had nearly pitched over a perpendicular cliff. After that I could go no farther, but sank in sheer exhaustion to the ground. In the depths below lay the fog with the black tree-tops. Save for the soughing of the wind in the forest, I heard nothing. I did not know where I was. If only a deer would come, I would ask my way of it. Quite probably it would be able to direct me, for everyone knows that on Christmas Eve the beasts can talk like men. I got up to climb back again, but only loosened the rocks and made no progress. Hands and feet were aching. I stood still and called for Sepp as loud as ever I could. Lingering and faint, my voice fell back from the forests and cliffs. Then again I heard nothing but the soughing of the wind. The frost was cutting right into my limbs. "Sepp! Sepp!" I shouted once more with all my might. Again nothing but the long drawn-out echo. Then a fearful anguish took possession of me. I called quickly, one after another, my parents, my grandmother, all the farm hands and maids of our household, by name. It was all in vain. I began to cry miserably. There I stood trembling, my body throwing a long shadow aslant down the naked rock. I went to and fro along the ledge to warm myself a little, and I prayed aloud to the Holy Christ Child to save me. The moon stood high in the dark heavens. I could no longer cry or pray. I could scarcely move any more. I crouched down, shivering on a stone, and said to myself, "I shall go to sleep now. It's all only a dream, and when I wake up I shall either be at home or in heaven." Then on a sudden I heard a rustling in the juniper bushes above me, and soon after I felt that something was touching me and lifting me up. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My voice was frozen within me. Fear and anguish kept my eyes fast shut. Hands and feet, too, were as if lamed. I could not move them. Then I felt warm. and it seemed to me as if all the mountain rocked with me. When I came to myself and awoke, it was still night, but I was standing at the door of my home, and the house dog was barking furiously. Somebody had let me slip down on the hard-trodden snow, and had then knocked loudly on the door and hurried away. I recognized this somebody. It was the moss wife. The door opened, and grandmother threw herself upon me with the words, "Jesus Christ, here he is." She carried me into the warm living room, but from thence quickly back again into the entrance. There she set me on the bread trough, and hastened outside and blew her most piercing whistle. She was quite alone. When Sep had come back from church and not found me at home, and when, too, the others came and I was with none of them, they had all gone down into the forest, and through the valley and up the other side to the high road, and in all directions. Even my mother had gone with them, and everywhere, all the time, had called out my name. So soon as my grandmother believed it could no longer harm me, she carried me back into the warm room, and when she drew off my shoes and stockings, they were quite frozen together, and almost frozen to my feet. Thereupon she again hurried out of doors, whistled again, brought some snow in a pail, and set me barefoot down in it. Standing thus, I felt such a violent pain in my toes that I groaned. But grandmother said, "That's all right. If it hurts, your feet aren't frozen." Soon after that, the red morning light shone in through the window, and one by one all the farm hands came home. At length my father, and quite last of all, when the red disk of the sun was rising over the Vexelalp, and after grandmother had whistled countless times, came my mother. She came to my little bed, where they had tucked me up, my father sitting beside me. She was quite hoarse. She said I ought to go to sleep now, and she covered the window with a cloth so that the sun should not shine in my face. But my father seemed to think I ought not to go to sleep yet. He wanted to know how I had got away from the servant without his noticing it, and where I had been wandering. I at once related how I had lost the path, and how I got into the wilderness, and when I had told them about the moon and the black forests, and about the soughing of the wind and the rocky precipice, my father said under his breath to my mother, "Wife, let us give God praise and thanks that he is here. He has been on the Troll's Rock." At these words my mother gave me a kiss on the cheek, a thing she did but seldom, and then she put her apron before her face and went away. "Well, you young scaramouche, and how did you get home after all?" asked my father. I said I didn't know, that after a prolonged sleeping and rocking, I found myself at our door, and that Moss Maggie had stood beside me. My father asked yet again about this circumstance, but I told him I hadn't got anything else to say about it. My father then said he must be off to high mass in the church, because today was Christmas Day, and he bade me go to sleep. I must have slept many hours after that, for when I awoke it was twilight outside, and in the dwelling room it was nearly dark. My grandmother sat nodding beside my bed, and from the kitchen I heard the crackling of the fire on the hearth. Later, when the servants were all sitting at the evening meal, Moss Maggie was with them at table. During the morning service she had been out in the churchyard, cowering on her husband's grave, and after high mass my father went and found her there, and brought her with him to our house. They could get nothing out of her about the event of the night, save that she had been searching for the Christ child in the forest. Then she came over to my bed and looked at me, and I was scared at her eyes. In the back part of our house there was a room in which there were only old useless things and a lot of cobwebs. This room my father gave Moss Maggie for a dwelling, and put a stove and a bed and a table in it for her. And she stayed with us. She would still very often go rambling about in the forest and bring home moss, and then return and sit for hours upon her husband's grave, from which she could never more tear herself away to return to her own district, where, indeed, she would have been just as lonely and homeless as everywhere else. Of her circumstances we could learn nothing more definite. We could only conjecture that the woman had once been happy and certainly in her right mind, and that grief for the loss of her mate had robbed her of reason. We all loved her, for she lived peacefully and contentedly with all and caused nobody the least trouble. The house dog alone, it seemed, would never trust her. He barked and tore furiously at the chain whenever she came across the home meadow. But the creature was meaning something quite different than we thought all the time, for once when the chain broke he rushed to the woman, leapt whining into her bosom, and licked her cheeks. At last, in the late autumn, when Moss Maggie was almost always in the graveyard, there came a time when, instead of barking cheerily, the dog howled by the hour together, so that my grandmother, herself very worn and weary by then, said, "You mark my words, there'll soon be somebody dying in our neighborhood now, when the dog howls like that. God comfort the poor soul." And a little while after that Moss Maggie fell ill, and when winter came she died. In her last moments she held both my father and mother by the hand, and uttered the words, "May God requite you 1,000 and 1,000-fold, right up into heaven itself." End of Christmas Eve by Peter Roesiger, translated by Maud Egerton King, read by Brian Fullen.
Christmas Folksong by Lizette Woodworth Reese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The little Jesus came to town. The wind blew up, the wind blew down. Out in the street the wind was bold. Now who would house him from the cold? Then opened wide a stable door. Vain were the rushes on the floor. The ox put forth a horned head. "Come, little Lord, here make thy bed." Up rose the sheep, were folded near. "Thou Lamb of God, come enter here." He entered there to rush and read, who was the Lamb of God indeed. The little Jesus came to town. With ox and sheep he laid him down. Peace to the byre, peace to the fold, for that they housed him from the cold. End of Christmas Folksong by Lizette Woodworth Reese.
The Christmas Ghost, Unemployment in One of Our Oldest Industries by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The other night I was sitting up late, away after 9 o'clock, thinking about Christmas because it was getting near at hand. And, like everybody else who muses on that subject, I was thinking of the great changes that have taken place in regard to Christmas. I was contrasting Christmas in the old country house of a century ago, with the fires roaring up the chimneys, and Christmas in the modern apartment on the 9th floor with a gasoline generator turned on for the maid's bath. I was thinking of the old stagecoach on the snowy road with its roof piled high with Christmas turkeys and a rosy-faced guard blowing on a key bugle, and the passengers getting down every mile or so at a crooked inn to drink hot spiced ale. And I was comparing all that with the upper berth number 6, car 220, train number 53. I was thinking of the Christmas landscape of long ago, when night settled down upon it with a twinkle of light from the houses miles apart among the spruce trees, and contrasting the scene with the glare of motor lights upon the highway of today. I was thinking of the lonely highwayman shivering round with his clumsy pistols, and comparing the poor fellow's efforts with the high-class bandits of today blowing up a steel express car with nitroglycerin and disappearing in a roar of gasoline explosions. In other words, I was contrasting yesterday and today, and on the whole, yesterday seemed all to the good. Nor was it only the warmth and romance and snugness of the old Christmas that seemed superior to our days, but Christmas carried with it then a special kind of thrill with its queer terrors, its empty heaths, its lonely graveyards, and its house that stood alone in a wood, haunted. And thinking of that, it occurred to me how completely the ghost business seems to be dying out of our Christmas literature. Not so very long ago, there couldn't be a decent Christmas story or Christmas adventure without a ghost in it, whereas nowadays... And just at that moment I looked and saw that there was a ghost in the room. I can't imagine how he got in, but there he was, sitting in the other easy chair in the dark corner away from the firelight. He had on my own dressing gown, and one saw but little of his face. "Are you a ghost?" I asked. "Yes," he said, "worse luck, I am." I noticed as he spoke that he seemed to wave and shiver as if he were made of smoke. I couldn't help but pity the poor fellow, he seemed so immaterial. "Do you mind," he went on in the same dejected tone, "if I sit here and haunt you for a while?" "By all means," I said, "please do." "Thanks," he answered. "I haven't had anything decent to work on for years and years. This is Christmas Eve, isn't it?" "Yes," I said, "Christmas Eve." "Used to be my busiest night," the ghost complained. "Best night of the whole year. And now... Say," he said, "would you believe it? I went down this evening to that dinner dance they have at the Ritz-Carlton, and I thought I'd haunt it. Thought I'd stand behind one of the tables as a silent specter, the way I used to in King George III's time." "Well?" I said. "They put me out," groaned the ghost. "The head waiter came up to me and said they didn't allow silent specters in the dining room. I was put out." He groaned again. "You seem," I said, "rather down on your luck?" "Can you wonder?" said the ghost, and another shiver rippled up and down him. "I can't get anything to do. Talk of the unemployed. Listen," he went on, speaking with something like animation. "Let me tell you the story of my life." "Can you make it short?" I said. "I'll try. 100 years ago—" "Oh, I say," I protested. "I committed a terrible crime, a murder on the highway—" "You'd get 6 months for that nowadays," I said. "I was never detected. An innocent man was hanged. I died, but I couldn't rest. I haunted the house beside the highway where the murder had been done. It had happened on Christmas Eve, and so, every year on that night—" "I know," I interrupted. "You were heard dragging around a chain and moaning and that sort of thing. I've often read about it." "Precisely," said the ghost. and for about 80 years it worked out admirably. People became afraid, the house was deserted, trees and shrubs grew thick around it. The wind whistled through its empty chimneys and its broken windows, and at night the lonely wayfarer went shuddering past, and heard with terror the sound of a cry scarce human, while a cold sweat— "Quite so," I said, "a cold sweat. And what next?" The days of the motor car came, and they paved the highway and knocked down the house and built a big garage there, with electricity as bright as day. You can't haunt a garage, can you? I tried to stick on and do a little groaning, but nobody seemed to pay any attention. And anyway, I got nervous about the gasoline. I'm too immaterial to be around where there's gasoline. A fellow would blow up, wouldn't he? He might, I said. So what happened? Well, one day somebody in the garage actually saw me, and he threw a monkey wrench at me and told me to get to hell out of that garage. So I went. And after that? I haunted round. I've kept on haunting round, but it's no good. There's nothing in it. Houses, hotels, I've tried it all. Once I thought that if I couldn't make a hit any other way, at least I could haunt children. You remember how little children used to live in terror of ghosts and see them in the dark corners of their bedrooms? Well, I admit it was a low-down thing to do, but I tried that. And it didn't work? Work? I should say not. I went one night to a bedroom where a couple of little boys were sleeping, and I started in with a few groans, and then half materialized myself so that I could just be seen. One of the kids sat up in bed and nudged the other and said, "Say, I do believe there's a ghost in the room." And the other said, "Hold on, don't scare him. Let's get the radio set and see if it'll go right through him." They both hopped out of bed as brisk as bees, and one called downstairs, "Dad, we've got a ghost up here. We don't know whether he's just an emanation or partially material. We're going to stick radio into him." "Believe me," continued the ghost, "that was all I waited to hear. Electricity just knocks me edgeways." He shuddered, then he went on. "Well, it's been like that ever since. Nowhere to go and nothing to haunt. I've tried all the big hotels, railway stations, everywhere. Once I tried to haunt a Pullman car, but I had hardly started before I observed a notice. Quiet is requested for those already retired. And I had to quit." "Well then," I said, "why don't you just immaterial or dematerial or whatever you call it and keep so? Why not go away wherever you belong and stay there?" "That's the worst of it," answered the ghost. "They won't let us. They haul us back. These spiritualists have learned the trick of it, and they just summon us up any time they like. They get half-a-crown apiece for each materialization, but what do we get?" The ghost paused, and a sort of spasm went all through him. "Gol darn it," he exclaimed. "They're at me now. There's a group of fools somewhere sitting round a table at a Christmas Eve party, and they're calling up a ghost just for fun. A darned poor notion of fun, I'd call it. I'd like to... But his voice trailed off. He seemed to collapse as he sat, and my dressing gown fell on the floor. And at that moment I heard the ringing of the bells that meant it was Christmas Eve midnight, and I knew that the poor fellow had been dragged off to work. End of The Christmas Ghost, Unemployment in One of Our Oldest Industries, by Stephen Leacock.
A Christmas Hymn, 1837, by A. Domet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Lawrence in Ottawa, Ontario. December 2023. It was the calm and silent night. 700 years and 53 had Rome been growing up to might, and now was queen of land and sea. No sound was heard of clashing wars, peace brooded o'er the hushed domain. Apollo, Pallas, Jove, and Mars held undisturbed their ancient reign in the solemn midnight centuries ago. 'Twas in the calm and silent night the senator of haughty Rome impatient urged his chariot's flight from lordly revel rolling home. Triumphal arches gleaming swell his breast with thoughts of boundless sway. What recked the Roman what befell a paltry province far away in the solemn midnight centuries ago? Within that province far away, when plodding home a weary boor, a streak of light before him lay, fallen through a half-shut stable door across his path. He passed, for naught told what was going on within. How keen the stars, his only thought, the air, how calm and cold and thin, in the solemn midnight centuries ago. O strange indifference! Low and high drowsed over common joys and cares. The earth was still, but knew not why. The world was listening, unawares. How calm a moment may precede one that shall thrill the world forever. To that still moment none would heed. Man's doom was linked, no more to sever in the solemn midnight centuries ago. It is the calm and solemn night. 1,000 bells ring out and throw their joyous peals abroad, and smite the darkness, charmed and holy now. The night that erst no name had worn, to it a happy name is given. For in that stable lay new-born the peaceful Prince of earth and heaven, in the solemn midnight centuries ago. End of A Christmas Hymn, 1837, by A. Domet.
A Christmas Letter by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. A Christmas Letter. In answer to a young lady who has sent an invitation to be present at a children's party. Mademoiselle, allow me very gratefully but firmly to refuse your kind invitation. You doubtless mean well, but your ideas are unhappily mistaken. Let us understand one another once and for all. I cannot at my mature age participate in the sports of children with such abandon as I could wish. I entertain, and have always entertained, the sincerest regard for such games as Hunt the Slipper and Blind Man's Buff. But I have now reached a time of life when, to have my eyes blindfolded and to have a powerful boy of 10 hit me in the back with a hobby-horse and ask me to guess who hit me, provokes me to a fit of retaliation which could only culminate in reckless criminality. Nor can I cover my shoulders with a drawing-room rug, and crawl round on my hands and knees under the pretence that I am a bear without a sense of personal insufficiency, which is painful to me. Neither can I look on with a complacent eye at the sad spectacle of your young clerical friend, the Reverend Mr. Uttermost Farthing, abandoning himself to such gambols and appearing in the role of life and soul of the evening. Such a degradation of his holy calling grieves me, and I cannot but suspect him of ulterior motives. You inform me that your maiden aunt intends to help you to entertain the party. I have not, as you know, the honour of your aunt's acquaintance, yet I think I may with reason surmise that she will organize games, guessing games, in which she will ask me to name a river in Asia, beginning with a Z. On my failure to do so, she will put a hot plate down my neck as a forfeit, and the children will clap their hands. These games, my dear young friend, involve the use of a more adaptable intellect than mine, and I cannot consent to be a party to them. May I say in conclusion that I do not consider a 5-cent pen wiper from the top branch of that Christmas tree any adequate compensation for the kind of evening you propose. I have the honour to subscribe myself, your obedient servant. End of A Christmas Letter by Stephen Leacock.
Christmas When the West Was Young, Stories of Far Western Christmas Days of Pioneer Times by William R. Leighton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the early spring of 1865, a young farmer named Martin Black moved from Ohio to Nebraska and settled as a homesteader in the Platte Valley about 50 miles from Omaha. He had but lately finished 3 years' service in the Civil War and went to his new home with very little money. One wagon, drawn by 2 mules, carried everything he owned in the way of furniture, implements, and tools, besides seed for his first year's crop and the first season's supply of food. And there was room, too, in the wagon for his wife and 2 children, a boy of 12 years and a girl of 4. A modest outfit, like many another of those times. It needed all outdoors, though, to contain the family's confidence in the future. A large hopefulness was in the air of the prairie then. After years of war, peace was all but settled, and already the makers of Nebraska were busy with plans for a vast prosperity that was to come through development of virgin resources. There was talk of a railroad that must one day strike westward to the Pacific. Indian troubles were not past, but slowly the wide, empty spaces beyond the Missouri were beginning to fill with settlers, and barbaric strife must by and by give way before homemaking. All was well in the minds of the people. Black fared better than most of the prairie farmers in that first year. His crop on the new sod ground was well tended, and at harvest he had plenty of grain and forage to carry his team through another season, plenty of potatoes stored in the earth-banked pit, plenty of corn for meal-making. They had not lacked abundant game and fish and wild fruits, and as winter drew on he had his family comfortably housed in a snug soddy. The year had been free of mishaps. Christmas was coming close. Things to be done had crowded upon him so fast that he had kept track of the passing days only in a vague way. A calendar record would have seemed foolish when they had the stately procession of the seasons to mark time for them. His last task in preparation for winter was the cutting of long ricks of wood for the house fires. A driving snowstorm stopped him at his work one morning, and then for the first time his thoughts turned to the keeping of the holidays. He made up his mind that he would do something for the family's Christmas, something that would lift the day out of the ordinary course of days and make it memorable. A Christmas tree was out of the question, as no evergreens grew within hundreds of miles. Gifts were not to be bought short of Omaha, and a trip to Omaha and muleback would take 3 or 4 days. The team was needed at home for getting up the wood where it would be handy to the house. He had driven to Omaha in October for the winter's store of sugar, coffee, and clothing, but he had not thought of Christmas then. Now it became a fixed idea. His wife laughed at him for his insistence. It would be hard, she urged, to make the children happier or more contented than they already were, though he had all the shops of the earth to draw upon. Some homemade sugar candy, a Christmas fire of logs, and a day of vacation would be enough. No, he said, it must be something extra, something from town. I'm going in on foot to get it. Billy can keep on with the wood while I'm gone, and I can be back in plenty of time. He set out next morning for his 100-mile walk. At Omaha, he bought a little packet of gifts and a few delicacies for the Christmas dinner, adding last 25 pounds of wheat flour. For many months, the family's bread had been made of cornmeal ground at home on a clumsy mill of his own building, a sweet and wholesome fare, but just a bit monotonous. A white loaf on the table would help out mightily in the day's cheer. He started homeward with a 40-pound pack on his shoulders, besides the 2 blankets he carried for his nightly camps. It was a heavier load than he had meant to take, and his return was slow. Often he had to stop to rest between his camps for meals. When he made his night fire at the end of the second day, he had covered only about 30 miles of the way. A light snow was falling, and in the morning it lay 6 inches deep. That was the day before Christmas. He knew that he would have to travel until midnight, or maybe later, to get home. At dusk he came upon a camp beside the trail. From a distance its appearance made him wonder, for there was but one wagon instead of the parked wagons of a train. It was a most uncommon thing in those days for a wagon to travel the prairie trails alone. As he drew nearer, he wondered more and more. It was a dejected-looking outfit, the wagon cover hanging loose as the skin of a starved beast over its gaunt ribs, and the 2 lean horses feeding at the wagon tail seemed close kin to the wagon itself. There was no one in sight about the camp save a woman, who, as Black came up, was struggling through the snow with a heavy load of driftwood. It was plain that the labor was far beyond her strength. She was poorly clothed in garments meant for summer, with a piece of a torn quilt fastened about her shoulders. The very campfire seemed spiritless, flickering feebly on the wet ground. It was a story very unlike his own that Black heard from the woman. Her husband was in the wagon, helpless, and they were returning eastward after a year of unrelieved misfortune on a homestead claim 25 miles west of Black's place. They, too, had begun their work last spring, hopefully, though with meager resources. But from the first, things had gone wrong. Her husband was not a trained farmer. His crop of corn had not thrived. Working between whiles, he was building a 2-roomed log house. And then one day in the early autumn, a log had slipped from its place as he was lifting it, rolling upon him and crushing the muscles of his right leg. The injury had stubbornly refused to heal, and his wife had been obliged to go on alone with the rest of the year's work. She was not strong enough to finish the house, but she had managed to build a shelter of interwoven willow poles, thatched with prairie grass and rushes. In the intervals of this labor, she had practiced the use of the rifle and had provided a little game from time to time. She had left the harvesting of their corn until the last. It was the middle of December before she could begin this work. And then on a day of high wind, sparks from her outdoor fire had caught at the dry grass and flashed in a few moments beyond all control. It had made a clean sweep of the little cornfield. It had taken her pole house. Only by frenzied effort had she been able to move her husband out of danger and drag their wagon to safety. After that, there was nothing to do but abandon the homestead and go to Omaha or Council Bluffs for the winter. There she hoped to find some sort of work that would let them live while her husband was getting well. She must, for their wagon held only food enough for another day. Black took charge of the affairs of the camp, opening his pack and turning its delicacies over to the arts of the woman, while he built a fire and made things ready for the night. It was near midday on Christmas when he reached home. The strangers were with him, and they stayed under his roof until spring, when the injured man's leg was so far healed as to let him follow the plow again. Then he changed his homestead location to one adjoining Black's, and with borrowed seed and the help Black gave him, put in another crop. There he thrived. Other families joined them presently. The neighborhood became a community. Then the Union Pacific Railroad crystallized from a vision into a reality. And in our day, Nebraska has few farming districts so prosperous as that lying in the Platte Valley between North Bend and Columbus. It had its beginning in a Christmas errand and the Christmas spirit. In 1876, John Parkinson lost his farm in southeastern Minnesota through debts begotten of several successive crop failures. He was then in middle life, with a family of 5 sons and 2 daughters, the oldest a boy of 15, the youngest a babe in arms. With these ripening obligations upon him, he was unwilling to start afresh as laborer or tenant farmer. Rather, he would take chances in a new land, where were new opportunities for himself and his growing boys. What will such men do when the new lands are all gone? That time is nearly upon us now. In that day, the far Southwest invited. Parkinson went with his brood to New Mexico, where he could make a modest beginning with a small flock of sheep herded on free range. The place he chose was to the westward of the old town of Socorro, beyond the Magdalena Mountains, beyond the San Augustine Plains, well over toward the Arizona line. There among the hills was abundant grass, and he had abundant water in spring-fed streams. It was still a wild country in appearance and development, though civilization of a certain sort had got a weak foothold there long before its beginnings in the northern prairie country. That was the year of the centennial of American independence. But Spanish occupation of the Southwest was more than 2 centuries old when our War of the Revolution was fought. Spanish occupation, though, had been feeble of purpose, almost void of meaning. It had not made that a country of homes. That remained for our own people. When Parkinson began his homemaking, that was still the remote frontier. The long and terrible border struggle with the Apaches was not finished until years later. Sometimes marauding bands of Apaches wandered through these hills. It was not a life of security which this family had undertaken. But through the first months they had no adventures save those that go inevitably with isolation. The district was well adapted to the successful handling of sheep. Parkinson's flock, bought in the early spring, brought good increase and a good wool crop. His older boys entered eagerly into the new work, seasoned as it was with so much of stirring novelty, sometimes defending the herd against wolves or cougars, sometimes an antelope hunt, and once a spirited fight with a black she-bear whose 2 frolicsome cubs were made captive. The sheep entered the winter fat and strong, with every sign of a still better year to come. With 7 children in the house, there was no chance of having Christmas overlooked. Neither did there appear to be any chance of making it a children's event, as they had known the day in their old home. Towns were too far away. There would be no trip to town until the next spring's wool clip would be taken out. So Parkinson spoke in cheerful promise of next Christmas, and the youngsters fell into a resigned mood of making the best of it. All save Davy, the oldest of the boys. Davy had his own notions, which he kept to himself. He didn't intend to let a Christmas go by uncelebrated if he could help it. In one way, at least, this was to be like the Christmases they had known in Minnesota. Snow came a week ahead of the big day, falling heavily through 3 days and nights until the ground was blanketed 3 feet deep. Early in the time of storm, the sheep were brought in from the range to grounds near the house, where tons of wild hay had been stacked for such emergency. When that was done, Davy had plenty of time for his task. He had picked out his tree at the crest of the hill back of the house, a round-headed, sturdy juniper laden with berries. He would have no tinsel ornaments, but he had a hoarded store of glittering sheets of mica and shining crystals of quartz picked up during his wanderings with the flock, and better than any tinsel. Hidden in the stable, he had a half-peck of sweet piñon nuts, picked with infinite pains from their stiff cones and from the mat of fallen needles. Those would be a treat for the other children, who never had enough of them. Other gifts he had, too. Some turquoise beads gathered on the site of a forgotten Indian village up the canyon, rudely fashioned but beautiful, and now strung into a necklace for the baby. For his mother, a small handful of blood-red garnets, some of them nearly as large as buckshot, that he had found one lucky day on the dome of a great anthill. 50 Indian arrowheads for little Sam's collection, something for everybody. Only one thing he lacked that he had set his heart upon, a wild turkey. He knew they were to be had if only he had the craft. Again and again he had seen the sign in the hills, and once he had actually startled a small flock into flight, blundering upon them unexpectedly. He gave the last 2 days to a hunt, wading through the waist-deep snow, but he came back luckless. The family would have to fare on antelope meat. They were well used to it by this time. A change would be welcome. Still, a roasted loin cooked before the open fire wasn't to be despised. The folks could make out. He had cut his tree in the woods and had left it there to be dragged down on Christmas Eve, when the younger children were abed. All outdoors was white with moonlight when he went to get it. Then came the last touch to make his satisfaction complete. The snow about the fallen juniper was thick with turkey tracks. The birds had gathered to feed upon the spicy berries, and had gone to roost almost overhead on the boughs of a dead cedar, their fat bodies making huge dark blots against the moonlit sky, as fair marks as ever a boy shot at. So he got his turkey after all. It was not to be eaten, though, without another bit of excitement. Christmas dinner was put off until evening, as the care of the sheep might interfere with its enjoyment at midday. It was just after dark when the last of the preparations were made. The turkey, hanging head down before the embers in the kitchen fireplace, was crisped and browned to the last degree, bursting with fatness and filling the room with oily fragrance. Mrs. Parkinson was giving it a final basting from the dripping pan before putting it on the table. Then came the interruption. A light sound upon the low, snow-covered kitchen roof, a stealthy tread, and then a scratching at the top of the wide-throated chimney. Bits of mud, loosened from the chinking in the stones, dropped upon the coals. A prowling wildcat, made bold by hunger after a week of poor hunting in the deep snow, had caught the rich scent of the roasting meat and had come to investigate. They could not tell whether his feet blundered on the stones in his eagerness, or whether it was an act of daring. But in another moment he came slipping, sliding, and screaming down the chimney, falling plump into the coals. Furious with pain and fright, he leaped into the kitchen and gave them a lively minute or two before he could be killed. Bits of sentiment, adventure, and humor might be multiplied beyond limit in telling of those far western Christmas days of pioneer times. Once when the Gunnison country of Colorado was only a group of mining camps, out of the world, getting its supplies by wagon over the mountain trails, a freighter named Ben Edmiston made a midwinter trip into the country with groceries. Times were prosperous in the Gunnison district. Some great strikes had been reported during the autumn and winter months. Edmiston had made up his mind that he would be able to drive a thrifty trade in Christmas delicacies and trinkets if he could reach the camps by holiday time. His wagon was loaded with the luxuries of life: canned fruits, sugar-cured hams from the East, boxes of sweet crackers, pails of candy, and a lot of odds and ends. A week before Christmas, he was congratulating himself that he would have ample time at the camps to dispose of his cargo. The early part of December had been mild, without much snow, and the trails were open. He made good time until he got well into the mountains. Then, without warning, the winter snows began. One morning, 3 or 4 days before Christmas, he awoke to find a hard storm driving. 6 inches of snow lay upon his blankets, and the wind was piling the snow deep in the hollows. By noontime, he had to shovel the heaped snow out of his way in the cuts. The next morning, before leaving camp, he divided his load in half, pushing ahead with what he thought he might be able to carry through. His progress was more and more slow. On the night before Christmas, he was blocked. There was nothing in that to dismay him, save that it meant, perhaps, some loss of trading. He had food enough on his wagon for a winter's supply, even if he fared sumptuously every day. He wasn't at all worried on his own account. He built a snug windbreak out of boughs beside his wagon, started a campfire, spent the night in solid comfort, and in the long leisure of the next day made ready for a Christmas dinner. Though it was to be eaten in solitude, it was to be no commonplace camp event. It would set a record for holiday feasts in the mountains. Just as darkness fell, it was ready. He had broiled 2 thick slices of tender ham. He had opened a box of his sweet crackers, a can of peaches in thick syrup, a can of preserved plums, and a can of sardines in oil. There were besides some odds and ends of delicacies, all spread out upon the ground between the campfire and the shelter of boughs. At the last he wanted water for his pot of coffee and went down to a spring at the foot of the slope below the trail. Suddenly he heard his camp in commotion. The horses, tethered in shelter near the wagon, were snorting and plunging in frightened excitement. One of them broke away and went down the trail at top speed. The others were evidently in a frenzy of fear. Dropping his pail of water, Edmiston scrambled up the bank. He had a Christmas guest, an uninvited guest, but one nevertheless very much at home. A brown bear was squatted in the midst of the feast spread upon the ground, helping himself most informally, hungrily indifferent to everything but this rare chance for a full meal. How the beast happened to be there, Edmiston could only guess. Perhaps the recent mild weather had led him to put off seeking his winter quarters, or perhaps the odors of the food had enticed him from his shelter somewhere nearby. But there he was, very much at home. He was paying no attention to the frightened horses, but had his whole attention bent upon a slice of ham which he was tearing into mouthfuls. Edmiston's rifle was in the wagon. He had no arms upon him save a small knife. But he was not disposed to let the marauder have his way. Seizing a stone, he threw it with all his strength. It struck the bear full in the breast with a sounding thud. Another caught him upon the throat. It was inhospitable treatment, but it did not have the effect of driving him away. In hot resentment he charged, and Edmiston took to a tree. There he sat, helpless, while the bear finished his Christmas dinner, bit by bit, to the last shred and crumb, taking his time about it. By and by, when nothing was left, he went shuffling away up the mountain. At another Christmas time, in the early days of Butte, Montana, a number of miners were gathered from outlying camps for a celebration. There was nothing of the Christmas spirit in their plans. They meant to give themselves to a carousal, a wild fit of indulgence that would make a break in the monotony of their life in the remote places. Women and children had no part in the camps. There was no thought of them in the minds of the men gathered for this mad holiday. They were thinking of themselves only. One company of half a dozen camp friends came into town late in the evening and threw themselves at once into the whirl of excitement. A bar room was the first point of interest. Bottles and glasses were set before them, and the glasses were filled. One of the younger men, moved by impulse or whim, raised his above his head. "This is the kids' day," he said. "Here's to the kids, wherever they are." How it happened, none of them might have been able to say. The glasses were lowered upon the bar, and the drink went untasted. One of the company, bolder than his mates, offered a suggestion presently while they lingered, and these adventure-toughened men did not drink, but went out to the street in a body upon a new quest. They were hunting, not for bar rooms, but for toy stores and candy shops, and while they walked they were looking for the children. Before Christmas night they had ransacked Butte from top to bottom, through all the highways and byways, for the kids. Not a drop of liquor did that curious brotherhood taste upon its holiday. Not a child in the town that these men could find went to bed on Christmas night without a taste of happiness. It was a red-letter Christmas for the children of Butte. The Burton family, in the days before Wounded Knee, had a small cattle ranch in northeastern Wyoming. The Sioux were not yet confined to the reservations. In spite of all vigilance, parties of them would now and then leave the lines, hunting or pillaging and terrifying the settlers. One of these parties was out at a Christmas time in the middle 80s. There had been no actual encounters with the whites, but many beef animals had been killed. Burton and the other ranchmen of the wide neighborhood had their hands full with riding the range and trying to keep their herds from greater loss. On Christmas Eve, Mrs. Burton was with her 2 little children at the ranch house. The children were in bed, and the mother was dressing a tiny tree for their morning surprise. It was well toward midnight when the door was pushed open and a Sioux came into the room on hands and knees. He had been hurt by a fall from a stumbling pony late in the afternoon and had crept for nearly a mile, by slow stages, to reach the house. He gave her to understand that he would stay here overnight. Fearful, but keeping that feeling well hidden, she made him a bed of blankets before the fire and gave him bread and meat and hot coffee. He ate and drank till there was neither drop nor crumb left. Then he began to ask questions about the little tree that stood in the chimney corner across from him, questions that were in part signs and in part half-intelligible words. She answered him as well as she could, telling him what the tree meant and the coming day. By and by he slept, while she lay awake through the night beside her children. In the morning, when she had given him breakfast, she harnessed a team to a light wagon and drove him to his camp, 8 or 10 miles distant. She was afraid to leave the children behind, but the Sioux scrawled upon the boards of the house door with a bit of red stone, making rude pictures. To her they meant nothing. To him they meant something out of the law of his people. "No hurt," he told her, and she took his word for it. At the camp, when he had been lifted from the wagon, he bade her wait while others of the Sioux were called to him in his tepee. They came and went, men and women, stopping sometimes to stare at her in curious silence. Then they came again, saying nothing, but laying gifts in the wagon. Children's garments of soft skins, gay with colored beads and porcupine quills, children's feathered headdresses, a painted bow with a skin quiver full of light arrows, all manner of trinkets. By and by, one of the men told her by a sign that she might go home. The camp was moved that day, and thereafter the Sioux did not trouble in that valley. Full of these Christmas tales is the West, Christmas tales of the times when it was young. Most of them tell of poor makeshifts for Christmas as we know it. But wasn't the manger in Bethlehem something of a makeshift? End of Christmas When the West Was Young. Stories of Far Western Christmas Days of Pioneer Times by William R. Leighton. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Cradle Hymn by Martin Luther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky, and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh. End of Cradle Hymn by Martin Luther.
A Dark Evening by Pansy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by TriciaG. A Dark Evening. He was just discouraged, and that was the whole of it. He sat close to the stove, leaned his ragged elbow on his knee and his cheek on a rather sooty hand, and gave himself up to troubled thought, the 2 books which had slipped from him lying unheeded on the floor. Let them lie there. What was the use in trying to study? Here was the 3rd evening this week that he had been held after hours, when he wanted to go to the night school and find out how to do that example. He might just as well give up first as last. There was a loud stamping outside, and the door of the little flag station burst open, letting in a rush of winter air. "Halloo!" said a boy of about 14, muffled to his eyes in fur. "Hello yourself," said the boy by the stove, without changing his position more than was necessary to glance up. "Has the 6 o'clock freight gone down yet?" "Not as I know of. I wish she would be about it. I've been waiting on her now an hour after time." "Lucky for me she is behind, though. I guess I can catch a ride into town on her, can't I? I've been out to Windmere, and missed the 5 o'clock mail. I set out to foot it, but it is rather rough walking against this wind, especially when you have to walk on ice. I'd rather be toted in on the freight than to try it. Do you suppose they will give me a lift?" "You can sit down and wait, and try for it if you like." And the boy glanced toward a 3-legged stool. "I'd give you this chair, only it hasn't any bottom," he said, with a dreary attempt at a smile. "The stool is all right. Do you have to wait every night for the freight?" "No, not much oftener than every other night. It isn't my business to wait at all, but as often as 3 times a week the fellow in charge wants me to do that or something else after I'm off duty." "So you fill up the time with reading. That's a good idea. What have you here?" And the visitor stooped and picked up the fallen books. "Arithmetic and history! You are studying, eh? Well, now, I call that industrious. Where do you go to school?" "Nowhere. I pretend to go to the evening class at the 23rd Street station, and sometimes I get there twice in the week, and sometimes only once. It's a discouraging kind of studying. I've been after one example for 2 weeks, and I can't get it." "Whereabouts are you?" "Ho, that old fellow! I remember him. I can show you about it. There's just a mean little catch to it. But you've done well to get so far along." Then the 2 heads bent over the book, and over the row of figures on the margin of a freight bill, and presently the face of the discouraged boy lighted with a smile. He saw through the catch. Then there was a little talk between the 2. Ralph Westwood learned that the boy was an orphan, was working at the freight depot beyond his strength and on very small pay, because times were hard and boys plenty; that he had a little sister in the orphans' home, and the ambition of his life was to learn and become a scholar and earn money to support the little sister. He went to school regularly while mother lived, and worked between times to help support himself. And mother wanted him to be a scholar, and thought it was in him, but she had been dead for 2 years, and things were growing worse with him, and sometimes he was discouraged. Then the freight came, and Ralph Westwood caught his ride into town, and had only time to say, "Don't give it up, Charlie. Who knows what may happen? Christmas is coming." "Christmas," said Charlie to himself with a bitter smile. What could that bring to him but more work because of an extra train, and late hours, and scanty fare, and not even time to run up to the home and see little Nell? Didn't he remember how it was last Christmas? As for Ralph Westwood, he waited only to brush the snow from his clothes and wash away the stains of soot from his hands, which must have been left when he shook hands with Charlie. Then he sought a handsome library where a gentleman sat reading. Here he did not even wait to reply to the cordial "Good evening," which greeted him, save as his polite bow was a reply. Then he dashed into business. "Uncle Ralph, I've found your boy for you." "Indeed, that is quick work. Where did you find him?" "I blundered on him. The very one. I didn't know why I should have missed the 5 o'clock train, and he didn't know why he should have to do overwork tonight. I hope we shall both have a glorious reason why worked out before our eyes." Then he drew a low chair in front of the lovely grate fire and told his story. That was 3 weeks before Christmas. A great deal can be done in 3 weeks. Ralph Westwood and his Uncle Ralph did a great deal, and at the end of the time knew almost more about Charlie Weston than he knew of himself. The end of it all, or more properly speaking, the beginning of it all, came to Charlie on Christmas Eve, an invitation to Dr. Westwood's elegant home to meet 7 boys, all of whom were in the Sabbath school class which Charlie had just joined. I wish I had time to tell you about the dinner table to which they all sat down. Roast turkey, of course, and cranberry sauce, and chicken pie, and jellies, and tarts, and all the elegancies of an elegant dinner, the like of which none of them had ever seen before. At each plate was a bouquet of roses. Think of roses at Christmas for 8 hard-working, homeless boys. Some people might think they didn't like those roses with all their hearts, but some people don't understand some boys. Slipped into each bouquet was a slip of paper which said on it, "Merry Christmas," in beautiful writing, and then followed wonderful things. One paper was a receipt for a year's house rent, for one of the boys who lived with his mother and had hard work to meet the landlord's agent each month. Another had an order on a certain tailor for a full suit of clothes, such as it could be plainly seen he very much needed. Everyone had something. When Charlie Weston read his, he turned red and pale by turns, and stammered and trembled, and knew not what to say. It was longer than the others, and it took him some time to understand it all. But at last he made out that he was to enter the Fort Street Grammar School as a pupil on the Tuesday after New Year's, and that his home was to be at Dr. Westwood's office, which he was expected to keep in order in return for his board and clothes. What an amazing chance had come to him! Do you wonder that he trembled and stammered? But, after all, I don't know that he was any happier than Ralph Westwood, who hovered about him in great satisfaction, and in one of the pauses of his duties as assistant host, found a chance to murmur, "I say, Charlie, aren't you rather glad the 6 o'clock freight was late that night?" End of A Dark Evening by Pansy.
Darling, A Christmas Story by an unknown author. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Darling, A Christmas Story. Go along with you, good for nothing. The cruel words were accompanied by a savage push, and the cellar door of a dilapidated tenement closed with a crash. Up the broken stone steps into the unpitying December night crept a little boy, shivering and weeping bitterly. He was only 6 years old, a mere baby, and, filled with terror, turned the nearest corner and fled as fast as his tiny feet would carry him until, almost breathless and completely bewildered, he sank down in the shadow of a great warehouse. Only a few days ago it was all so different. There was a soft-voiced lady named Mamma who called him darling and kissed him. She used to sew all day, and sometimes in the night he would wake to find her arms about him and his face wet. And one night she told him she was going to heaven, a bright, warm, beautiful place. She couldn't take him with her, but if he would be a good boy, Jesus would bring him there sometime. The next morning she was very white and still, and did not answer when he called her name. Then people came and took him downstairs and were not kind to him, and ever since he had been hungry and cold and lonesome. Why not ask Jesus to take him to heaven now? No passer-by heard the sweet lisping tones that said, "Mamma's dweezes, I's trying to be good. I want my mamma. Please show me where heaven is." But above the Christmas Eve jubilee of the great city, up through the azure heights to the throne of him who was once a babe in Bethlehem of Judea, went that baby prayer. The sobs ceased. The tiny figure rose and trudged bravely on and on, unnoticed by the crowd that surged through the thoroughfare into which he had turned. A little way back from the street stood a great ivory-mantled church. There was a faint illumination within which threw out soft tints of crimson and blue upon the newly fallen snow. The vestibule doors stood ajar. "This is most heaven," said the child, creeping into the great temple. It was not the hour of service, and a solitary light in the organ loft served only to dissolve the darkness into a twilight through which the massive grandeur of the sacred place could be felt rather than seen. Strains of soft, delicious music, floating on the warm air and mingling with the fragrance of flowers, seemed to breathe peace on earth through all the shadowy arches. "This Jesus will come the west of the way," softly murmured the child as, overcome by fatigue, he entered a high-backed pew and was soon asleep on the velvet cushions. Miss Deborah Van Zandt sat in a great easy-chair before a blazing fire, and gazed long and sadly into the glowing depths, which sent a ruddy gleam over her snowy hair, stern, handsome face, and shapely, gem-studded hands. Christmas Eve, and she the only surviving member of her family, encased in her pride of birth and wealth alone in her palatial home, unloving and unloved on this, the gladdest night of the year. It is no wonder that a feeling of unconquerable loneliness and longing began to melt the frigidity of her nature. She rose and walked to the window, and, drawing aside the heavy curtains, watched the brilliantly lighted houses across the way, until a tear fell on her folded hands. For a moment she let it lie there, looking at it with sorrowful interest, for to the stately mistress of the Van Zandt mansion it was rarer than a diamond. But the carriage stood at the door, and the maid entered the room with Miss Deborah's bonnet and fur cloak. 15 minutes later an aristocratic figure entered the Van Zandt pew at St. Matthew's Church, and gave a little well-bred start of surprise to see a ragged child with tangled golden curls asleep on the crimson cushions. Presently a blaze of light illumined the vast sanctuary. A glorious Te Deum resounded above the worshipping congregation, and Miss Deborah felt a slight touch on her arm, and turned to meet the gaze of a pair of great lustrous blue eyes, and an awed but joyous whisper, "Is this heaven?" "No, child," was the astonished reply. "Then where is it? My mamma's there, and I want her." Miss Deborah evaded this perplexing query by asking, "What is your name, little boy?" "Darlin'." "What else?" "Mamma's darlin'. Will you take me to heaven?" "I can't, dear, but I'll take you home with me. Lie still a while," she whispered, and pillowed the sunny head on her costly velvet and furs until the last grand anthem died away into the apostolic benediction. 2 hours after, Miss Deborah sat once more in her luxurious home, with an inspiration in her heart and a white-robed Christmas gift in her arms. "Isn't you my other mamma?" cooed a tiny voice, as a dimpled cheek nestled against her own. "Yes, darling." "Then I has 2 mammas and Jesus." The last word came very faintly, and Miss Deborah, as the sweet eyes closed, tucked her treasure into a snowy couch and turned, filled with glad wonder and surprise, as she gazed on the Christ-child sweetly sleeping in innocence. There are good angels still lingering in this cold world. End of Darling, a Christmas Story by an unknown author.
The Epiphany by Charles Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. It was a king of Negro land, a king of Chinatown, and an old prince of Iran, who to the child kneeled down. It was a king of blackamoors, a king of men slant-eyed, a lord among sun-worshippers, who at the newborn spied. It was a king with savage eyes, king with a queer pigtail, king with a high and sunlit brow, who bade the newborn hail. Back rode they to one country, one spiritual land, 3 kings of my soul's country, who touched the newborn's hand. 2. 3 kings rode into Bethlehem from Zion hastily. When Joseph opened door to them, they entered in all 3. The child upon Our Lady's lap, the kings bowed down before. To see this wonder by good hap, the slaves thronged at the door. The first king fell upon his face. O child, a sign behold! The princes of the Gentile race offer a gift of gold. Our Lady shuddered in her place. For riches men are sold. I wot that when thou goest up unto thy throne of might, 'tis I shall bear the golden cup, and come into thy sight. Humbly the second king kneeled down. O child, thy dignity behold in frankincense foreshown. Take thou this gift from me. Our Lady covered with her gown her eyes from perjury. I wot that when with offering thou seest thy father's face, 'tis I that shall the censer swing in that most holy place. The third stood forth and bowed his head. I bring a gift of myrrh. Our Lady crossed herself for dread when he looked down on her. I bring a gift, O child, he said, meet for thy sepulchre. I wot that when thy lips are dumb, and men defile thy head, 'tis I shall wait thee till thou come to be among the dead. When thou art neither king nor priest, thou shalt be friend to me. When thou of all slain men art least, 'tis I shall neighbour be. But when thou sway'st thy golden rod, or drinkest the new wine, or goest in before thy God with minstrelsy divine, 'tis I of whom within thy breast the hidden pledge shall be. The prayer wherewith thou art possessed shall be a prayer for me. The child upon Our Lady's lap, the kings bowed down before. To see this wonder, by good hap, the slaves thronged at the door. 3 kings rode out from Bethlehem to eastward hastily. Our Lady caught to save from them the child upon her knee. 3. King Herod was a wiser king than all the eastern lords. They brought incense, gold, and myrrh. He sent swords. They saw a new prophet born. Down their gifts they laid. In dream King Herod looked on man and was afraid. In dream saw God a carpenter marching with his guild, saw the mighty strikes begin, God's death he willed. Lest on the oppressor roll war through town and shire, not with noise or bloody ware, but with fuel of fire. Lest the Christ, the people's Son, without end increase, on his shoulder government, and his name peace. King Herod was a wiser king than all our English lords. They bring acts of parliament, but he sent swords. End of the Epiphany by Charles Williams. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Father Christmas at Home by Mrs. M.H. Spielman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Twilight. It was afternoon on a cold December day. Eva, all alone in the schoolroom, sat down on the hearthrug and looked thoughtfully into the fire. She was, however, not quite alone, for her tiny Yorkshire Terrier sprang on her lap, and after turning round and round, pawing at her frock as though to make a comfortable hollow, settled cozily down. "Dot," she said, smoothing the hair back from its eyes, "I'm very miserable. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and everyone is happy except me. I'm in trouble again. Somehow I'm always in trouble. I've spoilt my velvet frock washing your feet, and you didn't want them washed, did you?" The Honorable Dot, to give it its full title, looked desirous of forgetting the incident, then licked her hand as a reply seemed expected. "Perhaps if I had some brothers and sisters, they'd get into mischief sometimes, and it wouldn't always be me." Dot paid no heed to her grammar, was bored, and sighed heavily. "I really didn't mean it when I said I gloried in being naughty. Don't snore, Honorable. There'll be complaints from next door." It was curious, but Eva was having remorse, brought on by all the talk of peace and goodwill, which was in the air. "I've tried things before," she muttered. "But I know what I'll do this time," she exclaimed. "I'll give a cot to a hospital." The little dog growled a protest as she suddenly got up from the floor. Eva counted the money in her money box. "I've 5 shillings, all but 3 farthings. I'm sure that is nothing like enough," she mused. "It must cost at least 1,000,000 sterling pounds." Tears came into her eyes, but they flowed down onto a smile, as she thought of someone who always managed to do kind deeds and who might help her. Father Christmas. Eva thought of asking no less a person than Father Christmas himself to advise her. But how to find him and get a nice quiet chat with him was the difficulty. That he would come to her on Christmas Eve she had no doubt, as he never forgot her, but she had only managed to be awake and see him once, a long time ago, and then she but got a glimpse of him, for he rushed out of her room as though in a terrible hurry. Dot's little mistress slept badly that night. She was racking her brain as to how she could manage to remain awake so as to see Father Christmas when he came, and then how she could coax him to stay for a talk, for she knew quite well how busy he must be when he was on his rounds. The following afternoon, during a general rummage that was going on to find tiny candles and colored glass balls that were over from last year's Christmas tree, Eva picked up a scrap of printed paper, which had come out of an old cracker. She took it upstairs to her favorite spot on the hearthrug and read it aloud to Dot. "Father Christmas sends this note from out his mansion by the moat to all who live on land and sea, to honor Christmas Day with glee, inviting them to pass his way, with glee to honor Christmas Day." Eva flushed with excitement. "Why, it's a message from him!" she cried. "It's some kind of invitation." And she gave Dot such a squeeze of delight that the little creature squeaked shrilly, scurried off, and laid low under the table. She thought and puzzled and pondered over the lines she had just read. At last she grasped their meaning. "Of course! How simple after all!" she concluded. "He lives at some moated house, and I must go to him, not wait for him to come to me. He always comes down the chimney. That's the way I must go up." Eva didn't hesitate a moment. The opportunity had come for which she longed. She ran downstairs into the large old-fashioned hall, which was overheated as usual by the hot air pipes, for the huge chimney place was too much of a curiosity ever to be used. Here, she felt sure, was the starting point of her adventure. Luckily, no one was about. It was windy when she looked up the great chimney, so she took her long fair hair and made it into a loose plait in order to keep it from blowing about her face. Then she prepared to start and secure the first footing. Eva had never been up a chimney before, and when she began climbing, she was quite surprised to find how nice and clean it was, with steps and all white tiles. She toiled up, and could see blue sky and fleeting white clouds above. After a time, she stopped to rest in a little recess in the chimney side. When she started climbing again, the blue sky faded away, twilight came on, and in this very, very long chimney, the light became quite dim. Very soon, however, she felt with a little thrill of pleasure the keen air all around her head and shoulders, and she knew she had come to the top. Fortunately, there was a ladder already placed for Father Christmas to mount, and down that she went, looking below all the time so as not to make a false step. It was a very, very long ladder indeed, and Eva began to think she would have to go on stepping down forever, when at last she found herself on the ground again, in a country field with hoarfrost stiffening the blades of grass, across which she ran straight ahead as hard as ever she could go. Starlight. Once only did she halt by the side of a lane to consider what she should do if she couldn't find her destination after all. 2 robins alighted in front of her, hopped about, and fluttered forward. They were so persistent that they interested her, and she followed them. They flew along a side path, and Eva ran after them, ran till she arrived eager and breathless at a wooden bridge, and found that she was in a park, that above her was the dark vault of heaven, decked out in all its diamonds, that the bridge led across a moat, and that in front of her was a splendid old country mansion, brilliantly lighted up, where the robins alighted on a window sill, and paying no further attention to her, busied themselves with crumbs. Then Eva advanced, almost in spite of herself, went up the front steps, and, standing on tiptoe, lifted the knocker and let it fall. The knocker resounded for a while musically, like a peal of bells. When they ceased, the door opened, and a very ancient man confronted her. He was tall and thin and bent, and was dressed in draperies, with bare legs, and he had a funny little curl in the middle of his bald forehead. "Is Father Christmas at home, please?" faltered Eva. "Yes, little madam," came the reply. "Do you want to see him? Really? But you will be astonished. I warn you. Aren't you frightened?" "Not a bit," replied Eva. "Brave little girl," said the very ancient man. "Come in." And he ushered her into an old oak-paneled room. It had a delicious sense of comfort, and a delight about it which, for the moment, she didn't try to define. Her attention was attracted by catching sight of what she thought was her own reflection in the large mirror against the wall. It was a little girl who came in at the same time, and was of exactly her own height. As she looked closer, she saw that the other child was uglier than herself, unkind in expression, slovenly in appearance, and tried to hide herself, rather, in the dark corner where she remained. And Eva, in the novel surroundings, soon forgot all about her. At the far end was a great log fire, and near it a huge armchair, in which sat a stout, healthy, red-faced old gentleman, warmly wrapped in a crimson dressing-gown. He was leaning back, thinking or dozing. Eva advanced with soft steps. She was full of eagerness and excitement, for she recognized the white-bearded, handsome old face at once from the many-colored portraits she had seen. It was Father Christmas himself. Eva never knew what impelled her to do it, but when she got close to him, she simply threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Bless my soul!" exclaimed Father Christmas, starting, and catching her up, he seated her on his knee. He recognized her at once. "How you've grown since last year, Eva!" And he looked at her with beaming eyes. "I suppose you know you're trespassing, and the penalty is 40 crackers or a kiss." And he chuckled and laughed so merrily that she felt quite comfortable, finding trespassing a very pleasant occupation, and wasn't a bit alarmed at the penalty. "And what brings me this honor?" he continued. "Good evening, Father Christmas," spoke up Eva quite boldly. "I'm afraid I disturbed you." "Oh, yes, you've disturbed me, all right," he replied briskly, "but I was only resting a little after my labors before going on my rounds tonight." "What labors?" "Toys. Toys and sweets. I've been making toys and things all the year through, and have only just got them finished in time. I love making crackers, too. I spend all my evenings writing mottos for them." "I found your invitation, Mr. Christmas." "Bless me, did you now? Ah." He stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment, and remained silent. Eva looked about her in amazement. "Those are all secrets," he observed after a time. Father Christmas included with a sweep of the arm the toys which were everywhere about, hanging from the ceiling, lying about on the tables and sofas, standing as ornaments on the mantelpiece, filling the shelves of the bookcases, peeping from behind the glass cabinets, toys wherever one looked. He arose, and, taking her by the hand, led her round to enjoy the pretty sight, and paying no attention whatever to the sullen little girl in the corner. He asked Eva if she would like to see around his domain. "Oh, yes, yes," she cried. She quite appreciated the special honor that was being done her. "They'll be coming in here soon to pack," he added. "I'm going to leave all these secrets myself at their destinations." There was a tremendous bustle going on at the rear of the premises, where a whole army of packers, carriers, postmen, and porters were hurrying about, letting down toys from the loft, packing them, labeling them to places far and wide, loading them on huge vans, which came rumbling in and out of the courtyard with cracking of whips and parting shouts of good luck. Superintending the arrangements, walking to and fro, was the very ancient man. He was so alert and always on the spot where wanted, yet Eva was thinking his age must at least be 200, when Father Christmas said kindly, "My dear, this is my father. He is known as Father Time, and you have known him without having really met him face to face before." "I didn't recognize him, and I didn't know he was your father, sir," she whispered. "Why, yes, don't you know that my full name is Christmas Time?" "Of course it is," she exclaimed with a laugh. The next visit was through a covered way to the printing works, where the mottos and directions for toys and Father Christmas's visiting cards were printed. These cards were all different in design, and each was a beautiful picture stamped with his name and his own motto, peace and goodwill. Behind was the sweet factory, with its tempting packets and muslin stockings of all sizes full of sugar plums. But as Father Time appeared, Father Christmas whispered that he feared they must not linger, and led the way up a spiral staircase in order to enable Eva to have a peep into the toy loft, where men were letting the toys down into the busy yard below. How she would have loved to stay longer in each delightful place, but without a murmur she followed her guide below and back to the oak-paneled room. It looked so bare and different without the toys, much like any ordinary room. "And now, my dear," he said, "you must excuse me for a short time, as I must go upstairs and get ready." "Please, ought I to be going?" she asked politely. "No, no, not yet," and he went away up the grand staircase to his bedroom. There he took from the drawer his scarlet fur-lined cloak and hood with wide swansdown trimming, which had been put away in lavender, chose his thickest top boots, and humming a song, proceeded to array himself for the long cold journey in store for him that night. Meanwhile, the moment he left his little visitor downstairs, the strange-looking child approached her. "What's your name?" asked Eva pleasantly. "Eva," came the surly reply. "Why, that's my name. Of course, I know you. I know you through and through, good and bad, and I wish I didn't." "You're a horrid storyteller," said Eva angrily. "Supposing I am. It's easier to tell stories than to tell the truth. Saves a lot of trouble. Besides, it's nice. You know that as well as I do." Eva would have liked to deny it, only she felt too scornful. "Saves trouble," she said to herself, "makes trouble." But she flushed as she remembered she had once thought that too, but only for a moment, and she was ashamed of it now. She was ruffled and uncomfortable at the proximity of this horrid girl, who now said slyly, "Look over there in that cupboard. There's a doll that has been forgotten. I want it, and I'm going to take it and hide it under my pinafore." "You mayn't, you mustn't," cried Eva. "It would be stealing." "I don't care. Father Christmas won't know." "Yes, he will. I shall tell him. Then I'll say it was given to me." "You horrid girl. You dreadful storyteller." "Don't be silly. What does it matter telling stories and stealing, so long as you're not found out?" "It's just as bad if you're not found out. But you are bound to be found out," cried Eva, in horror and disgust as she saw her approach the coveted treasure. "I tell you, wicked people are always found out. They never escape unpunished. I want it, and I'm going to have it." You mustn't. Come away. You shan't, shouted Eva, running after her, and she seized her by both wrists. Come away. Oh, do come away. You fool. Leave me alone. Get away. And with a scoffing laugh, the girl shook herself free, sprang on a sofa, opened the cupboard, and stretched out her hand. Without a word, Eva threw herself upon her, slammed to the glass door, and in the struggle, they fell together on the floor. There was a crash of broken glass, and through the noise, Eva heard the voice of her opponent saying faintly, Let me go. You have won. When she got up carefully, shaking the bits of glass from her frock, and looked around, the horrid little girl had disappeared. The next moment, her host stood in the doorway with a curious smile on his face. I'm going now, he said. Will you come? Oh, please, Father Christmas, exclaimed Eva ruefully, as she looked at the glass on the floor. Do wait. I want to explain something. I can't keep my father waiting, he answered gently. She followed him to the front door. There in the frosty night, a beautiful sledge was in waiting, hung with baskets and sacks overflowing with toys and sweets. Father Christmas took his seat and beckoned to Eva. To her joy, he lifted her onto his lap and wrapped his great coat about her. Father Time, who was on the box, shook the reins, and the two reindeer, impatient to be off, sped rapidly away amid the jangling of bells, carrying the travelers over the bridge, through the park, past holly and fir trees all powdered with glistening frost, out over the country into the bright, crisp night. Moonlight. There was Eva with Father Christmas, all snug amongst his soft furs on his rounds. Why do you take some toys yourself, she asked, and send others away in the great carts? Those in the carts are for my export and wholesale trade shops, and so on. These I take are for my special favorites. You're on my list, my dear, you know. Eva's heart was full of tenderness and pride, but tears were in her eyes as she said, peering appealingly into his kind face, May I whisper something? He bent his head, and she whispered, Bless my soul, was all Father Christmas replied, but he looked very pleased and jolly. And I should like to pay for it, continued Eva. I've got 5 shillings, all but 3 farthings. Never mind about that, my dear. But I'm sure I ought, she replied dubiously. Dear Father Christmas, you are always doing kindnesses. Could you tell me how to do something like giving a cot to a hospital, or a free library, or something? That's what I really came to ask you about, only I forgot it until now. I'm so often in trouble, and I've so often tried to do some good, but it doesn't come off somehow. And she sighed. What you ask me is a secret, he answered. Some people are quick to find it out for themselves. Some people never find it out. But I will tell it to you, dear, because I know that by tomorrow you will be on the high road to guessing it. It is this. You need not give things. You needn't try to be good. Try only not to be troublesome. If you are sweet and gentle and kind, you give happiness. Not only do you give it, but you can then only find happiness yourself. Somehow, it didn't sound a bit like a sermon. It was more like being told the delightfully easy answer to a difficult sum. Eva nestled closer to her dear old friend as she listened. It was all so peaceful, reassuring, and soothing. The moon was shining down on the sledge and its strange occupants, and Eva was just going to ask if he could tell her who the little girl was, and all about her, when she felt her arms were being disengaged from where they clung about him, and she found herself gently deposited on firm ground, and alone. The Honorable Dot barked with delight because it was Christmas Eve, and it was going with its little mistress to dine downstairs, and very joyful and succulent the event proved to be. Not long after, when it was fast asleep in its basket, Eva was sitting up in bed waiting anxiously to receive the visit of her recent host. Father Christmas had done her so much good, and she wanted to tell him so, as she had had no opportunity of doing before. She was dropping asleep in that attitude when she heard a slight noise. Immediately she started up, and clutching tightly at a rapidly retreating figure, she laughed aloud to find she had succeeded in catching Father Christmas, who, mildly yielding to her entreaties, sat down by her side. I have wakened you, he said regretfully. Oh no, I was waiting for you. and she told him about the happy time she had spent with him, and thanked him nicely. "What a dreadful little girl that other Eva was," she concluded. "Who was she?" "Ah," said Father Christmas very quickly, "she is what you might be were you to give way to bad feelings. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, my dear." And without explaining further, he kissed her and rapidly withdrew on his business. Daylight. Outside the uncurtained window, the sun was shining. Snow had been falling softly and was piled high on the sill, and over the hushed landscape from the far distance, the Christmas bells were ringing. Eva joyfully hugged a large doll, which she had found asleep on her pillow. It was only later, when she thought over past events in detail, that it appeared to her, though she had not paid attention to it at the time, that Father Christmas seemed ill at ease when he was her visitor. Perhaps it was because he was in a hurry. Somehow he was different from the stout, merry-faced old gentleman she had been to see. He had strangely shrunk to nearly as thin as her own father, and as pale comparatively, which she thought very odd. And when she looked up into that wonderful and mysterious old chimney again, she saw that it was all dark and black, and as uninviting as any ordinary dirty old chimney, so that it was quite hopeless for her ever to venture up it again to find old Father Christmas at home. End of Father Christmas at Home by Mrs. M.H. Spielman.
The Heavenly Christmas Tree by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heavenly Christmas Tree by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I am a novelist, and I suppose I have made up this story. I write "I suppose," though I know for a fact that I have made it up, but yet I keep fancying that it must have happened somewhere at some time, that it must have happened on Christmas Eve in some great town in a time of terrible frost. I have a vision of a boy, a little boy, 6 years old or even younger. This boy woke up that morning in a cold, damp cellar. He was dressed in a sort of little dressing gown and was shivering with cold. There was a cloud of white steam from his breath, and sitting on a box in the corner, he blew the steam out of his mouth and amused himself in his dullness watching it float away. But he was terribly hungry. Several times that morning he went up to take the plank bed where his sick mother was lying on a mattress as thin as a pancake, with some sort of bundle under her head for a pillow. How had she come here? She must have come with her boy from some other town and suddenly fallen ill. The landlady who let the corners had been taken 2 days before to the police station. The lodgers were out and about as the holiday was so near, and the only one left had been lying for the last 24 hours, dead drunk, not having waited for Christmas. In another corner of the room, a wretched old woman of 80, who had once been a children's nurse but was now left to die friendless, was moaning and groaning with rheumatism, scolding and grumbling at the boy so that he was afraid to go near her corner. He had got a drink of water in the outer room, but could not find a crust anywhere, and he had been on the point of waking his mother a dozen times. He felt frightened at last in the darkness. It had long been dusk, but no light was kindled. Touching his mother's face, he was surprised that she did not move at all, and that she was as cold as the wall. "It is very cold here," he thought. He stood a little, unconsciously letting his hands rest on the dead woman's shoulders. Then he breathed on his fingers to warm them, and then quietly, fumbling for his cap on the bed, he went out of the cellar. He would have gone earlier, but was afraid of the dog which had been howling all day at the neighbor's door at the top of the stairs. But the dog was not there now, and he went out into the street. Mercy on us, what a town! He had never seen anything like it before. In the town from which he had come, it was always such black darkness at night. There was one lamp for the whole street. The little low-pitched wooden houses were closed up with shutters. There was no one to be seen in the street after dusk. All the people shut themselves up in their houses, and there was nothing but the howling of packs of dogs, hundreds and thousands of them barking and howling all night. But there it was so warm, and he was given food, while here, oh dear, if he only had something to eat. And what a noise and rattle here! What light and what people, horses and carriage, and what a frost! The frozen steam hung in clouds over the horses, over their warmly breathing mouths. Their hooves clanged against the stones through the powdery snow, and everyone pushed so, and, oh dear, how he longed for some morsel to eat, and how wretched he suddenly felt. A policeman walked by and turned away to avoid seeing the boy. Here was another street. Oh, what a wide one! Here he would be run over for certain. How everyone was shouting, racing, and driving along, and the light! And what was this? A huge glass window, and through the window a tree reaching up to the ceiling. It was a fir tree, and on it were ever so many lights, gold papers, and apples, and little dolls, and horses, and there were children, clean and dressed in their best, running about the room, laughing and playing and eating and drinking something. And then a little girl began dancing with one of the boys. What a pretty little girl! And he could hear the music through the window. The boy looked and wondered and laughed, though his toes were aching with the cold, and his fingers were red and stiff so that it hurt him to move them. And all at once the boy remembered how his toes and fingers hurt him, and began crying and ran on. And again through another window pane he saw another Christmas tree, and on a table cakes of all sorts, almond cakes, red cakes, and yellow cakes, and 3 grand young ladies were sitting there, and they gave the cakes to any one who went up to them, and the door kept opening. Lots of gentlemen and ladies went in from the street. The boy crept up, suddenly opened the door and went in. Oh, how they shouted at him and waved him back. One lady went up to him hurriedly and slipped a kopeck into his hand, and with her own hands opened the door into the street for him. How frightened he was, and the kopeck rolled away and clanked up the steps. He could not bend his red fingers to hold it tight. The boy ran away and went on, where he did not know. He was ready to cry again, but he was afraid, and ran on, and blew his fingers. And he was miserable, because he felt suddenly so lonely and terrified, and all at once, mercy on us, what was this again? People were standing in a crowd, admiring. Behind a glass window there were 3 little dolls, dressed in red and green dresses, and exactly as though they were alive. One was a little old man sitting and playing a big violin. The 2 others were standing close by and playing little violins and nodding in time and looking at one another, and their lips moved. They were speaking, actually speaking, only one couldn't hear through the glass. And at first the boy thought they were alive, and when he grasped that they were dolls he laughed. He had never seen such dolls before, and had no idea there were such dolls, and he wanted to cry, but he felt amused by the dolls. All at once he fancied that someone caught at his smock behind. A wicked big boy was standing beside him and suddenly hit him on the head, snatched off his cap, and tripped him up. The boy fell down on the ground. At once there was a shout. He was numb with fright. He jumped up and ran away. He ran, and not knowing where he was going, ran in at the gate of someone's courtyard and sat down behind a stack of wood. They won't find me here. Besides, it's dark. He sat huddled up and was breathless from fright. And all at once, quite suddenly, he felt so happy. His hands and feet suddenly left off aching and grew so warm as though he were on a stove. Then he shivered all over. Then he gave a start. Why, he must have fallen asleep. How nice to have a sleep here. I'll sit here a little and go and look at the dolls again, said the boy, and smiled, thinking of them, just as though they were alive. And suddenly he heard his mother singing over him, "Mammy, I am asleep. How nice it is to sleep here." "Come to my Christmas tree, little one," a soft voice suddenly whispered over his head. He thought that this was still his mother, but no, it was not she. Who it was calling him he could not see, but someone bent over and embraced him in the darkness, and he stretched out his hands to him, and all at once, oh, what a bright light! Oh, what a Christmas tree! And yet it was not a fir. He had never seen a tree like that. Where was he now? Everything was bright and shining, and all around him were dolls. But no, they were not dolls. They were little boys and girls, only so bright and shining. They all came flying around him, and they all kissed him, took him, and carried him along with them, and he was flying himself, and he saw that his mother was looking at him and laughing joyfully. "Mammy, Mammy, oh, how nice it is here, Mammy!" And again he kissed the children and wanted to tell them at once of the dolls in the window shop. "Who are you boys? Who are you girls?" he asked, laughing and admiring them. "This is Christ's Christmas tree," they answered. "Christ always has a Christmas tree on this day for the little children who have no tree of their own." And he found out that all these little boys and girls were children just like himself, that had been frozen in the baskets in which they had as babies been laid on the doorsteps of well-to-do Petersburg people. Others had been boarded out with the Finnish women by the foundling and had been suffocated. Others had died at their starved mothers' breasts in the Samara famine. Others had died in the third-class railway carriages from the foul air, and yet they were all here. They were all like angels about Christ, and he was in the midst of them, and held out his hands to them, and blessed them and their sinful mothers. And the mothers of these children stood on one side weeping. Each one knew her boy or girl, and the children flew up to them, and kissed them, and wiped away their tears with their little hands, and begged them not to weep, because they were so happy. And down below in the morning the porter found the little dead body of the frozen child on the woodstack. They sought out his mother too. She had died before him. They met before the Lord God in heaven. Why have I made up such a story, so out of keeping with an ordinary diary and a writer's above all? And I promised 2 stories dealing with real events. But that is just it. I keep fancying that all this may have happened really. That is, what took place in the cellar and on the woodstack. But as for Christ's Christmas tree, I cannot tell you whether that could have happened or not. End of The Heavenly Christmas Tree.
The House of Christmas by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The House of Christmas. There fared a mother driven forth out of an inn to roam. In the place where she was homeless, all men are at home. The crazy stable close at hand, with shaking timber and shifting sand, grew a stronger thing to abide and stand than the square stones of Rome. For men are homesick in their homes, and strangers under the sun, and they lay their heads in a foreign land whenever the day is done. Here we have battle and blazing eyes, and chance and honor and high surprise, but our homes are under miraculous skies, where the Yule tale was begun. A child in a foul stable, where the beasts feed and foam, only where he was homeless are you and I at home. We have hands that fashion and heads that know, but our hearts we lost, how long ago? In a place no chart nor ship can show, under the sky's dome. This world is wild as an old wives' tale, and strange the plain things are. The earth is enough, and the air is enough, for our wonder and our war. But our rest is as far as the fire drake swings, and our peace is put in impossible things, where clashed and thundered unthinkable wings round an incredible star. To an open house in the evening, home shall men come, to an older place than Eden, and a taller town than Rome, to the end of the way of the wandering star, to the things that cannot be and that are, to the place where God was homeless, and all men are at home. End of The House of Christmas by G.K. Chesterton.
How to Wrap Christmas Parcels by Carolyn Sherman Bailey and Marian Elizabeth Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Peter. How to Wrap Christmas Parcels. How many boys, and big folks too, have at some time received a Christmas gift which was broken, or crushed, or spoiled in some way through the careless packing of the sender? Even at ordinary times, the mail service and express companies are hard enough upon packages given to their care. The term baggage smasher ought not to be restricted to the employees of the railways alone, and when at Christmas time the mails and express lines are congested with packages of all descriptions, and the men are tired and overworked trying to deliver gifts that have been sent at the last minute, then it is doubly needful to ensure the safety of your Christmas presents by careful packing. Of course, the wrapping of a gift cannot change its value, but you should bear in mind that your gift will seem doubly attractive to the one who receives it, if inside of the serviceable outside wrapping there is another dainty one, and the expense is so trifling that it need hardly be considered. A dozen sheets of tissue paper cost only a dime. Pure white or warm Christmassy red are the most desirable kinds. Another dime will purchase a box of Christmas seals, small ones with pictures of holly and mistletoe, or large ones with Santa Claus heads or Christmas bells on them. If you prefer tying to sealing, the 10 cents will buy a dozen yards of tying ribbon, which is crimson baby ribbon in a cheaper grade than is ordinarily sold. Gilt cord is also very attractive for tying up gifts, and a tiny spray of holly tucked under the cord or ribbon gives a final, dainty Christmas touch. Perhaps, though, you live so far away from a town that you are not able to buy these Christmas seals and the tying ribbon. Almost, if not quite as pretty to fasten the inside tissue paper wrapping of a gift, will be some very tiny red maple leaves gathered in the fall with the thought of Christmas in mind, and pressed with a hot flat iron on which some beeswax has been rubbed. This preserves the bright color of the leaves and keeps them stiff until you need to use them. After carefully folding in the ends of the tissue paper about the gift, the paper is fastened down by gluing on a few of these gay pressed leaves, and in the folds of the paper a wee spray of pine or a little wreath made of ground pine, or a bunch of partridge berries may be tucked. Another way of making a gift look like the country is to tie it with strands of sweet grass. When the gifts are wrapped, and you are ready to pack them for shipment, there are a few general rules that must be remembered. First, that the gifts must be packed as snugly as it is possible to do without harming them. Second, that nothing, not even Excelsior, is quite as effective in stopping the transmission of bumps and jars as crumpled up newspapers. Third, that the name and address of the person to whom the gift is sent, and also the address of the sender, must be legibly written in your best school hand on the outer covering where they are not liable to be torn off. You must remember that, while the names and addresses are perfectly familiar to you, they are totally unknown to the men through whose hands the parcels go, and in handling thousands of packages, illegible writing means much delay. The rule of packing things tightly refers to everything, even things which would seem most crushable, for there is far more harm done by packing these loosely so that they slip around with every turn of the package than by crushing them flat in one position. Take a delicate waist, for instance. If packed loosely, it will come out of its box rumpled and wrinkled in every direction, but if it is folded flat, the sleeves stuffed with crumpled tissue paper, and the spaces around it in the box filled with the same, it will reach its destination quite as fresh as when it started. It is better to box all gifts if possible. Very pretty Christmas boxes of all sizes and shapes may be bought in the shops, or, in place of these, you can use empty candy boxes which most people stow away for just such purposes. Do not select a box that is too small and leaves too little space for filling in with crushed paper, and try and think too of the weight of the gift in selecting your box. If you are packing odd pieces of china, wrap each piece separately, and see that they are well segregated with the crushed paper. If you are packing a number of pieces of uniform size and shape, such as saucers, plates, etc., place them in a pile with every second one well wrapped. Then wrap the whole pile and pack edgewise. China should be packed in a wooden box, with an addressed baggage tag nailed on, or the address put on the wood itself with India ink. Flat things, calendars, cards, photographs, and handkerchiefs, gloves, neckties, ribbons, etc., if unboxed, must be protected by pasteboard. For this, the corrugated pasteboard that is used by department stores is much more effective than the ordinary flat sort. It is much less easily bent, and is lighter in weight, which is of course a great advantage, because it makes the cost of mailing less. This corrugated pasteboard is also very good for wrapping things which are light in weight, but bulky and of awkward shape, for it may be rolled to accommodate almost any object. Doilies, centerpieces, and other flat embroideries must necessarily be kept uncreased in shipping, but are too large to be sent flat. Lay them first on a sheet of heavy wrapping paper, cut square and slightly larger than the embroidered piece. Then lay over the embroidery a sheet of tissue paper, and carefully roll the whole thing. Then form a tubular covering of the corrugated pasteboard, and wrap with hard wire paper outside. In tying up a tube, the cord should go twice around the tube, once near each end, and the cord which goes lengthwise should go through the opening of the tube so that the contents will not slip out. In tying packages for mailing, use good strong cord, and remember that a package must bear no kind of a seal and contain no kind of writing beyond a simple Christmas greeting if it is to go as merchandise. Even one of the little paper seals stuck over the string will render the package first class and subject to letter postage. Just one more thing to be remembered at Christmas time. Courtesy is only another name for kindness, and it would be discourteous to send a gift which was not fully prepaid, or to send a gift across the line, which is dutiable to any great extent. And in courtesy to the men and women who have to handle your gifts on their journeys, send your Christmas presents long enough ahead of time so that these men and women may not be too tired when Christmas comes to feel themselves its blessed peace and cheer. End of How to Wrap Christmas Parcels by Carolyn Sherwin Bailey and Marian Elizabeth Bailey.
Jack's Christmas by Emma K. Parrish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Garth Burton. Jack had just heard of Christmas for the first time. 10 years old and never knew about Christmas before. Jack's mother was a weary, overworked woman, and had no heart to tell the children about merry times and beautiful things in which they could have no share. His parents were very poor. When I tell you that they lived in a log house, you might think so, although some people live very comfortably in log houses. But when I say that the snow drifted through the cracks in the roof until the chamber floor was fit to go sleighing on, and that it was so cold downstairs that the gravy froze on the children's plates while they were eating breakfast, and that the little girls had no shoes but cloth ones which their mothers sewed to their stockings, you will see that they were poor indeed. Mrs. Boyd, Jack's mother, generally went about her work with a shawl tied around her, and a comforter over her ears, on account of the earache. And on the coldest days she kept Jack's little sisters wrapped up from head to foot and perched on chairs near the stove, so they wouldn't freeze. No, she didn't feel much like telling them about Christmas, when she didn't know but they would freeze to death, or, maybe, starve before that time. But Jack found out. He was going to school that winter, and one learns so much at school. He came home one night brimful of the news that Christmas would be there in 3 weeks, and that Santa Claus would come down chimneys and say, "I wish you Merry Christmas," and then put lots of nice things in all the stockings. Mrs. Boyd heard him talking, and was glad the children were enjoying themselves, but hoped from her heart that they wouldn't expect anything, only to be bitterly disappointed. Most of that evening little Janey, the youngest girl, sat singing, "Wish you Merry Kitsmas, wish you Merry Kitsmas," in a quaint little minor key that wasn't plaintive enough to be sad, nor merry enough to be jolly, but only a sweet monotony of sounds and words showing that she was contented and didn't feel any of the dreadful aches and pains which sometimes distressed her so. For a week Jack wondered and mused within himself how he could get something for Christmas presents for his little sisters. He couldn't make anything at home without their seeing it, nor at school without the teachers seeing it, or else the big boys plaguing him about it. Besides, he would rather buy something pretty, such as they had never seen before, china dolls in pink dresses, or something of that kind. One morning, however, Jack discovered some quail tracks in the snow near the straw stack, and he no longer wondered about ways and means, but in a moment was awake to the importance of this discovery. That very evening he made a wooden trap, and the next morning early set it near the stack, and laid an inviting train of wheat quite up to it, and scattered a little inside. He told his sisters, Mary and Janey, about the trap, but not about what he meant to do with the quails when he caught them. That afternoon Jack went to his trap, and to his unbounded joy found an imprisoned quail, frozen quite stiff. He quickly set the trap again, and ran to the house with his bird. All that evening he worked at quail traps, and made 3 more. It was so much warmer that their mother let the children stay up a little later than usual, and Mary ventured to bring out her playthings and Janie's. These were 2 dolls, some bits of broken dishes, and a few little pine blocks. Mary watched her mother's face until she was sure she was feeling good before she ventured to begin a play, because on days when mother was very discouraged, it made her feel worse if the children were noisy, and so they would keep quiet and speak in whispers. "Does Santa Claus bring dolls?" asked Mary, suddenly, of Jack. "Oh yes, dolls with pretty dresses on, and little bonnets and pink shoes, and little cupboards to keep their clothes in, and chairs and everything," said Jack enthusiastically. "Oh my!" sighed Mary, as she looked dolefully at their poor little heap of toys. Reader, their dolls were cobs, with square pieces of calico tied around them for dresses. And after hearing what Jack said, it wasn't so much fun playing, and the little girls soon went to bed. After they were asleep, Mrs. Boyd said reproachfully, "Jack, I wish you wouldn't say anything more about Christmas to the children." "Why, is it bad?" asked Jack, so astonished that he stopped whittling. "No, of course not, but you're getting their heads full of notions about fine things they never can have." Jack's eyes twinkled. "Oh, but you don't understand, mother," said he. "Maybe Santa Claus will come this year." His mother shook her head. "You know I caught 1 quail today," whispered Jack. "Well," said his mother. "Well, I'm going to save 'em all the week, and Saturday take 'em to the meat man in the village. I guess he'll buy 'em. I heard that quails were fetching 2 cents apiece, and I'm going to get enough money to buy the girls something nice, and you must make 'em hang up their stockings, mother, and then we'll put the things in after they get asleep." His mother smiled quite cheerfully. "Well," said she, "do the best you can." Their father was away that evening. He was generally away evenings because most of the neighbours had cosier firesides than his, besides apples, and sometimes cider, and so he passed many a pleasant hour in gossip and farm talk, while his own little family shivered gloomily at home. By Saturday morning Jack had 10 quails. The 4 traps had not been as fruitful as they ought to have been, perhaps, but this was doing very well, and he trudged joyfully to town with his game hanging on a stick over his shoulder. The meat man did indeed give 2 cents apiece for quails, and he invited Jack to bring as many more as he could get. The next Saturday was only 2 days before Christmas, and how beautiful were all the stores on the village street! Even the groceries had Christmas toys and Christmas trees. A good many boys and girls stood around the store windows pointing out the things they most admired, and wondering what Santa Claus would bring them. Jack had 15 quails, which brought him 30 cents, so he was now the owner of $half, which was more money than he had ever possessed in all his life before. But when 2 dolls were bought, and they weren't very fine dolls either, there were only 20 cents left. Jack did mean to buy something for his mother too, but he had to give that up, and after looking over the bright coloured toy books in the showcase, he selected 2 little primers, one with a pink cover and one with a blue one, and with a big ache in his throat, parted with his last 10 cents for candy. How very, very little he was buying after all, and not one thing for his dear mother, who had sat up till 2 o'clock the night before, mending his ragged clothes for him. Jack's heart was very heavy as he walked out of the gay store with such a little package, but it sank still lower when his father's tall form loomed up suddenly before him, right in front of the door. "What you doing here?" he asked sternly. "Been buying a few things," said Jack. "Let me see 'em," said his father. Jack tremblingly opened his package. "Where'd you get the money?" "With quails," said Jack, meekly. His father fumbled over the things with his big mittened hand, and said quite gently, "For the girls, I suppose." "Yes, sir," answered Jack, beginning to feel relieved. "Well, run along home." Jack was only too happy to do so. There wasn't much sympathy between him and his father, nor, indeed, between his father and any of the family. That is, there didn't seem to be, but I guess the stream was frozen over, and only needed a few gleams of sunshine to make it bubble on, laughing and gurgling as in the best of hearts. Jack related his adventures to his mother in whispers, and hid the Christmas articles in the wash boiler until such time as they should be wanted for certain small stockings. He told his mother how sorry he was not to have a present for her, and that little speech went a long way toward making her happy. That night she sat up, I wouldn't dare tell you how late, making cookies, something that hadn't been in the house before that winter. She cut them out in all manner of shapes that feminine ingenuity and a case knife could compass, not forgetting a bird for Janey, with a remarkably plump bill, and a little girl for Mary with the toes turned out. She also made some balls of brown sugar, the Boyds never thought of such a luxury as white sugar, to make-believe candy, for she didn't know Jack had bought any candy. Now I am going to tell what Mr. Boyd did after he met Jack by the toy store. He had gone to the village to have a good time. That didn't mean, as it does with some men, to get tipsy, but it meant he was going to Munger's grocery, where he could meet people and talk and joke and keep warm. Mr. Boyd had been chopping wood for a farmer, and had received his pay. But instead of going dutifully home and consulting with his wife about what he should buy, he was going to look around and see what Munger had. He was touched at the sight of Jack's poor little package of gifts, but I doubt if it would have made much impression on his mind if somebody hadn't walked into Munger's and asked in a brisk, loud voice, "Got any Brazil nuts, Munger?" The man with the brisk voice bought I don't know how many quarts of Brazil nuts, and walnuts, and filberts, and almonds, with all the loungers looking on, very much interested in the spectacle. Then he bought raisins, and candy, and oranges, Mr. Munger growing more smiling every minute. "Going to keep Christmas, I guess," said he, rubbing his hands together. "That I am. Christmas comes but once a year, and there are little folks up at our house who've been looking for it with all their eyes for a fortnight." Then he bought a bushel of apples, and, filling a peck measure with them, passed them around among the men who sat and stood about the stove. "Take 'em home to your little folks if you don't want 'em," he said, when any one hesitated. There were 3 or 4 apples apiece, and Mr. Boyd put all his in his pockets, with a slight feeling of Christmas warmth beginning to thaw his heart. After this cheery purchaser had gone, someone asked, "Who is that chap?" "He's the new superintendent of the Orphans' Asylum," answered Mr. Munger, rubbing his hands again. "And a mighty nice man he is, too. Pays for all them things out of his own pocket. Very fond of children. Always likes to see 'em happy." There were 2 or 3 men around that stove who hung their heads, and Mr. Boyd was one of them. He hung his the lowest, perhaps because he had the longest neck. I don't know what the other men did, something good and pleasant, I hope, but Mr. Boyd thought and thought. First, he thought how the orphans were going to have a brighter and merrier Christmas than his own children, who had both father and mother. Then he thought about sweet, patient little Janey, and quiet Mary, and generous Jack, who had taken so much pains to give pleasure to his sisters, and a great rush of shame filled his heart. Now, when Mr. Boyd was once thoroughly aroused, he was alive through the whole of his long frame. He thumped his knee with his fist, then arose and walked to the counter, where he dealt out rapid orders to the astonished grocer for nuts, candies, and oranges. Not in such large quantities, to be sure, as the orphan's friend had done, but generous enough for 3 children. And he bought a calico dress for his wife, a pair of shoes for each of the little girls, and a cap for Jack. That store contained everything, from grindstones to slate pencils, and from whale oil to peppermint drops. These purchases, together with some needful groceries, took all Mr. Boyd's money, except a few pennies, but a Christmas don't care feeling pervaded his being, and he borrowed a bag into which he stowed his goods and set out for home. It was a pretty heavy bagful, but its heaviness only made Mr. Boyd's heart the lighter. When he reached home, he stood the bag up in one corner, as if it held turnips, and said, "Don't meddle with that, children." Then he went out and spent the rest of the short day in chopping wood, which was very cheering to his wife. So many Sundays had dawned, with just wood enough to cook breakfast, that Mrs. Boyd began to dread that day particularly, for her husband was almost sure to go right away after breakfast and spend the whole day at the neighbours' houses, while his own family shivered around a half-empty stove. Mr. Boyd said never a word about the bag, and the unsuspecting household thought it contained corn or some other uninteresting vegetable, and paid little attention to it. It also stood there all the next day, and the children grew quite used to the sight of it. Sunday went by quietly, and, to the surprise of all, Mr. Boyd stayed at home, making it his especial business to hold Janey on his lap and keep the stove well filled with wood. Janey wasn't feeling well that day, and this unusual attention to her made the family very kindly disposed toward their father, whom of late they had come to regard almost as an alien. Jack, whose shoes were not yet worn out, went to Sunday school, and after his return the winter day was soon gone. Then he began to fidget, and was very desirous that his mother should put the little girls to bed, while, strange to say, his father was desirous that the whole family should go to bed, except himself. In course of time the little girls were asleep in their trundle bed, with their little red stockings hanging behind the door. Mr. Boyd sat with his back to the door, so Jack slipped in his presents without his father's seeing him, and went to his cold bed upstairs. "Ain't you going to hang up your stocking, mother?" asked Mr. Boyd after Jack had gone. Mrs. Boyd looked startled. "Why, no," she answered, hesitatingly, not knowing whether the question was asked in irony or in earnest. "You better," said Mr. Boyd, going to the bag in the corner and beginning to untie the strings. He laid out package after package on the floor. His wife knelt down by them in a maze of astonishment. Then, with a great deal of enjoyment, Mr. Boyd untied them one by one, showing candy, nuts, oranges, shoes, and all the rest, except the calico dress, which he kept out of sight. Aladdin felt very fine when he found the cave full of precious stones, but I don't believe he was much happier than Mrs. Boyd. Her eyes were so full of tears that there seemed to be about 8 pairs of shoes, 10 bags, and half a dozen Mr. Boyds. But she managed to lay hands on the real one, and him she embraced fervently. Then she brought out the cookies and sugar balls she had made, and said to her husband, in a very shamefaced way, "See my poor presents. I didn't know the children would have anything nice, and I made these. I guess I won't put 'em in their stockings, though, now." But Mr. Boyd insisted on their going in with the other things, and I think they were prized by the children a little more dearly, if such a thing could be possible, than those which they called their Burton presents. Now, I can't begin to describe the joyful time they had the next morning, and particularly the utter astonishment of Jack, who didn't expect a thing, and hadn't even hung up a stocking, when that devoted boy recognized one of his own grey socks crammed full of knobs and bunches, with a beautiful plush cap on top. He was almost out of his wits. Likewise, Mrs. Boyd's surprise was great at the discovery of her new dress. The little girls were too happy that day to do much else but count and arrange and rearrange their delightful Christmas presents. Mr. Boyd killed a chicken, and Jack contributed 4 quails which he had caught since market day, and the festival of Christmas was kept with much hilarity by the Boyd family. The neighbours, one by one, were surprised that Mr. Boyd hadn't dropped in, as he usually did on Sundays and holidays. But Mr. Boyd was engaged elsewhere, and this was only the beginning of good days for that family, for, somehow, the Christmas feeling seemed to last through all the year with Mr. Boyd, and through many other years. And the little ball set rolling by Jack with his quail traps grew to be a mighty globe of happiness for the whole family. End of Jack's Christmas by Emma K. Parrish.
The Little Match Girl by Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Little Match Girl by Hans Christian Andersen. Read by helensears. It was dreadfully cold. It was snowing fast and was almost dark as evening came on, the last evening of the year. In the cold and the darkness, there went along the street a poor little girl, bareheaded and with naked feet. When she left home she had slippers on, it is true, but they were much too large for her feet. Slippers that her mother had used till then, and the poor little girl lost them in running across the street when 2 carriages were passing terribly fast. When she looked for them, one was not to be found, and a boy seized the other and ran away with it, saying he would use it for a cradle some day when he had children of his own. So on the little girl went with her bare feet, that were red and blue with cold. In an old apron that she wore were bundles of matches, and she carried a bundle also in her hand. No one had bought so much as a bunch all the long day, and no one had given her even a penny. Poor little girl, shivering with cold and hunger, she crept along, a perfect picture of misery. The snowflakes fell on her long flaxen hair, which hung in pretty curls about her throat. But she thought not of her beauty, nor of the cold. Lights gleamed in every window, and there came to her the savoury smell of roast goose, for it was New Year's Eve, and it was this of which she thought. In a corner formed by 2 houses, one of which projected beyond the other, she sat cowering down. She had drawn under her little feet, but still she grew colder and colder. Yet she dared not go home, for she had sold no matches and could not bring a penny of money. Her father would certainly beat her, and besides, it was cold enough at home, for they had only the house roof above them, and though the largest holes had been stopped with straw and rags, there were left many through which the cold wind could whistle. And now her little hands were nearly frozen with cold. Alas, a single match might do her good, if she might only draw it from the bundle, rub it against the wall, and warm her fingers by it. So at last she drew one out. Whisht! How it blazed and burned! It gave out a warm, bright flame like a little candle as she held her hands over it. A wonderful little light it was. It really seemed to the little girl as if she sat before a great iron stove with polished brass feet and brass shovel and tongs. So blessedly it burned that the little maiden stretched out her feet to warm them also. How comfortable she was! But lo, the flame went out, the stove vanished, and nothing remained but the little burned match in her hand. She rubbed another match against the wall. It burned brightly, and where the light fell upon the wall, it became transparent like a veil, so that she could see through it into the room. A snow-white cloth was spread upon the table, on which was a beautiful china dinner service, while a roast goose, stuffed with apples and prunes, steamed famously and sent forth a most savoury smell. And what was more delightful still and wonderful, the goose jumped from the dish with knife and fork still in its breast, and waddled along the floor straight to the little girl. But the match went out then, and nothing was left to her but the thick, damp wall. She lighted another match, and now she was under a most beautiful Christmas tree, larger and far more prettily trimmed than the one she had seen through the glass doors at the rich merchants'. Hundreds of wax tapers were burning on the green branches, and gay figures, such as she had seen in shop windows, looked down upon her. The child stretched out her hands to them. Then the match went out. Still, the lights of the Christmas tree rose higher and higher. She saw them now as stars in heaven, and one of them fell, forming a long trail of fire. "Now someone is dying," murmured the child softly, for her grandmother, the only person who had loved her, and who was now dead, had told her that whenever a star falls, a soul mounts up to God. She struck yet another match against the wall, and again it was light. And in the brightness there appeared before her the dear old grandmother, bright and radiant, yet sweet and mild, and happy as she had never looked on earth. "Oh, grandmother," cried the child, "take me with you. I know you will go away when the match burns out. You too will vanish like the warm stove, the splendid New Year's feast, the beautiful Christmas tree." And lest her grandmother should disappear, she rubbed the whole bundle of matches against the wall. And the matches burned with such a brilliant light that it became brighter than noonday. Her grandmother had never looked so grand and beautiful. She took the little girl in her arms, and both flew together, joyously and gloriously, mounting higher and higher, far above the earth. And for them there was neither hunger nor cold nor care. They were with God. But in the corner at the dawn of day sat the poor girl, leaning against the wall, with red cheeks and smiling mouth, frozen to death on the last evening of the old year. Stiff and cold she sat, with the matches, one bundle of which was burned. She wanted to warm herself, poor little thing, people said. No one imagined what sweet visions she had had, or how gloriously she had gone with her grandmother to enter upon the joys of a new year. End of The Little Match Girl by Hans Christian Andersen.
My Christmas Burglary by Q, that is, Arthur Quiller Couch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Wales. I had come with high expectations, for Mr. Felix, a bachelor of 65, was reputed to have made for 30 years this particular cabinet his idol. Any nabob or millionaire can collect. Mr. Felix, being moderately well-to-do, had selected. He would have none but the best, and the best lay stored delicately on cotton wool, ticketed with the tiniest handwriting in a nest of drawers I could have unlocked with a hairpin. The topmost drawer contained scarabs, of which I am no connoisseur. The second, some 24 intaglios, and of these, by the light of my bull's-eye lantern, I examined 5 or 6 before sweeping the lot into my bag, Europe and the bull. Ganymede in the eagle's claw, Agari carrying the head of Pentheus, Icarus with relaxed wing dropping headlong to a sea represented by one wavy line, each and all priceless. In the third drawer lay an unset emerald worth a king's ransom, a clasp of 2 amethysts, and a necklace of black pearls graduated to a hair's breadth. These only, and, as I guessed, because they disdained the company of inferior gems. By this time I could see, I read it even in the exquisite parsimony of the collection, that I had to deal with an artist, and sighed that in this world artists should prey upon one another. The fourth drawer was reserved for miniatures, the most of them circleted with diamonds. The fifth for snuff-boxes, gold snuff-boxes bearing royal ciphers, snuff-boxes of turquoise shell and gold, snuff-boxes of blue enamel set with diamonds. A couple of these chinked together as they dropped into the bag. The sound startled me, and I paused for a moment to look over my shoulder. The window stood open as I left it. Outside, in the windless frosty night, the snow on the house roofs sparkled under a wintering moon now near the close of her first quarter. But, though the night was windless, a current of air poured into the room, and had set a flame dancing in the fireplace, where 3 minutes ago the sea-coals had held but a feeble glow, half sullen. Downstairs, in some distant apartment, fiddles were busy with a waltz tune, and a violoncello kept the beat with a low, thudding pizzicato. For Mr. Felix was giving a Christmas party. I turned from this hasty glance to pick up another snuff-box. As my fingers closed on it, the music suddenly grew louder, and I looked up as the door opened, and a man stood on the threshold, a short, square-set man, dressed in black. He gave a little start of surprise. No, excuse me, my friend, but you are seeking in the wrong cabinet. Before I could pull myself together, he had stepped to the window and closed it. You had best keep still, he said, and then we can talk. There are servants on the stairs below, and should you attempt the way you came, there are 3 constables just around the corner. I hired them to regulate the carriage traffic, but now that the last guest has arrived, they will be cooling their heels for a spell, and I have a whistle. I have also a pistol. With a turn of his hand, he flung open a door in a dark armoire beside the window, dived a hand into its recesses, and produced the weapon. "And it is loaded," he added, still in the same businesslike voice, in which, after his first brief exclamation, my ear detected no tremor. "By all means, let us talk," I said. He was crossing to the fireplace, but wheeled about sharply at the sound of my voice. An educated man, apparently. Laying the pistol on the mantel-shelf, he plucked a twisted spill of paper from a vase hard by, stooped, ignited it from the flame dancing in the sea-coals, and proceeded to light the candles in an old-fashioned girandole that overhung the fireplace. There were 5 candles, and he lit them all. They revealed him a clean-shaven, white-haired man, meticulously dressed in black swallow-tail coat, open waistcoat, and frilled shirt-front, on which his laundress must have spent hours of labor. Closely fitting black knee-breeches, black silk stockings, black polished shoes. They silhouetted, too, in the moment before he swung round on me, an enormous nose like a Punchinello's, and the outline of a shapely head, sufficiently massive to counterbalance and save it from caricature. The size of the head again would have suggested deformity, but for the broad shoulders that carried it. As he faced me, squarely with his back to the hearth, his chest and shoulders narrowing to the hips of a runner, and still narrowing, though he stood astraddle, to ankles and feet that would not have disgraced a lady, he put me in mind of a matador I had seen years before, facing his bull in a ring at Seville. The firelight behind him emphasized the neat outline of his legs. He carried a black coat on his left arm, and in his left hand an opera hat pressed flat against his left side. In closing the window, in finding and producing the pistol, and again in lighting the candles, he had used his right hand only. "A gentleman?" he asked, contracting his brows and eyeing me. "Well," said I, with an uncomfortable, nervous laugh that itself accused my breeding, so inferior it was to the situation, "possibly you are one of those who mix up the name with moral conduct." "To some extent," he answered, without seeming to interrupt. "Everyone does, I fancy." "At any rate, I won't challenge it," said I, "but you may, if you will, call me a man of some education. I was at Magdalen once, but left Oxford without taking my degree." "Ah!" He inclined his head a little to one side. "Cards?" "Certainly not," I answered with heat. "I own that appearances are against me, but I was never that kind of man. As a matter of fact, it happened over a horse." He nodded. "So you, too, though you won't challenge the name, have to mix up moral conduct with your disposition. We draw the line variously, but everyone draws it somewhere. Magdalen, if I mistake not, the foundationers of Magdalen, including perhaps some who were undergraduates with you, are assembled in the college hall at this moment to celebrate Christmas and hear the choirs sing Pergolesi's Gloria." "The reminder hurts me," said I. if that be of any gratification to you. A sentimentalist. Mr. Felix's eyes twinkled. Better and better. I have the very job for you, but we will discuss that by and by. Only let me say that you must have dropped on me just now from heaven. You really must. But please don't make a practice of it. I have invested too much in my curios, and others have invested more. That snuff-box, for instance, which you were handling a moment ago, at one time in its history it cost, and fetched, close on 200 millions of money. I began to have hopes that I was dealing with a madman. Or rather, he corrected himself, the money was paid for a pinch of the snuff it contains. Open it carefully, if you please, and you will behold the genuine rapis, the very particles over which France fought with Austria. What says Virgil? He motus anamorum atque hec termina tanta pulveris exui jactu. Yes, but in this instance, you see, the pinch of dust was the exciting cause. Sir, the Austrian ambassador, one fatal afternoon, refused to take from the box in your hand that which 3 weeks later, and all too late, he would gladly have purchased with many millions. Observe the imperial crown on the lid, with the bees around it, as if to illustrate Virgil's warning. I bought the thing myself, sir, for 6 Napoleons off a dealer in the Rue de Foyer, but the price will rise again. Yes, certainly, I count on its fetching £300 at least when I have departed this life, and £300 will go some little way towards my monument. Your monument? I echoed. He nodded again. In good time, my friend, you shall hear about it, for you make, I perceive, a good listener. You have gifts, though you do less than justice to them. Suffice it to say that I am a sentimentalist, like yourself. I never married nor begat children, and I have but a shaky belief in the future state. But my sentimentality hankers after, you may even say it postulates, some kind of continuity. I cannot discuss this here and now, for by the sound of the violins the dance is coming to an end, and my guests will be growing impatient. But you remember Samson's riddle? Well, out of my corpse, I trust, shall come forth honey, whereas out of yours, unless you employ your talents better— He broke off and stepped up close to me. But excuse me, he said, and reaching out a hand, caught me suddenly by the collar. The arrest, I made sure it was an arrest, took me unprepared and threw me off my balance. I broke away a pace, drawing back my fist to strike, and in that moment I felt his hand relax with a curious fluttering movement, as though his fingers drummed on the back of my neck. I heard him laugh, too, and before I could hit out, he sprang back, holding in his hand a white rabbit. An old trick, and a simple one. He pressed out the spring of his opera hat, dropped the rabbit inside, dived his hand after it, and drew out 2 white rabbits by the ears. But it will amuse my young friends downstairs, and I practice this kind of thing at odd whiles. He set the rabbits on the floor, where they gave themselves a shake, and hopped off toward the shelter of the window curtains. Herrings, red herrings, filled to the brim. "Now, you are the very man I wanted," said he, "and I am going to make you sing for your supper." He stepped to the armoire and drew out a long cloak of scarlet, furred with ermine. "I had meant to wear this myself," he went on, but stopped all of a sudden at sight of my face, and began to laugh quietly, in a way that made me long to take him by the throat. Dear me, I understand. Association of ideas. Court of Assize, But this is no judicial robe, my friend. It belongs to Father Christmas. Here's his wig now, quite another sort of wig, you perceive, with a holly wreath around it. And here's his beard, beautifully frosted with silver. He held a wig and beard towards the window, and let the moonlight play over them. On with them, quick! And the boots. Again he dived into the armoire and produced a pair of bluchers, the long ankle leathers gummed over with cotton wool to represent snow. It's lucky they reach a good way up the leg, seeing the cloak is a trifle short for a man of your inches. He stepped back a pace and surveyed me as I fitted on the beard. "There are punishments and punishments," said I, "and I hope, whatever your game may be, you will remember that there's punishment in dressing up like a tomfool." "Ah, but you'll catch the spirit of it," he assured me, and then, rubbing his hands, he appeared to muse for a moment. "I ought," said he, with a glance towards the fireplace, "I really ought to send Father Christmas down by way of the chimney. The flue opens just above here, and I believe it would accommodate you, but I am not very sure of my housekeeper had it swept last spring. No," he decided, "the music has ceased, and we must lose no time. I will spare you the chimney." He called to his rabbits, picked them up as they came hopping from behind the curtains, popped them into his hat, shut it with a snap, and lo, they had vanished. "You'll excuse me," I ventured, as he stepped to the door, but the few articles here in the bag? Oh, bring them along with you. Bring them along, by all means. We may have a present or two to make, down below." From the head of the staircase we looked down into a hall gaily lit with paper lanterns. Holly and ivy wreathed the broad balustrade, and the old pictures around the walls. A bunch of mistletoe hung from a great chandelier that sparkled with hundreds of glass prisms, and under it a couple of footmen in gilt liveries and powder crossed at that moment with trays of jellies and syllabubs. They were well-trained footmen, too, for at sight of me descending the stairs in my idiotic outfit, they betrayed no surprise at all. One of them set his tray down on a table, stepped neatly ahead as Mr. Felix reached the lowest stair, and opened a door for us on the right. I found myself at a stand on the threshold, blinking at a blaze of light, and staring up a perspective of waxed floor at a miniature stage which filled the far end of the room. Light, as everyone knows, travels faster than sound. Were it not so, I should say that almost ahead of the blaze there broke on us a din of voices, of happy children's voices. Certainly it stunned my ears before I had time to blink. The room was lined with children, scores of children, and some of them were gathered in little groups, and some of them, panting and laughing from their dance, had dropped into the chairs, ranging along the walls. But these were the minority. The most of the guests lay in cots, or sat with crutches beside them, or with hands dropped in their laps. These last were the blind ones. I do not set up to be a lover of children, but the discovery that the most of these small guests were crippled hit me with a kind of pitiful awe. And right on top of it came a second and worse shock to note how many of them were blind. To me, those blind eyes were the only merciful ones, as Mr. Felix beckoned Father Christmas to follow him up to the stage between the two lines of curious gazers. "Oh!" had been their first cry as they caught sight of me in the doorway, and "Oh!" I heard them murmuring, child after child, in long-drawn fugue as we made our way up the long length of the room that winked detection from every candle, every reflector, every foot of its polished floor. We gained the stair together by a short stairway draped with flags. Mr. Felix, with a wave of his opera hat, called on the orchestra to strike up "A Fine Old English Gentleman," meaning me, or, if you like it, Father Christmas, and I leave you to picture the fool I looked. Then, stepping to the footlights, he introduced me, explaining that he had met me wandering upstairs, rifling his most secret drawers to fill my bag with seasonable presents for them. 5 or 6 times he interrupted his patter to pluck a cracker or a bonbon out of my beard and toss it down to the audience. The children gasped at first and stared at the magic spoil on the floor. By and by, one adventurous little girl crept forward and picked up a cracker and her cry of delight as she discovered that it was real gave the signal for a general scramble. Mr. Felix continued his patter without seeming to heed it, but his hand went up faster and faster to my beard and wig, and soon the crackers were falling in showers. I saw children snatch them off the floor and carry them to their blind brothers and sisters, pressing them between the wondering, groping hands with assurance that they were real. Mr. Felix saw it too, and his flow of words ceased with a gulp, as though a flowing spring gurgled suddenly and withdrew itself underground. "I am a sentimentalist," he said to me quickly, in a pause which nobody heeded, for by this time crackers were banging to right and left, and the children shouting together. Their shouts rose to one yell of laughter, as, recovering himself, he dived at my neck, and produced the 2 struggling rabbits. His opera hat opened with a snap, and in they went. A second later it shut flat again, and they were gone into thin air. He opened the hat with a puzzled frown, plunged a hand, and dragged forth yard upon yard of ribbon, red, green, white, blue, yellow ribbon, mixed up with packs of playing cards that, with a turn of the hand, he sent spinning into air, to fall thick as leaves in Val Brambusa. "Your turn," he panted, as at the end of the ribbon he lugged out an enormous cabbage and trundled it down the room. Catching my bag from me, he shook his cloak over it once and returned it to my hands, bulging, stuffed full to the brim with toys, dolls, tops, whips, trumpets, boxes of animals, boxes of tin soldiers. "Father Christmas now! Make way for Father Christmas!" The infection took me, and stumbling down from the stage by the stairway, I fell to distributing the largesse left and right. The first bagful carried me less than a third of the way down the room, for I gave with both hands, and when a blind child fumbled long with a toy, dropped it at his feet, and tried another and yet another, till his smile suited me. The dropped toys lay where they had fallen. The spirit of the game had made me reckless, and I halted with a cold shiver as my fingers touched the gems at the bottom of the bag, and, looking down the room, I was aware that my store was exhausted, and as yet 2/3 of the children had received no gift. I turned, all in a cold shiver, to retrace my steps and pick up the toys at the blind children's feet, and as I did so, felt myself a bungler past pardon. But in the act of turning, I cast a look back at the stage, and there stood Mr. Felix, nodding approval and beckoning. So, as in a dream, I went back. "Capital!" was his only comment. Taking my bag, he passed his cloak over it again, and again handed it to me, stuffed to the brim. Thrice I returned it to him, but the third refill was a scanty one, since by this time there lacked but half a score of the taller children to be satisfied. To these 2 I distributed their gifts, and when every eager pair of hands had been laden, I wheeled about for the next word of command. But Mr. Felix had skipped down from the stage, letting the curtain fall behind him. He stood with his back to me, waving both arms to the orchestra, and as the musicians plunged at the opening bars of the toy symphony, the curtain rose, almost as soon as it had dropped, and rose upon a scene representing a street with shops decked for Christmas, and snow upon their eaves and window ledges. Then, still to the strains of the toy symphony, a harlequin ran in with a columbine, whom he twisted upon his bent knee and tossed lightly through the upper window of a baker's shop, himself diving a moment later, with a slap of his wand, through the flap of a fishmonger's door hard by. Next, as on a frozen slide, came the clown, with red-hot poker, the pantaloon dripping over his stick, and 2 constables wreathed in strings of sausages. The clown boxed the pantaloon's ears. The pantaloon passed on the buffet to the constables, and all plunged together into the fishmonger's. The clown emerged running with a stolen place, passed it into the hands of the pantaloon, who followed, and was in turn pursued off the scene by the constables. But the fishmonger, issuing last in chase, ran into the clown, who caught up a barrel of red herrings and bonneted him. The fishmonger extricated himself, and the two began to pelt each other with herrings, while the children screamed with laughter. It was a famous harlequinade, and, as usual, it concluded the entertainment. For after a harlequinade, what can stand between a child and happy dreams? Especially if he go to them with his arms full of Christmas presents. 5 minutes after the curtain had fallen, I found myself standing beside Mr. Felix in the hall, while he bade good night to his guests. Carriages of his hiring had arrived for them, and the coachmen apparently had received their orders. A dozen well-trained nurses moved about the hall, and having dressed the little ones, who by this time were almost too drowsy with pleasure to thank their entertainer, carried them out into the portico, where the liveried footmen stood by the carriage doors. Slam went the doors, and one after another, with scarcely a word of command, the carriages bowled off over the thick snow. When the last guest had gone, Mr. Felix turned to me. "The play is over," said he. "When I am gone, it will be repeated year after year at Christmas at the Cripples' Hospital. My will provides for that, and that will be my monument. But for a few years to come, I hope to hold the entertainment here in my own house. Come, you may take off your robe and wig and go in peace. I would fain have a talk with you, but I am tired, as perhaps you may guess. Go then, and go in peace." Motioning the footman to fall back, he walked out with me and down the steps of the portico, but halted on the lowest step by the edge of the frozen snow, and with a wave of the hand dismissed me into the night. I had gained the end of the street, and the bridge that there spans the river, before it occurred to me that I was carrying my bag, and, with a shock, that my bag still held the stolen jewels. By the second lamp on the bridge I halted, lifted the bag onto the snow-covered parapet, thrust in a hand, and drew forth a herring. Herrings! Red herrings, filled to the brim. I dragged them forth, and rained handful after handful overboard into the black water. Still, below them, I had hoped to find the jewels, but the jewels were gone, at least, I suppose they all were gone, when, having jettisoned the last herring, I groped around the bottom of the bag. Something pricked my finger. I drew it out and held it under the lamplight. It was a small turquoise brooch, set around with diamonds. For at least 2 minutes I stared at it, there under the lamp, and slipped it halfway into my waistcoat pocket, but suddenly took a new resolve and walked back along the street to the house. Mr. Felix yet stood on the lower step of the portico. Above him, still as a statue, a footman waited at the great house door until it should please his master to re-enter. "Excuse me, sir," I began, and held up the brooch. "I meant it for you," said Mr. Felix, quietly, affably. "I gave precisely £5 for it at an auction, and I warn you that it is worth just thrice that sum. Still, if you would prefer ready money, as in your circumstances I dare say you do—" He felt in his breeches pocket. "Here are the 5 sovereigns, and, once more, go in peace." End of My Christmas Burglary by Q, that is, Arthur Quiller Couch.
Noël par Marceline Desbordes-Valmore. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous nos enregistrements appartiennent au domaine public. Pour vous renseigner à notre sujet ou pour participer, rendez-vous sur LibriVox.org. Noël. Quel chant divin se fait entendre, quel cri d'amour frappe les airs. Tout s'émeut, qu'allons-nous apprendre, quel Dieu s'annonce à l'univers. La lune argentée semble être arrêtée. Qui trouble l'univers vivant? C'est un enfant. Tout se tait, le vent souffle à peine, le sombre hiver est enchaîné, l'automne surpris n'a plus d'haleine, et l'incrédule est prosterné. Quelle est la puissance qui, par sa présence, ouvre le monde et le défend? C'est un enfant. Les rois, le front dans la poussière, humbles pour la première fois, suivent l'étoile avant-courrière pour adorer le roi des rois, ce Dieu redoutable que craint le coupable, que le juste implore souvent. C'est un enfant. Quelle est cette Vierge céleste, soumise aux terrestres douleurs? Dans son regard pur et modeste brille le sourire et les pleurs. Oh, qui la rend telle, qui, d'une mortelle, couronne le front triomphant? C'est un enfant. La mort jalouse est asservie, l'éternité vient de s'ouvrir. Un Dieu, pour nous donner la vie, daigne avec nous naître et mourir. Amour sans seconde, ce martyr du monde qui s'abandonne en nous sauvant, c'est un enfant. Fin de Noël, lu par Sonia.
Old Hooker's Ghost, or Christmas Gambols at Huntingfield Hall, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Old Hooker's Ghost, or Christmas Gambols at Huntingfield Hall. Chapter 1. An Introduction to Huntingfield Hall and its Inhabitants. At that period of the year when rain, wind, and frost have by their combined powers stripped the trees of their foliage, and plucked even the last rose of autumn from its stem, a large merry party of all ages were collected under the hospitable roof of the warm-hearted, generous Sir Gilbert Ilderton of Huntingfield Hall, prepared for a Christmas campaign of fun and jollity. Sir Gilbert should be described before his mansion. He stood 6 feet 2 in his stockings. His figure was broad, stout, and well-built, his countenance oblong with blue eyes, large and expressive, a longish, well-formed nose, and a mouth from which a benignant smile was seldom absent. He might be taken as the beau ideal of an English country gentleman. His eldest son, Gilbert, a fine, handsome young fellow, very like him in appearance and manners, was at college, and soon about to come of age. His next was in the army, and the third, Charlie, the delight of his mother, the favorite of the household and of the whole neighborhood, was serving his country at sea in the exalted position of a midshipman. But never mind. He intended some day to be an admiral and to thrash the French or any other enemies of old England with right good will. There were several other younger boys, and 3 daughters, known to the country road as the 3 Graces, lovely young creatures, fair and gentle, with refined, elegant figures. It would have been difficult to find a more beautiful girl than Mary Ilderton, the eldest. She was a year older than Gilbert, and the others promised to equal her. Then there was Lady Ilderton, a true English matron, kind and gentle and thoughtful, dignified and courteous, utterly above the littleness of common minds. She was the very antipodes of vulgarity, yet she was full of animation and humor also, and could keep everybody alive and make them happy. At least, it was their own fault if they were not so. The hall at Christmas was always full of guests, for Sir Gilbert delighted in seeing happy, joyous faces around him, and relations and friends, old and young, of high and humble degree, as far as purses were concerned, were assembled. The life and spirit of the house was a certain Mr. Giles Markland. Everybody called him Cousin Giles. All the young people, not learned in genealogies, thought that he was their cousin, though they did not know how. He was, however, really a cousin of Sir Gilbert's, who valued him more for the qualities of honesty, simplicity, and kindness of heart which he possessed, than on account of his relationship. The Miss Ildertons were not looked upon as clever, though there could be no doubt that they were well brought up, and possessed the usual accomplishments of young ladies of the 19th century. But among the guests was a niece of Lady Ilderton's, Miss Jane Otterburn, who was considered a genius, for she wrote poetry, had a vast amount of imagination, acted well, got up charades, invented games and amusements of all sorts, and indeed, in the house, ably seconded Cousin Giles, who was himself the prime mover of all out-of-door sports. She was a small, dark, quick, active, bright-eyed girl, or rather young woman, for she was well out of her teens, acknowledged by all to be very pretty. Indeed, in that respect she might have vied with the Miss Ildertons, and as a partner was a greater favourite than they were. She was an orphan, and had a good fortune, which made her doubly interesting. In the art of weaving an extemporary tale of fact or fiction, Jane Otterburn's fertile imagination burst forth with a brilliancy which few could equal. The most complete contrast to her in the house was also a distant cousin of Sir Gilbert's, Susan Langdon. She was good-natured and fair and fat and deliciously dull, as Cousin Giles used to say. She was a general and well-satisfied butt, for she was, he added, too obtuse to observe the shafts aimed at her, or too good-natured to mind them when they struck her harder than usual. She had a mother very like her, and a brother Simon possessed of the same characteristics, who always chuckled and rubbed his hands when he discovered any tricks played on Susan, not perceiving that similar ones were practiced on himself. However, the individual members of the party must be made to appear as they are required. Christmas Day arrived. Everybody went to church over the hard, crisp ground, and the sacred edifice was decked with holly and bright red berries, and there were appropriate inscriptions under the organ gallery, and the subject of the sermon inculcated on the congregation was peace and goodwill towards their fellow men, and no one would doubt what Sir Gilbert practiced as they saw the smiling, pleased countenances of the villagers as he passed among them. Then there was a luncheon and a brisk walk taken by the younger people, Cousin Giles leading, among hedges no longer green, woods denuded of leaves, and by ponds, to judge how soon the ice would bear, and a dozen or more cottages visited, and gifts bestowed on old people unable to move out, he singing joyous carols, and Jane Otterburn discoursing learnedly on the nature of frost and snow, and hibernating animals, and on other topics suggested by the season, and Susan Langdon, laughing she knew not why, except that she felt happy, and Simon trying to play her a trick, but not having the wit to invent one. The Miss Ildertons talked pleasantly, listening to their brother Gilbert's remarks, or conversed with young Lord Harston and Captain Fotheringsale of the Navy, dividing their attentions with praiseworthy impartiality. Then came the dinner, old English fare, but better cooked than formerly, roasted beef and turkey, and plum puddings and mince pies, all decked with holly and lighted brandy to warm the pies and puddings, and no lack of generous wine of the best, and a real grace said by the minister, present with his family, and a blessing asked. Little attendance was demanded from the servants when the cloth was removed, for they too were enjoying heaven's bounteous gifts, bestowed through their kind master's hand, in their hall below, decked with holly one end, with the aid of screens and boughs, forming a tasteful stage. Their repast over, voices outside announced the arrival of the carol singers, and they being speedily admitted, and after partaking of refreshment, arranged on the stage, the whole family from the drawing-room assembled in the hall to hear them, Sir Gilbert sitting in front, with purse in hand giving many an encouraging and approving smile. They gave place to mummers, to the great satisfaction of the younger part of the audience. There was Father Christmas and his attendant sprites, hail, frost, and snow, and heroes innumerable dressed in paper hats, helmets, and armor decked with spangles and ribbons, and swords of wood and long spears, altogether a motley group. The Duke of Wellington and Napoleon Bonaparte, Nelson, Soult, and Blucher, the Black Prince and Julius Caesar, the Duke of Marlborough and Richard of the Lionheart, and numerous other men of renown of all ages, brought together with delightful disregard to historical correctness. They fought with one another and fell mortally wounded, the great Duke of modern days alone surviving, when a new character rushed in, a doctor with a nostrum to cure all complaints, and, applying it to their noses, with some words of Kabbalistic character, which sounded like, "Take some of this riff-raff up thy sniff-snaff," he set each dead hero on his feet, ready to fight another day. "That gentleman would have wonderful practice if he could be as successful among the public as he has been tonight," observed Cousin Giles, while Sir Gilbert was bestowing his largesse on the performers. "Let's have it all over again." "Encore! Encore!" was shouted by the younger members of the audience, and not unwillingly the actors, with the utmost gravity, went through their parts without the slightest variation of word or gesture. Tea over, the juveniles were invited into the dining-room, where at the farther end of the table a hideous witch was seen presiding over a huge bowl, from which suddenly, as the lights were withdrawn, blue flames burst forth, and the witch, her long brown arms extending over the bowl, grew more hideous still, and a voice was heard inviting them all to partake of the contents. Hot raisins, sweet raisins, nice burning raisins. And but a few hung back, for the voice was not unfriendly, and was easily recognized as that of Cousin Giles. And when they had seen their own faces turn blue and yellow and green, and the raisins were all gone, the witch sunk down under the table, and Cousin Giles popped up, and the witch was gone. Then came games of all sorts, old and young joining with equal zest, led by Cousin Giles and Jane Otterburn. Now all were silent to listen to, and many to join in, a Christmas carol sweetly sung, and family prayers were held and the scriptures read, and Christmas Day was over, and all retired, with grateful hearts and kindly thoughts of one another, to rest. Chapter 2. A Tale of a Ghost. There is said to be a skeleton in some out-of-the-way cupboard of every house. There was one in Huntingfield Hall. No one liked to speak of it, though. Even the jovial Sir Gilbert shunned the subject. The morning had been spent on the ice. Several of the ladies had put on skates for the first time, and the gentlemen had exerted themselves till all were tolerably tired. Still, games of all sorts had gone on as usual for the sake of the younger members of the party, blindman's buff and hide-and-seek suiting best the taste of most of them, no one thinking of the tale of the old oak chest, or dreading a fate similar to that of the heroine. At length even the most active had had enough of movement, and a general cry was raised for a story from Jane Otterburn. Cousin Giles pressed the point, and Jane was led within a large semicircle formed round the fire, Sir Gilbert taking his usual seat on one side and Lady Ilderton on the other. She took a low seat with one arm resting on Miss Ilderton's chair, her dark locks falling over the light blue dress of her fair cousin, while her other hand held a feather screen to guard her eyes from the fire. "Now, Jane, now, Miss Otterburn, your story, cried several voices, old and young. Jane waited a moment in silence, gazing at the fire, and began. There was an old family, whose ancestors were among the Norman conquerors of Britain, and who had ever since owned the same estate in the centre of England. The ladies were fair and virtuous, the men brave and upright, but proud of their birth, and somewhat haughty withal. They had fought for King Charles, and sided with James to the last, though they became loyal subjects of William of Orange, and, whatever their sympathies having sworn to acknowledge him, they took no part with the supporters of the Pretender. At length, a certain Sir Hugh Oswald became the head of the house. He had a son and daughter, of whose good looks, manners, and general bearing he was justly proud. He was proud indeed of all things belonging to himself, and it would have been difficult to persuade him that they were otherwise than perfection. It was on a dark night in November. The wind was howling and whistling through the trees, and the sleet and rain came pelting down with a fury which drove even the most hardy under shelter. That young Hugh Oswald left the hall by a side door, and took his way across the park towards the keeper's cottage. At his tap the door opened, and a young girl, fair and beautiful as a houri, who had been sitting reading by a lamp, stood ready to receive him. "Dearest Hugh, you know I love to see you, but what a night for you to come out and leave the gay party assembled at the hall." "The very reason that I came, as no one will suspect, even if I am missed, that I have left the hall, my own sweet May," answered Hugh, folding her in his arms. What more was said I need not describe. This was only one of many stolen visits to the keeper's lodge, strange as it may seem, known of and suspected by no one at the hall. At length Hugh obtained leave from his father to travel. He had seen little of England, nothing of the continent. He was absent for some time, and then he wrote to say that he had taken a step he hoped his father would forgive, though he had acted without first seeking his sanction. He had married a girl, young, lovely, and amiable. It was only necessary to see her to love her. He entreated forgiveness, and hoped that his father would receive her as his bride. The answer Sir Hugh sent was more favorable than might have been expected. Still, he remarked that his forgiveness must of necessity depend on circumstances. Hugh, on one pretense or another, delayed returning home, not trusting apparently to the circumstances on which his forgiveness depended. At last, Sir Hugh, losing patience, or suspecting that all was not right, peremptorily ordered his son to return. The young couple came. Hugh had not overpraised his wife's beauty. Sir Hugh gazed at her earnestly without speaking, then took his son aside. "Hugh," he said, "you do not know whom you have married, but I do. There is no happiness for you on this side the grave." Not another word would he say, notwithstanding all his son's solicitations for an explanation. Little did he know what, at that very moment, was taking place. It was summer. In a distant part of the shrubbery, in a bower covered with roses, jasmine, and other creeping plants, stood Emily Oswald, waiting with anxious gaze and beating heart the coming of one who had declared himself her lover. He came. His dress was rustic, but his figure was refined, his countenance eminently handsome, and his bearing manly. He showed no timidity as he approached the young lady, for he was evidently confident of her love. He urged her to fly with him. He pleaded his devoted love and affection. He told her that he knew her father would never consent to their union, and that it would be better to marry without his sanction than after he had refused it. She listened credulously and too readily. She fled with him. Her subsequent history I will not detail. She had believed that the peasant youth, the keeper's pretended son, was a noble in disguise. She was not missed till late at night, and when sought for throughout the house and grounds no trace of her could be found. Not till 2 days afterwards did Sir Hugh discover that his only daughter, the beautiful child of whom he was so proud, had fled with the keeper's son, the brother of the girl his own boy Hugh had married, and thereby entailed, as he conceived, eternal disgrace on his family. Yet, as if that were not enough, Emily, his trusted child, must commit an act to increase the stigma tenfold. He suspected, too, that the wound to his feelings had been premeditated, and he knew, too, the foe by whose machinations it had been accomplished. The baronet took his gun and wandered forth into the grounds. Such was his constant custom. He seldom went out without his weapon. It was said that he met the keeper, a man who had strangely come to the place and sought for employment in that situation, that Sir Hugh had charged the keeper with acts of villainy and treachery, that the other had insultingly retorted, that a fierce struggle had ensued. 2 days afterwards, the body of the keeper had been found, shot through the breast, in a remote part of the grounds. Rumor pointed to Sir Hugh as the murderer, but he was never accused openly. It was further asserted that the dying man had foretold that his spirit would haunt the hall for 10 generations, and that during that time the eldest son should never succeed to his inheritance. Sir Hugh appears to have been severely punished, at all events. The fate of his beautiful and beloved daughter was a sad one. The keeper's son, though talented, was utterly unprincipled, and she died young from a broken heart. His sister, too, did not turn out as well as her young husband had anticipated. As she grew older, and more was expected of her, tastes and manners became apparent which had been overlooked in a young and pretty girl. Hugh died before his father, and Sir Hugh lived long, a sad and childless old man, and his estate descended to a brother's son. "Where did you get that story, Jane?" asked the baronet, in a tone of annoyance, very unlike that in which he usually spoke. "My dear Jane, where could you possibly have heard that tale?" exclaimed her aunt. "That is more than I can tell you," answered Miss Otterburn. "I thought that I had invented it, and I certainly drew on my imagination for the names, but I confess that it is possible I may have heard it somewhere. I often, when I fancy that I am inventing, find that I have heard the outline of the tale before." Neither Sir Gilbert nor Lady Ilderton said anything more on the subject, though both were unusually grave. Other tales were told, in many of which ghosts and goblins played a prominent part. During the course of the evening, Cousin Giles took an opportunity of drawing Miss Otterburn aside. "What in the name of wonder, my dear Jane, induced you to tell that story?" he exclaimed. "Don't you know that it is connected with this house and Sir Gilbert's ancestors? You gave even the right Christian names of father and son. There can be no doubt that Sir Hugh really did shoot the keeper, old Hooker, as he was called, and it is asserted and believed that his ghost haunts, as he threatened, the mansion of his murderer." "What? This very house?" exclaimed Jane with a look of astonishment, and it might have been terror or some other uncomfortable feeling in her countenance. "Yes, if old women, housekeepers, and superannuated butlers can be believed, old Hooker's ghost has appeared more than once or twice, stalking through the hall at midnight, no one daring to speak to it or attempt to stop it. You must understand that the family gives a different version of the story. They say that old Hooker committed suicide in consequence of his daughter running off with young Hugh, who, they state, did not marry her, and of his son, of whom he was very proud, being transported for the abduction of Miss Ilderton. With regard to the son, it is difficult to say who was most to blame. The young man had, I believe, raised himself by his extraordinary talents far above his former position, and he might have supposed that a marriage with her would have advanced his ambitious projects, or he might have run off with her and treated her as he ultimately did in retaliation for the way his sister had been treated by young Hugh. Still, I suspect that, at the best, he was an unprincipled fellow, and that not much can be said in favor of any of the parties concerned. However, they are all long ago dead and buried, and waiting to be tried by a tribunal which will measure out even justice to all men. So, do not let us condemn them undefended. Chapter 3. Preparations for Twelfth Night. The story of Old Hooker's ghost was not again alluded to in the presence of any of the Ilderton family, as the subject was evidently distasteful to them, but it formed the subject of conversation among the guests when only 2 or 3 were together, and at length, through 1 or 2 of the ladies' maids, the story reached the servants' hall, where, of course, it was eagerly received. Lampet, the butler, however, shook his head when he heard it, and advised that it should not be talked about. "It may be true, or it may not be true, but there'll be no harm come of letting it alone," he observed. Notwithstanding the wisdom of this remark, neither in the servants' hall nor above stairs would people let it alone, till at length many began to feel uncomfortable as night drew on, and preferred having a companion when they had to traverse the long passages and corridors which led from wing to wing of the mansion. Jane Otterburn found that she had indeed raised a ghost of a character she had little anticipated. All this time, none of the family knew what was going on, as, after it had been understood that Sir Gilbert and Lady Ilderton disliked the subject, when any of them approached it was instantly dropped. In time, even the costume Old Hooker had worn was minutely described, a hunting frock of Lincoln green, with leathern belt, a cap with iron bands, shaped somewhat like a Mambrino's helmet, or the hat of a policeman of modern days, a powder horn at his back, high leathern boots, and a huge spear which it must have required 2 hands to wield. This showed that he was a head-keeper, a person of no little consequence, and one who must have proved a formidable opponent to deer-stalkers and poachers of all descriptions. That he was above the ordinary keepers accounted for the superior education he had managed to give his son. Jane had talked so much and thought so much about the story that she was not quite comfortable herself, and more than once, when going somewhat late to bed, her door having suddenly burst open as she went to shut it, she thought she saw, the moonlight streaming through a window, a strange figure moving along the passage in the distance. She was a courageous girl, though imaginative in the extreme, so she watched the figure, wondering if it would turn, but it vanished apparently through the window at the farther end of the passage. She told no one what she had seen, believing that her senses had deceived her. But 3 nights afterwards, when under precisely the same circumstances, the figure again appeared and disappeared, she was, to say the least of it, extremely puzzled and secretly agitated, though she still determined not to mention the occurrence. By the morning she had recovered her equanimity, and was as lively and agreeable as usual. The gentlemen thought her especially so, and the light-hearted, merry Captain Fotheringsail, whose breast, when in uniform, was covered with orders, seemed to have ears and thoughts for no one else. Jane liked him, but had a fancy that he had come to the hall as a suitor for the hand of one of her cousins. She was one of those happy beings who think so little of self that she always fancied that, if attentions were paid, they must be intended for some other person present. It might have been very stupid in the captain not to make his intentions more clear, but so it was, and Jane thought herself heart-free. It should have been mentioned that, on Christmas Day, Sir Gilbert and Lady Ilderton had their hearts made glad by the announcement that their sailor son Charlie was on his way to England, and as he would soon get leave, might be expected shortly at the hall. Several of the proposed amusements were put off till his arrival. Among them was a fancy ball, or masquerade rather, which it was settled should take place on 12th night, should he write word that he would come in time. "Hurrah! Charlie is coming!" cried Gilbert on opening a letter at the breakfast table. That delightful period of the day in a well-ordered English household when, rising refreshed by sleep, all the members meet round the snow-white board, laden with sweet-smelling bread and rolls of all shapes, and toast and butter and fanciful pats, swimming in crystal bowls of pure water, and preserves in cut glasses, and maybe some delicate sausages or cutlets kept hot under covers, and fragrant tea and coffee, and china of elegant pattern, all so cool and fresh and bright. And then the sideboard groaning with substantial viands. "Yes, he'll be here by the 5th at latest, and depend on it, if anyone is inclined to be slow, he'll stir them up." Charlie was a general favorite, though it must be acknowledged when he went to sea he was a somewhat harum-scarum fellow. Now great preparations were making for the ball, and the costumes which were to be worn at it. There were to be knights in armor, and a Robin Hood and Maid Marian, and Turks and Greeks and Albanians and Circassians and Hamlets, and an Othello, a Rolla, and a young Norval, and a Virgin of the Sun, and Night and Morning, and the Four Seasons, and a Harlequin, and a Clown, and Columbine. Indeed, it was difficult to say what characters were not to appear, but the best of it was that no one knew who was to be who, except perhaps Cousin Giles, and Jane Otterburn, and Gilbert, who were among the initiated. The ballroom was a magnificent hall, the pride of the county, and that was to be decked with evergreens, with lamps placed amidst them, and bowers of flowers which the hot houses alone could provide at that season of the year. "It would be great fun," said Cousin Giles to Jane as they were busy over some of their plans. "I don't think really that Sir Gilbert would be annoyed. What vexes him is to have the matter taken in earnest. I rather fancy that he doesn't believe the story himself. The dress is that of a society of foresters in this party of the country, and I can easily procure it." Jane looked thoughtful. Could it have been any one masquerading at night whom she had seen in the passage? Had she seen it but one night, that might have been the solution of the mystery. She did not like to mention the subject, even to Cousin Giles, for she had an idea that he would laugh at her, so she said nothing and kept wondering on. The 5th of January came, and the preparations were in a forward state, but Charlie had not arrived, though Gilbert did not seem much concerned, and said that he was sure that he would make his appearance, at all events, in time for the ball. Chapter 4. A masquerade, and an account of the part the ghost played at it. It was 12th night, and people from all the country round were assembling at the Huntingfield Hall, some few in a sober, modern costume, but the greater number in all varieties of fantastic dresses. A lady abbess came chaperoning a Columbine, an Italian flower girl, and a fair Circassian, and a magnificently robed pasha supported on one arm a demure Quakeress, and on the other a sombre-clad nun. But some glittering trimming, which could be seen under her cloak, showed that she was not likely to remain long in that costume. A Virgin of the Sun entered arm in arm with Don Juan, and a Greek pirate with the Maid of Orleans. A Circassian chief and a Russian noble were hand in glove, and a bog-trotting Irishman, with a dudeen in his mouth and a shillelagh in his fist, supported the arm of a somewhat stout Queen Elizabeth. Sir Gilbert and Lady Ilderton appeared as a gentleman and lady of the time of Henry VIII, and their daughters, with another young lady, as the Four Seasons, without masks. The fun began, and every effort was made to discover who was who, but so well disguised were many of the guests that this was often no easy task. Not only animals, but even senseless objects were represented, and among other things a huge cask glided into the room. Remarks not over-complimentary to the talent of the occupant were made as it circled its way on, as if moved by human hands outside in the usual fashion of making a cask progress. When a voice invariably replied, "I may be stupid, for I am a butt for the wit of others," after turning round and round through the room for some time, resting occasionally near some couple engaged in interesting conversation, a voice from within seldom failing to make some appropriate comment, it stopped near one of the evergreen bowers, exhibiting a smiling, ruddy countenance, with a huge mouth, to the company, from which a loud peal of laughter burst forth. From that moment it remained stationary, and when soon afterwards a clown, who had been inquisitively prying into every corner, began to knock at it, and at length attempted to get in, it was found to be empty. He, on this, set to work to trundle it away, and as if fatigued, stopped again near the wall to be out of the way. A Columbine passing engaged his attention when, to his apparent dismay and the astonishment of the guests, the tub began to move on of itself, he following and pretending to be unable to overtake it, while he shouted, "Hello, you mesmerized butt! You... Stop! Stop! Hello, you spirit of a ton, a pipe, a cask, or whatever you are, or call yourself! Stop, I say, stop!" But the butt would not stop till it reached a deep recess, when he overtook it, and, pulling away at it, upset it, when, as before, it was seen to be empty. Meantime, an admirably dressed hunchback gypsy had been going about telling fortunes. Although she had no mask, so well was her face disguised that no one seemed to know who she was, whether old or young or tall or short. She had not to seek people out, but one after the other they came up to her, and with wonderful accuracy she told them who they were, and mostly what were their aims and wishes, what they had done, and what they proposed doing. Among others, a jovial sailor rolled up, pipe in mouth, and asked to what part of the world he should next be sent, how long he should remain, and when he came back whether he should find his black-eyed Susan faithful and true. To the answer he got to the first question he paid little attention. Instead of replying to the second, she desired him to describe his black-eyed Susan, to say how long he had been attached, and whether she returned his affection. His description answered exactly to that of Jane Otterburn. 3 weeks only had passed since he had seen her for the first time, but sailors can seldom enjoy more than a brief time of courtship, and have to sing, "Happy's the wooing that's not long doing." The point in truth about which he was most anxious was the return he might expect to his affection. The gypsy hesitated a little, and her voice was scarcely as clear and high as it had previously been, as she replied, "True, honest love, when it meets with a free heart and disengaged hand, seldom fails to obtain a return, and the honest love of a brave man, when no return can be given, changes to friendship, and he seeks wisely and soon some other object on whom to bestow his affections." "But, Mistress Gypsy," persisted Jack, "suppose I cares for Sue, and I does care for her, and for the very ground she treads on. Does Sue care for me? That's the gist of the matter, and what I wants to know." "Ask her yourself. If she is what you describe, she'll give you a sincere answer," answered the gypsy, and her voice was still lower than before. "But not this evening. Not this evening. You have nothing to dread, I suspect," she added. The sailor gave a sudden start, and seemed very unwilling to quit the side of the gypsy, who, after this little occurrence, greatly lost her loquacity and power of repartee, and she was voted by those who had not before spoken to her to be a very dull and uninteresting gypsy. Her conversation with the sailor was interrupted by a cry from several of the guests, and from one end of the room there stalked forth a figure in a suit of Lincoln green, with hunting cap on head, and spear in hand. The face of the figure was properly whitened, but there was a jauntiness in the walk and a twinkle in the eyes, as the ghost moved along among the crowd, which soon betrayed the true character of the supposed visitant from the grave. He had not, however, reached one end of the hall before the eyes of the guests were turned toward the other end, where there appeared a figure in a similar costume, but more worn and stained, with what was evidently a winding sheet trailing behind. The countenance was deadly pale, and there was an unnatural glare in the eyes, which it was painful to look at, while the features were rigid and fixed in an extraordinary manner. A curious halo, or mist, it seemed, surrounded the figure as it stalked along, turning neither to the right hand nor the left, nor appearing to notice anyone in the room. No one ventured to speak to it and ask it whence it came, but 2 or 3 gentlemen who had come in characters of a doubtful nature crept hurriedly out of its way. One was in black, with a pair of small chamois horns on its head, hoofs on its feet, and a long tail, which he carried gracefully coiled round his arm. Another was a wood demon, a green monster with wings and claws and horns. He was accompanied by a troop of imps, all of different colors, though bearing many of his characteristics, while a third represented a leaden blue-colored demon, produced in the unwholesome imaginations of German poets. Everything about him was blue: watch, snuff-box, and toothpick case. He got out of the way with even more haste than the rest, to the great amusement of the little imps, who did not appear to have the same dread of the awful-looking being as the rest. On it came, slowly and silently, people making a broad way for it, and some even hurrying out of the room with looks indicative of terror. The bright lights grew dim as it passed, so many afterwards declared. The gypsy, when she saw it, started, and after scrutinizing it for a moment became so agitated that, had it not been for her companion, who was evidently a fellow not to be daunted by even his satanic majesty himself, she would have fallen. The sailor, on seeing this, looked very much inclined to rush forward and bring the ghost, if such it were, to action, but the gypsy, grasping his arm, held him back. "No, no, do not interfere with it," she exclaimed. "There may be more of reality in it than you suppose." The sailor, on hearing this, burst into a hearty, merry laugh, which seemed to have some influence on the ghost, for it slowly turned its fearful eyes towards him, then turned back its head and stalked, or rather glided on. "Never fear, my fine fellow, but I'll find you out, and prove that a ghost can squeak if he can't speak," cried the sailor, still undaunted. "Avast there! Heave to, I say! I want to light my pipe, and your goggles will just suit my purpose." To this address the ghost paid no attention, and the sailor seemed very much inclined to give chase, when, as it had got about 3/4 of the way down the room, Sir Gilbert, who had left it for a short time, re-entered. "What gramarye is this?" he exclaimed with a look of astonishment and annoyance. "I did not suppose that any visitor to this house would have taken so unwarrantable a liberty. Whoever you are, I must beg that you will instantly retire, and only appear again in your proper costume. We have all assembled to enjoy ourselves in an evening of harmless amusement, and I cannot allow the opportunity to be taken to try the nerves of ladies and children, for I hope all the men present will perceive that it is only a remarkably well got-up piece of mummery." The figure stopped for an instant, listening to this address, and then turned round, so withering a glance that even the baronet was put out of countenance. He soon recovered himself, however, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Such things cannot be!" But the unusual expression of doubt and vexation which his countenance wore showed too plainly what were his real feelings. To have a ghost walk into his room without his will, or to receive a visit from any unwelcome visitor, is enough to annoy any man, and this post-sepulchral visit of old Hooker, if such it was, certainly was anything but pleasant. But, besides this, Sir Gilbert had been vexed at the non-arrival of his son Charlie, whom, in spite of his wildness, he dearly loved. He could not help fearing that he might have got into some scrape at Portsmouth, or having been detained elsewhere by some escape or other. Probably, had Lady Ilderton seen the ghost and been alarmed at it, he would have been still more angry than he was. That is to say, as far as his kind, genial nature would allow him to be angry. There was a dead silence after Sir Gilbert had spoken, but no one stepped forward to confront or stop the ghost, probably from the impression that such things cannot be stopped, or that unpleasant consequences would ensue if the attempt were to be made. At all events, the appearance of old Hooker passed on unimpeded, until it reached one of the bowers at the end of the room where no seats had been placed. When it got there, suddenly a blue flame burst forth, surrounded by which it vanished. "The mummery has been admirably got up, I must confess," observed Sir Gilbert. "Some of my household have of course been in the secret, though I wish that I had first been consulted. And now, my friends, let the dancing commence, as I must before long request you all to unmask." Some little time, however, elapsed before the equanimity of many of the guests was restored. At length the gay strains of the dance music and the exertions of Cousin Peter, who had reappeared as Robin Hood and others, put them into their former good spirits, and they began to talk and laugh and joke as if no such unpleasant visitor as the long-buried old Hooker had appeared. When Cousin Giles was asked what he thought of the matter, he shook his head, and declared that he was in a very great hurry to get out of the room and out of the clothes when the real thing so unexpectedly appeared. Sir Gilbert, as soon as he had seen his guests once more amusing themselves as if nothing had happened, sent his steward and 2 or 3 other trusty people to endeavor to discover what had become of the person, if person it was, who had represented old Hooker's ghost. They returned after searching in every possible place, declaring that they could find no one hid away, nor had they seen anyone pass in any similar costume except Mr. Peter, who had taken no pains to conceal himself. Very strange indeed," muttered Sir Gilbert. "Did you examine the attics, Masham?" he asked his steward. "There are several old chests in the northern lumber attic. Several of them contain dresses, and if they have been disturbed it may give us a clue to the culprit. For a culprit I consider whoever played the trick, admirably as I must own it was done." "As to that, Sir Gilbert, with due respect to your opinion, I don't exactly like to be certain," answered Masham with a bow. "I have heard of a gentleman who came down to these parts, with a Scotch name, I think, who could make tables turn, and articles of furniture and musical instruments fly about the room, and spirits of persons a long time dead, some of them in foreign parts, come and talk and say all sorts of things to people who like to ask them questions. Now, if this is true, and it is extraordinary how many gentlefolks believe in it, I do not see why the ghost of old Hooker shouldn't walk about the house, or even through the ballroom, especially when he knew that somebody had been dressing up like himself, which of course wouldn't be pleasant to him. And besides, Sir Gilbert, I didn't like to say it before, this is the very day, so it is reported, that he came to his end, and that's another reason why he wouldn't like people to be dancing and jigging away like mummers over his grave, so to speak. Masham was a dissenter of the Puritan school, an honest, upright man, always accustomed to speak his mind to his employer, by whom he was highly esteemed. In this instance, however, he went a little too far, and he acknowledged afterwards that he had never before seen his master in such a taking. "Nonsense, man, nonsense!" exclaimed Sir Gilbert. "The fellow you speak of is an impostor, an arrogant humbug, and the people are geese who believe in him. Whatever their station in life, more shame to them if they are well educated. That is a poor reason for believing that old Hooker's ghost should haunt the hall. Go and search again. I am resolved to have the trick discovered before the guests leave the house. They shall not go away and spread all over the country the story of its being haunted. Look first into the north attic. Take care, Masham, that none of the servants set the place on fire by letting a candle fall in their fright, should a cat jump up or a rat move. I conclude that you know the chests I mean." "Oh, yes, Sir Gilbert. I helped Master Charles to overhaul one of them 3 years ago, when he wanted to collect some dresses for a play. I went up with the housekeeper, and we put them all safe back again the day after," answered the steward, hurrying off. Sir Gilbert was joined soon afterwards by Lady Ilderton, who came to ask them the particulars of the strange story of which she had heard rumours, but which no one had ventured directly to tell her. "Merely, my dear lady, that someone has walked through the ballroom in a hunting costume to represent the old keeper Hooker, and because no one spoke to him or tried to stop him, they have taken it into their heads that what they saw was no living being, but a ghost or spirit." "How extraordinary! And that it should have taken place during the few minutes we were both together out of the room," observed Lady Ilderton in a low voice. "I am disinclined to believe in such things, and yet this is more than I can well account for." "Oh, nonsense, nonsense, Lady Ilderton!" exclaimed Sir Gilbert, and yet his tone was not quite so firm as usual. "Depend on it, Masham will find it all out before long, and if he does not, Cousin Giles will tomorrow, though, of course, I would rather the trick had not been played. And now let us go back into the drawing-room." Not long after this, 2 most riotous sailors rushed into the room, insisting on playing leapfrog, tumbling over each other, and committing a variety of eccentricities unheard of in a ballroom. At last one of them rushed up to Lady Ilderton, and, throwing his arms round her neck, gave her a hearty kiss, when his mask falling off, displayed the well-bronzed merry countenance of her son Charlie. He introduced his companion as a brother officer whom he had invited to spend a few days at the Hall. He was heartily welcomed by his father, who loved him in spite of his occasional wild proceedings, and of course his mother and sisters doted on him, and fully believed that he would turn out a second Nelson if he had the opportunity. The ball went off with the greatest possible spirit, and without any other contretemps, could the incident which had been described to be considered one. Masham came back and reported that the old chests had undoubtedly been opened and the contents tumbled out, as there were marks where the dust had been disturbed, but that he had discovered no trace of the person who had represented old Hooker's ghost. Chapter 5. More of the ghost's pranks and how he was finally laid. Sir Gilbert had allowed the adornments of the ballroom to remain undisturbed, that his tenants and others might see them, a favour which was sure to be highly prized. The following evening a large party were assembled in the ballroom, for the young people had declared that they should be far too tired to do anything but dance, and musicians were therefore retained, and all the people in the immediate neighbourhood invited to come back. Lord Harston was glad of it, because he had made up his mind to propose to Miss Ilderton, and, as other young men have done, fancied that a ballroom was a very good place for the purpose. Captain Fotheringsail might possibly have had some similar ideas on the same subject with regard to Jane Otterburn. Charlie and his brother midshipman declared that they were ready for a dance every night of their lives. Jane had gone to her room after dinner, which was in a wing of the house away from the ballroom, and at this time as silent as at midnight. The evening guests had not yet arrived. A cheerful fire was burning, the flames from which sent at times a flickering and uncertain light through the room, but were generally bright enough to enable her to dispense with the light of her candles, as she sat down in an armchair to meditate pleasantly, as young ladies who have made a satisfactory conquest are apt to do. Though reveries of that description are pleasant, realities are pleasanter, and so she was about to get up to go down into the ballroom when a feeling that she was not alone made her turn her head, and there, standing at the open door, was the figure of old Hooker the keeper, exactly as it had appeared on the previous evening. She was a courageous girl, but her heart beat quick, and she felt that she would very much rather it had not been there. She rose from her seat, determined to confront it, when, with a sound which might be described as a plaintive cry, it glided from the door. She bravely hurried after it, exclaiming, "Stop! Stop! I must insist on knowing who you are!" But the passage was in total darkness, and the figure had disappeared. She had heard of the phantoms of the imagination to which some few people are subject when out of health, but she felt perfectly well, and had never had any visitation of the sort. And so, discarding all idea of a supernatural appearance, she felt convinced that somebody who had played off the trick on the previous evening had again dressed up to carry it on further. Still, therefore, undaunted by what might have frightened some ladies into hysterics, she lighted her candle, and drawing a large shawl over her shoulders, for the passages were cold, she prepared to descend to the ballroom. It would be too much to say that she had no uncomfortable sensation, or that she did not peer into the darkness ahead, and occasionally take an anxious glance over her shoulder, or that she altogether felt sure that she should not see old Hooker gliding before her, or noiselessly coming up behind her. She could not help allowing all the ghost stories she had ever heard to pass in ghastly review through her mind. Still, she tried not to walk faster than she should otherwise have done. Indeed, she foresaw that if she attempted to run, the wax taper she held would most probably be blown out. This, strong-minded as she was, she would very much rather should not happen. The keen wind of Christmas was blowing outside, and blasts here and there found their way along the passages, in consequence of one or two doors which ought to have been shut having been left open. Huntingfield Hall was an old edifice, and the same attention to warming the passages and shutting out the wind had not been paid when it was constructed, as is the case in more modern buildings. The young lady saw before her a door partly open, but which seemed at that moment about to close with a slam. To prevent this, forgetting her former caution, she darted forward, when the same blast which, as she supposed, was moving the door blew out her candle. She knew her way, and remembered that a few paces farther on there were 2 steps, down which she might fall if not careful. A creeping feeling of horror, however, stole over her when, as she attempted to advance, she felt herself held back. It must be fancy. She made another effort, and again was unable to move forward. Her heart did, indeed, now beat quickly. She would have screamed for help, but she was not given to screaming, and her voice failed her. Once more she tried to run on, but she felt herself in the grasp of some supernatural power, as a person feels in a dream when unable to proceed. Her courage at length gave way every moment she expected to hear a peal of mocking laughter from the fiend who held her, for her imagination was now worked up to a pitch which would have made anything, however dreadful, appear possible. At length, by an effort, she cried out, "Help me! Help! Pray come here!" The words had scarcely left her lips when a door in the passage opened, and she saw a person hurrying with a light towards her. "Thanks, Henry!" she exclaimed, giving way to an hysterical laugh as she sank into the arms of Captain Fotheringsail, feeling now perfectly secure against all enemies, either of a supernatural or natural character. "What's the matter, dearest?" he asked in a voice of alarm. "Oh, nothing. My candle went out, and I felt myself unable to move on," she answered. "I see you could not, for the skirt of your dress and your shawl have both caught in the door," he exclaimed with a merry laugh, which did more than a dose of sal volatile or camphor would have done to dispel her fears, and taking his arm she accompanied him to the ballroom. Should she tell him of the reappearance of old Hooker, or some living representative? Why not? She hoped always to have the privilege of enjoying his perfect confidence, and giving hers in return, so she told him what she had seen, or fancied that she had seen, assuring him at the same time that she did not believe her visitor had intended to come to her room. Again he gave way to a peal of merry laughter, and exclaimed, "I am delighted to hear it, for now he will be caught to a certainty. I have not the slightest doubt that he intends again to visit either the ballroom or the servants' hall. But whenever he comes, we will be ready for him. I have an idea that your wild young cousin and his friend have no little to do with the trick, for I have ascertained that they arrived at the hall some hours before they made their appearance in the ballroom in the character of sailors. When I saw their proceedings, I rather regretted the character I had assumed, lest I should have been taken for one of the party. The guests were assembling in the ballroom as the captain and Jane reached it. People looked at them and smiled significantly, and some of them said, "I thought it would be so." One or two remarked, "Well, it is curious how the dark girls cut out the fair ones. Who would have thought that little Miss Otterburn would have been preferred to her cousins, the Ildertons? Lady Ilderton won't thank her, I think." However, Lady Ilderton was as much pleased when she heard that Captain Fotheringsale, whom she liked very much, had proposed to her niece, as if he had made an offer to one of her daughters. And so people, for once in a way, were wrong. Captain Fotheringsale and Jane at once separated from each other, and went round to each of the guests separately, whispering in their ears. They instantly formed themselves into a quadrille, and the musicians struck up. On this the captain slipped from the side of his partner, and adroitly ran a dark thin line across the room, almost the height of a man's knee from the floor. The quadrille was concluded and nothing happened. A valse was gone through, and then another quadrille was played. It seemed, however, that if the captain had hopes of catching the ghost was not to be caught. He begged Cousin Giles to ascertain whether old Hooker had appeared in the servants' hall, or anywhere about the house. Cousin Giles had assured him that he knew nothing at all about the matter, and was on the point of going to perform his commission when, from the exact spot where the ghost had appeared on the previous day, forth he stalked, looking quite as dreadful as before. The guests ran from side to side to let him pass, when just as he reached the middle of the room he stumbled, made an attempt to jump, and then down he came full length on the floor. Off came a head and a pair of shoulders, and then was seen the astonished and somewhat frightened countenance of the simple Simon Langdon, who exclaimed, "Oh, Charlie, Charlie, I didn't think you were going to play me that trick." Finding that the trick was discovered, Charlie dashed out from behind a screen with a tin tube and lamp in his hand, and blew a superb blue flame over Simon, who was quickly divested of his hunting dress amid the laughter of the guests. Charlie and his friend confessed that they had induced Simon to act the ghost that evening, though who had played it the previous one they did not say. "Well, young gentlemen, you have had your fun, and no harm has been done, though the consequences might have been more serious than you anticipated," said Sir Gilbert. "It requires no large amount of wit to impose on the credulous, as the spirit rappers and mediums have shown us, and as we may learn by exhibition of my young friend here and his coadjutors," and the baronet looked very hard at Simon and Charlie. He then added in his usual good-natured tone, "However, as I said, no mischief has been done, though I must have it clearly understood that I cannot again allow old Hooker's ghost to make his appearance at Huntingfield Hall." Note: the author has to state that there is more truth in this story than may generally be supposed. A ghost or a spirit of some sort was believed by a whole neighborhood to have paid occasional visits to members of his own family, and it was not till after the lapse of many years that one of them by chance heard of the story, which had not even the shadow of a foundation. End of Old Hooker's Ghost, or Christmas Gambols at Huntingfield Hall.
Polly, a Before Christmas Story by Hope Ledyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Garth Burton. "Santa Claus?" exclaimed Ned, half mockingly. "Yes," insisted Mamie. "What's he going to bring you, Ned?" "I don't know, and I don't care much," he answered, "for there isn't any Santa Claus." "Why, Ned!" cried Mamie in astonishment. "Even my big brother Harry believes in Santa Claus. He's coming home from school tonight, and we're going to hang up our stockings." "Phew!" said Ned. "I must go home. Goodbye." Merry little Mamie stood in amazement, and then ran indoors to her mother with her perplexity. "Why, mother," she cried, "Ned Huntley said there wasn't any Santa Claus, and he was real cross about it too." "Well, Mamie," said her mother, "I wouldn't take any notice of Ned's being cross about Christmas time. The Huntleys don't keep Christmas." "Don't keep Christmas?" exclaimed Mamie, astonished beyond measure. Seeing that her mother was busy, she took her doll, Helena Margaret Constance Victorine, in her arms, and talked the matter over with her. "What do you think, my dear?" said she. "They don't keep Christmas at Ned Huntley's house. I don't know just what mother means by not keeping it, for you know Santa Claus comes down the chimney, and so he can get in during the night and leave Christmas there. Oh yes, but they don't keep it. They turn it out, I suppose, just like mother told me they acted about the dear little baby Saviour. They hadn't any room for him, and I guess Mrs. Huntley hasn't any room to keep Christmas in. I wonder what she does with the Christmas things Santa Claus brings. I wonder if she throws them away. I mean to go and ask her." And putting her child carefully in its cradle, Mamie started. There was some truth in what Mrs. Gaston had told her little daughter. The Huntleys did not keep Christmas in a loving, hearty way. They kept it in so far that on this very afternoon Mrs. Huntley was busy making the mince pies, dressing the turkey, and doing all she could to be beforehand with the extra Christmas dinner. Mr. Huntley had just stepped into the kitchen for a moment to say to his wife, "What have you settled on for Ned's Christmas?" "I've bought him a pair of arctics. He needed 'em, and if you want to spend more than common, you might get him half a dozen handkerchiefs." "Well, wife, I was thinking that perhaps—" The farmer tried to be particular about his words, for Mrs. Huntley did not seem in a very good humour. "I was remembering how you used to enjoy giving the young ones candies and toys, so perhaps—" "Now, Noah Huntley, I'm surprised at you. Buy candies and toys for a great lumbering boy like Ned? Why, you must be crazy, man. The next thing will be that you'll want a Christmas tree yourself." "Well, and it wouldn't be a bad idea," thought the father. "There's my man, Fritz. He has been to the woods and cut a little tree for his children, and he seems to get a heap of pleasure out of it. Ah, if only little Polly had lived!" Strangely enough, the wife was thinking the same thing, as she sliced and sifted and weighed. If little Polly had lived it would have been different, but we can't throw away money on nonsense for Ned. A little red cloak flashed by the window, a little bright face, just about the age of our little Polly's, peeped in at the door, and Mamie asked, "May I come in, Mrs. Huntley?" "Certainly, child. Here's a fresh cookie. I suppose you're full of Christmas over at your house?" "Oh yes, ma'am, and I'm so sorry you don't keep it. What's the reason?" "Don't keep it? Why, we have a regular Christmas dinner as sure as the 25th of December comes round, and Pa gives me a new dress, or something that I need, and we give Ned a suit of clothes or shoes or something that he needs." "Well," said Mamie, "but I like our way best. May I tell you how we keep Christmas?" "Talk away, I can listen." "Well, you see, a good while before Christmas my mother begins to get ready, and I often see her hide up something quick when I come in, and then she laughs, and I think, 'Oh yes, something's coming,' and then mother takes me in her lap and tells me how Jesus is coming, and how he did come. Do you know, Mrs. Huntley? You can tell me, child. You see, he came a long, long time ago as a little baby. Mamma says that he began at the beginning so that no little child could say, 'I can't be like Jesus, for Jesus never was so little as me.' That first birthday of his, there wasn't any room for him at the tavern, and when the dear little baby Jesus was sleepy, they laid him right in a stable manger, and the shepherds found him lying there. Christmas is his birthday, and I suppose they give all the children presents because Jesus loved little children. And then Santa Claus— Oh, Mrs. Huntley, that's what I came about, and I most forgot. If you don't keep Christmas, I mean as we do," she added, as Mrs. Huntley frowned, "and if you don't use the things that Santa Claus leaves here, can't I come over and get 'em? Only I'd rather Ned should have 'em." "Child alive, how your tongue runs! Here now, take these cookies home with you. I guess Ned's too busy to play with you." "Thank you, ma'am. And you'll remember about Santa Claus?" said little Mamie, as she walked away with her cookies. Mrs. Huntley worked on for a few minutes longer, and then, leaving her dishes, she went to her own room and opened a bureau drawer. There lay a bright little dress and pretty white apron. Polly's best things, the little clothes in which she used to look so lovely. There were the last Christmas toys the mother had ever bought. Only a little tin bank, a paper cornucopia, and a doll. But she remembered that Christmas so well. Could it be that it was only 3 years ago? How Polly had laughed and chattered over her stocking. And Ned, now that she thought about it, she remembered that they bought him a pair of skates that year. He had made a great time over those skates, and had taken his little sister out to see him try to use them. Ned was so loving and gentle in those days. And then the mother's heart reproached her. Could she blame her boy because he seemed to care so little for his parents and his home, when she had nursed her grief for the loss of her baby girl, and taken no pains to be bright or cheerful with him? She thought how clearly Mamie had told the story of the Saviour's birthday. Could her boy, who was 6 years older, do as well? He went to Sunday school sometimes, but she had never talked with him about Jesus, never since God took her Polly. And her eyes filled as she shut the drawer. Mrs. Huntley went back to the kitchen, but the room seemed different to her. Ned brought in the milk, and looked at his mother curiously at hearing her say, "Thank you, Ned." Wonders would never end, Ned thought, when, after tea, she said, "Father, it's a moonlight night. Couldn't you and I drive to the village? Ned will excuse our leaving him alone." Excuse! When had his mother ever asked him to excuse her? And then, as mother waited for the wagon to be got ready, she asked him to read about the Saviour's birth, and surely there were tears in her eyes as father came in, just as Ned read, and they came with haste and found Mary and Joseph, and the babe lying in a manger. Mr. Huntley was bewildered too. To start off for the village at 7 o'clock in the evening, when had such a thing happened? On the road, Mrs. Huntley told her husband what Mamie had said to her, and she added, "Perhaps, as I tell it, it don't seem much, but it made me think of our Polly and—" The woman's voice broke, and the father, saddened too, said comfortingly, "She's safe, my dear, in heaven." "Yes, father, but I'm thinking of the one that's left, for all I cried a little. I guess you were near right about getting him something nice. He's but a boy yet, and he'd think more of Christmas, and perhaps of the child that was born on Christmas, if we show him that Jesus has made our hearts a little more tender." What it cost that hard, reserved woman to say that, none knew, but I think her husband felt dimly how she must have fought with herself, and he was silent for some time. At last he said, with a tone of gladness in his voice, "My dear, I'm glad to get him something. He's a good boy, Ned is." What a pleasant time they had, and how they caught the spirit of Christmas. They bought a sled and skates, a book or two, and candies, and Mrs. Huntley found a jackknife that was just the thing Ned wanted. Then she said to her husband, "I'd like to buy something for Mamie. It would be nice to buy a girl's present." Their hearts ached a little as they chose a wonderful little wash-tub and board, with a clothes horse to match. How Polly's eyes would have shone at these! Meantime, Ned mused over his mother's tears and her strangely kind tones, and thought, "I wonder if she's going to be as good to me as she was to Polly. I hated to hear Mamie talk about Santa Claus. Polly used to talk just that way, and we did have such good times. I used to get skates and things at Christmas, but now I get some handkerchiefs or a lot of shirts. It makes me mad." Then Ned fell asleep, and so the mother found him. She woke him gently, and he went off to bed, bewildered by more kind words. Morning dawned, and Ned hurried down to light the fire in the kitchen, but he went no further than the sitting room. There was a sled, a splendid one, a pair of skates, and books. He put his hands in his pockets to take a long stare, and felt something strange in one of them. Why, there was a beautiful knife. Mother came in and watched his face, But at sight of her the boy fairly broke down, laying his head on her shoulder. "It's like Polly coming back," he said. And so it was, and so it continued to be. End of Polly, a Before Christmas Story by Hope Ledyard.
Popgun plays Santa Claus. From Tales from the X-Bar Horse Camp by Will C. Barnes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Popgun plays Santa Claus. Salute your partners, let her go. Balance all and do-si-do. Swing your gal, then run away. Right and left and gent sashay. Whoa, Mac, there's a letter in the Widow Miller's box. The pony sidled gingerly toward the mailbox nailed to the trunk of a pine tree, his eyes and ears watching closely the white sheet of paper that lay on the bottom of the open box, held by a small stone, which allowed one end to flutter and flap in the wind in a way that excited his suspicions. When the Widow Miller wished to mail a letter, she placed it, properly stamped, in her box, and the first neighbor passing that way took it out and mailed it for her, she being some miles off the regular mail route. Gents to right, now swing or cheat, on to the next gal, and repeat. He chanted the old familiar frontier quadrille call as he tried to force the pony close to the box to reach the paper without dismounting. "Stand still, you fool!" He spurred the animal vigorously. "That there little piece of paper ain't gonna eat you." But the more he spurred, the farther from the box went the animal. Beats all what a feller will do to save unloading hisself from a hoss. He threw the reins over Mac's head, swung to the ground, and strode toward the box. "Balance next, and don't be shy. Swing your cards and swing 'em high," he sang as he lifted the stone and picked up the paper beneath it, which proved to be a large-sized sheet of writing paper folded 3 times. A 1-cent stamp, evidently taken from some old letter, was stuck in one corner, and beneath it was scrawled in a childish, unlettered hand the words, "Mr. Sandy Claus, the North Pole." Almost reverently, Gibson unfolded the paper, feeling he was about to have some youthful heart opened to his curious eyes. "Dear Sandy Claus," it began, "please bring me a train of railroad cars, and a pair of spurs, and a .22 rifle to shoot rabbits with, and a big tin horn. And Sandy, Mary wants a big teddy bear and a real doll what shuts her eyes when she lays down. And Minnie, she's the baby, Sandy, so please bring her a picture book and a doll and a woolly lamb, and bring us all a lot of candy and apples and oranges and nuts. For since Daddy went away, we ain't had none of them things much. Mother, she says you know just where we live, so don't forget us, for I've tried to be a good boy this year. James Simpson Miller, 7 years old." Gibson felt a lump rising in his throat, and took refuge in song to hide his embarrassment. "Bunch the gals and circle round, whack your feet upon the ground, form a basket, break away, swing and kiss and all get gay." He wiped something out of the corner of his eyes with the back of his buckskin glove, and blew his nose savagely. Shucks, seems like I'm a-getting a cold in my head," he remarked sort of confidentially to the pony. Once more he read the letter. Shucks, wants a railroad train, eh? And a gun chester to kill rabbits, and a tin horn, and Mary wants a teddy bear, does she? And apples and oranges and candy for all of 'em. Say, Bill Gibson, it's up to you to play Santy Claus for these kids, and if you handle the job right, maybe you can convince their Aunt Nancy that she'd ought to say yes to a man about your size and complexion. Again he broke into song. "I'll a man left and balance all, lift your hoose and let 'em fall. Swing your opposite, swing again, kiss the darlings if you kin. Get up, Mac. Let's get along to camp and let the bunch in on this Santa Claus game. Shucks. Nancy said she wanted a watermelon pink sweater, whatever color that may be, to wear to the New Year's dance up on Crow Creek. Reckon the thing won't cost more'n a month's pay. I'll just get her one if it takes my whole roll. Once more he dropped into song. Back your partners, do-si-do. Ladies break and gents you know. Crow hop out and dove hop in. Join your patties and circle again. Salute your partner, let her go. Balance all and do-si-do. Gents salute your little sweets. Hitch and promenade to seats. That night around the table in the bunkhouse of the Oak Creek Sheep Company, 4 or 5 men watched the foreman write a letter to the owner, Mr. Barrington, who was wintering on the coast. Briefly he explained how the letter to Santa Claus fell into their hands, and the desire of the men at the ranch to furnish the children with all the things they asked for, and more. Miller, the foreman explained, had been accidentally killed a couple of years before, and his wife was putting up a hard fight to stay on the piece of land he had homesteaded long enough to get title to it from the government. There were 3 kids, he continued, James, the oldest, 7 years, and 2 girls, Mary 5 and Minnie, the baby, 2. The boys ain't a-limiting you in the cost, so please get anything else you and Mrs. Barrington thinks would please the kids and let me know the cost, and I'll charge it up to the boys' pay accounts. Also, Bill Gibson wants that Mrs. Barrington should pick out what he says is to be a watermelon pink sweater for Mrs. Miller's kid sister, Nancy. Bill says Nancy is just about Mrs. Barrington's size, and what'd fit her will fit Nancy all right. Bill, he says he reckons Mrs. B will savvy what a watermelon pink sweater is, which is more than any of us do. 3 days before Christmas, Bill Gibson set forth for the railroad, 25 miles away, to bring back the expected Christmas stuff. There was 2 feet of snow on the ground, and the roads were impassable for wheels, so Bill took with him 2 pack animals, a horse and a mule. He figured he would be one day going and one coming, and that on Christmas Eve, after marking and arranging all the presents, someone would ride down to the cabin and leave the whole business on the porch of the widow's cabin, where she would be sure to find it early Christmas morning. At the railroad, Gibson found the trains all tied up with snow to the west, and the packages had not arrived. Shucks, was his terse comment. Now, wouldn't it just be hell if the plunder didn't come in time for them kids to have their Christmas tree? But late that night a train came through which brought the package he had come for. By unpacking the stuff from the box in which they were shipped, Gibson managed to get everything in the 2 yaks carried by the mule, while upon the horse he packed a load of provisions for the camp. Barrington and his wife had added liberally to the list of toys, and, knowing well the conditions at the sheep ranch, had marked or tagged each article with the name of the child for which it was intended. Even Mrs. Miller had been remembered generously. The sweater was there, packed carefully in a fancy box. Bill loosed the ribbon that fastened it and slipped a card into the box on which he had laboriously written, "To Miss Nancy, from her true friend, Bill." But the storm broke out again, and it was long afternoon the next day before he dared start, for the wind blew great guns and the air was filled with icy particles that no one could face. Leading the pack horse with the mule tailed up to him, Gibson started for home, but made poor progress through the drifted snow. It was almost 2 o'clock the next morning when he passed the letter box at the trail to the widow Miller's place. The moon had gone down behind the trees to the west, and it was quite dark, but here the wind had swept the ground bare of snow, and his progress with his rather jaded animals was much better. Sleepy and tired from his long ride, Gibson reached the ranch and rode into the warm stable to unsaddle. There, to his great surprise, he found he had but one animal behind him, the rope which had been around the mule's neck still dragging at the pack horse's tail, a mute evidence of what had happened. Shucks, he commented grimly. Won't them there boys in the bunkhouse give me particular hell for this night's work?" Wearily he unsaddled and unpacked the horses. Still more wearily he dragged himself up the path to the house, stirred the fire in the fireplace into a blaze, and when the coffee was hot drank a cup, ate greedily of the food which the cook had left for him, crawled into his blankets, and in 10 seconds was dead to the world. In his dreams he was swinging a rosy-cheeked girl through the steps of an old-fashioned quadrille, she being attired in a most gorgeous watermelon pink sweater. Swing your partners, swing again, kiss the darlings if you can. He essayed the kiss, only to be awakened on the verge of its attainment by a heavy hand on his shoulder, followed by a voice which demanded in no soft tones, "Where's your Christmas plunder?" He sat up in bed, half dazed by his night's experience. "Come alive, Bill, come alive, and tell us about the things for the kids. We can't find them nowhere." Gibson yawned and rubbed his eyes in a vain attempt to delay the catastrophe which he knew would encompass him when he told of the loss of the pack mule. Before he dropped off to sleep he had planned to get an early start in the morning back on his trail to try to find the lost animal. Popgun had been bought from the widow soon after her husband's demise, and he shrewdly guessed that the tired, hungry mule would most likely strike direct for his old and nearby home. He sprang from bed and grabbed his clothes. Shucks," he began. "I reckon I done lost the mule comin' home. Had him tailed up to old Paint, and just about the time I passed the trail into Widow Miller's place, Paint set back on the lead rope and like to pull the saddle off an old back, me having the rope tied hard and fast to the nub. He let up in a minute and come along all right, and I'm a-figuring 'twere just about there that Popgun gets loose. He probably having been leaning back on the pack horse's tail a right smart, causing Paint to pull back hisself. Popgun likely stripped the rope over his head, and being about all in, turned off down the trail to the widder's, and it's dollars to doughnuts he's a-eatin' hay in her shed right now. Me being tired and sleepy, I never sensed the loss till I gets here with the mule's rope a-dragging along, still tied to Paint's tail. Shucks, I'll find him or bust a shoestring. And to think they have to go all the way back to Afriky to get ivory when there's such a lot of it to be had nearer home, was the sarcastic comment of the foreman. From the windows of the Widow Miller's cabin the whole world seemed wrapped in a mantle of white. Down along the creek in the meadow the rose bushes and willows poked their heads above the snow. Changing their skirts for overalls, she and Nancy soon picked a couple of quarts of the brilliant red berries of fruit of the rose bushes. That night, as soon as the children were safely in bed, they started in on their Christmas tree preparations. Several days before, Nancy had slipped out into the timber and cut a small spruce, which she dragged to the stable and hid under some loose hay. And with an empty canned goods case and some stones, they managed to make a very satisfactory base for it. Over the coals in the fireplace, they popped a huge dishpan full of corn, and worked late into the night stringing popcorn and the roseberries with which to festoon the tree. "I've seen my mother use cranberries for the same thing," she told her sister, "but these roseberries look quite as well, I think." From the pages of a mail-order catalogue they cut figures from the brilliantly colored fashion plates which, pasted upon stiff cardboard and hung to the tips of the branches, made famous decorations. Festooned with the long strings of roseberries and popcorn, with these gaily painted ladies of fashion dangling from every bough, it made a very satisfactory Christmas tree. After placing upon it the presents for the children which they had been able to buy or make, together with a few apples and oranges, some stick candy, each done up separately in paper, just to make it seem more, Nancy said, the two women retired for the night. How long she had slept or what awakened her, Mrs. Miller could not tell, but as she strained her ears for the slightest sound, she imagined she could hear outside the footfalls of some heavy animal. She knew it could be no bear, for whatever it was, the snow was crunching under its feet, nor was it a human, for the steps were those of a 4-footed object. The moon that earlier in the evening had flooded the valley until it was almost as light as day was now just dipping behind the mountain to the west, throwing the stable into deep shadow, from which the sounds now seemed to come. There was a bare possibility of its being some range cow, although they had all long since drifted down into the lower country. But she finally decided it must be one of the big bull elks which regularly wintered on the wind-swept sides of the mountain above them, and sometimes came down to the ranch seeking feed during times of heavy snow. Shivering with the cold, she crept back to bed, realizing that daylight would soon come. Rudely her dreams were broken by a sound that at first froze the very marrow in her bones, but which, with immense relief, she instantly realized could come from the throat of but one animal, and that a mule. Fortunately, the children slept through it all, and dressing as quickly as they could, she and Nancy started for the stable, Mrs. Miller armed with her automatic. No sooner had they stepped from the porch than the mule that had been hanging about the stable trying to get in spotted them and greeted their coming with a series of brays and nickerings that showed his joy at seeing some human being. It was Popgun, the pack still on his back. Leading him to the cabin, the women quickly loosened the diamond hitch, took off the canvas pack cover, and piled the yaks upon the porch, after which he was placed in a vacant stall in the stable and fed. To the women versed in frontier ways and signs, the solution of the visit from their long-eared friend was simple, and they sized up the situation almost exactly as it had occurred. Therefore they felt certain someone would be on his trail before very long. The rattle of the pack rigging on the porch aroused the children, and when the women returned from the stable, the two older ones were investigating the pack. Bidding them not to meddle with the things, Mrs. Miller and her sister went inside the house to get breakfast, leaving the kids on the porch. Childish curiosity could not well be stifled, especially on such a day as this. They had been told stories of the coming of Santa Claus, and while Jimmy had learned that a reindeer looks very much like a bull elk he had once seen, he also knew that all sorts of things could be packed in a pair of yaks, and knew no reason why Santa should not have availed himself of that means of transporting his gifts under certain conditions. To loosen the straps that held the yak covers was an easy matter. To lift up the heavy canvas covers was still easier, and the first thing that met the eager eyes of both children was a long tin horn nested down in some excelsior. As he pulled at it, a fluttering tag caught his eye. On it he read, "For James, Merry Christmas." One wild shout of delight, and he gave a blast on the toy that brought both women to the door, just in time to see Mary drag from the yak a huge teddy bear. On this was another tag marked, "To Mary, Merry Christmas." Before his scandalized mother could collect their senses enough to stop him, Jimmy had dropped his horn and gone on a voyage of exploration into the depths of the two yaks. One of his first discoveries was the box containing the sweater. The tag tied to it cleared up in a measure the doubts which Mrs. Miller had had as to the propriety of thus making free with other people's property, and that Santa had been sent by the men at the sheep camp. An hour later a man rode down the trail back of the house and quite out of range of its windows. Tying his horse at the side of the stable away from the house, he crept to the corner of the building and cautiously peeped out. The smoke was curling briskly from the cabin chimney, and in the tense stillness he could hear noises which indicated very plainly that the letter to Santa Claus had borne fruit. For the most ear-splitting sounds were coming from the cabin, sounds which he knew to be the natural results of 3 tin horns in the mouths of 3 delighted kids. As he stood there, a door slammed, and a girl stepped out on the porch, arrayed in the most gorgeous sweater he had ever imagined. On her head was a jaunty cap of the same color and material as the sweater, while in her hand she held a tin bucket, in which most unquestionably was the breakfast for the chickens, which were making loud demands for release from their log coop near the stable. In his inmost heart, Bill Gibson knew that if ever a man was blessed by the gods with the one opportunity of his life, it was facing him at that very moment. Nancy came tripping down the snowy path, a perfect picture of girlish beauty and happiness. Gibson drew back so she could not see him until she had turned the corner of the stable. As she did so and met his eyes, the song turned into a maidenly shriek. Her cheeks were blazing like two peonies. She tried hard to speak, but the words died on her lips. Mechanically she set the bucket of feed on a small shelf where the chickens could not reach it. Bill interpreted the move as meaning either a fight or complete surrender. He believed it was the latter, and took a step toward her. "Christmas gift, Nancy," he said. His voice had an odd quaver in it. "Old Santy seems to have brung you the sort of sweater you wanted." He was gaining confidence. "He sure did," she replied, striving in vain to keep her eyes from meeting his. "Nancy," he demanded, "ain't you got nothing for me this grand Christmas morning?" "What you wanting, mostly?" Her eyes fairly danced with mischief in telling what her lips dared not. A look of triumph swept over the man's bronze face. "You, and I'm a-going to take it right here." He took a step toward her. She turned to run, but with one bound he was at her side, caught her in his arms, and fairly smothered her with kisses. He drew back his head and looked deep into her eyes. "How about it?" he demanded. "About what?" very archly. He kissed her a dozen times before she replied, nor did she seem to object to the action. "You know the Christmas present I most want, Nancy." He drew her close to him. Her arms found their way about his neck. "Bill," she whispered in his ear, "you're an old darling. Let's go up to the house and tell the news to Sister." End of Popgun Plays Santa Claus by Will C. Barnes.
The Three Kings by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. The Three Kings. 3 kings came riding from far away, Melchior and Gaspar and Balthazar. 3 wise men out of the east were they, and they travelled by night and they slept by day, for their guide was a beautiful, wonderful star. The star was so beautiful, large and clear, that all the other stars of the sky became a white mist in the atmosphere, and by this they knew that the coming was near of the prince foretold in the prophecy. 3 caskets they bore on their saddle bows, 3 caskets of gold with golden keys. Their robes were of crimson silk with rows of bells and pomegranates and furbelows, their turbans like blossoming almond trees. And so the 3 kings rode into the west, through the dusk of night, over hill and dell, and sometimes they nodded with beard on breast, and sometimes talked as they paused to rest, with the people they met at some wayside well. "Of the child that is born," said Balthazar, "good people, I pray you, tell us the news, for we in the east have seen his star, and have ridden fast and have ridden far, to find and worship the King of the Jews." And the people answered, "You ask in vain. We know of no king but Herod the Great." They thought the wise men were men insane, as they spurred their horses across the plain, like riders in haste and who cannot wait. And when they came to Jerusalem, Herod the Great, who had heard this thing, sent for the wise men and questioned them, and said, "Go down unto Bethlehem, and bring me tidings of this new king." So they rode away, and the star stood still, the only one in the grey of morn. Yes, it stopped. It stood still of its own free will, right over Bethlehem on the hill, the city of David where Christ was born. And the 3 kings rode through the gate and the guard, through the silent street, till their horses turned and neighed as they entered the great inn-yard. But the windows were closed and the doors were barred, and only a light in the stable burned. And cradled there in the scented hay, In the air made sweet by the breath of kine, the little child in the manger lay, the child that would be king one day, of a kingdom not human, but divine. His mother, Mary of Nazareth, sat watching beside his place of rest, watching the even flow of his breath, for the joy of life and the terror of death were mingled together in her breast. They laid their offerings at his feet. The gold was their tribute to a king. The frankincense, with its odor sweet, was for the priest, the paraclete, the myrrh for the body's burying. And the mother wondered and bowed her head, and sat as still as a statue of stone. Her heart was troubled, yet comforted, remembering what the angel had said of an endless reign and of David's throne. Then the kings rode out of the city gate, with a clatter of hoofs in proud array. But they went not back to Herod the Great, for they knew his malice and feared his hate, and returned to their homes by another way. End of The Three Kings by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
"'Twas the Night Before Christmas by Clement Clarke Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in the hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of a new fallen snow gave luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." The End. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas by Clement Clarke Moore.
Two Christmas Eves by Patricia Wentworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. It was on the Christmas Eve a year after Mrs. Ames first became his secretary that John Alden, MP, asked her to be his wife. For the first 6 months he had thought her a very good secretary. For the last 6 months he had been gradually ceasing to think of her as a secretary at all. She was Lucy to him. Lucy, the woman whose hand was on the pulses of his heart, and every day those pulses throbbed more strongly. He wondered how long her husband had been dead, and if she had loved him, and if he had loved her. He wished he knew more about her. "She is very young to be so alone in life." That was what kind, vague Lady Calcott had said of her. Then he had cared too little to ask more. Now he cared far too much. Thoughts that he could not utter burned in him continually. But when, on that first Christmas Eve, he tried to give them voice, the halting words turned traitor, and all the happy flow of language which filled the house when Alden was up deserted him. He stammered out he hardly knew what, saying he loved her, calling her by her name, and their dead silence fell. And through it Lucy Ames stared at him with eyes unnaturally wide and dark. It was the horror in them that gave him words at last, and "What is it?" he said, and made an abrupt movement that sent his chair over with a crash. A little sighing breath came between Lucy Ames's white lips. Her left hand, the hand with the wedding ring on it, relaxed, and the papers it held came fluttering down and lay about her feet. "What is it?" repeated John Alden. At the insistence in his voice she shivered a little and looked at him, but strangely, or as if he were a stranger. What are you asking me?" she said, all on one low, whispered tone. "Lucy!" His voice shocked her back to full consciousness again. "Lucy, what did you think? What could you think? To be my wife, my dear wife." She trembled a little more, and her eyes widened. "Oh, but you know I can't," she said, and put out her hand as if to keep him away. But in that moment he knew she loved him, and he laughed aloud, the deep, pleasant laugh that told of a warm, sound nature. "Why can't you, Lucy, dear?" he said. "Are you so sure you can't? I think you can. Won't you try? Won't you try if you can like me well enough, my dear?" And he took the small, groping hand and kissed it very gently. Lucy Ames snatched her hand away and rose to her feet with a sob. She stood there shaking all over, and there was something in her face that stopped John Alden's laughter, and stopped his tender words. You don't know," she cried almost wildly. "You really don't know? Oh, how is it possible?" "Lucy, what is it?" asked the man. "My husband," said Lucy Ames, in a whisper that seemed to fill the room and shake it. "You're a widow," he spoke almost roughly. "No," in that same whisper. "Oh, God! Lucy, are you sure?" She gave a wild little laugh that sobbed itself into a groan. "Sure? Oh!" There was a long pause. Then John Alden moved a few paces and caught the edge of the mantelpiece in a grip that left a red line across his palm. "He deserted you," he said at last. "No. Where is he? You don't live with him?" His voice was full of horror. All this time, while she was in his heart, while he had been thinking of her as his wife, had she been going home each day, not to the lonely room he had fancied, but to another man? To a husband's arms? The thought sickened him right through to the core of his clean love for her. But her answer came quick and breathless with the thought. No. Oh, I thought you knew. He is in an asylum. He is mad. The revulsion filled his voice with warmth. Oh, you poor child, he said. Then Lucy gave a little cry. Oh, don't. What must you think? I thought you knew. Oh, I did indeed. You didn't ask any questions, and I thought it was because you were so kind, because it was such a dreadful thing to speak of. I thought Lady Calcott had told you. John Alden gave a short, hard laugh. I suppose she thought she had. You know what she's like. Her sentences that never finish, and her stories that trail off into something quite different. And I wasn't so interested then. She said you were alone in the world. I thought it meant the usual thing. I was a fool. There was another silence. Then he swung away from her and spoke again, looking into the glowing fire, both elbows on the mantelpiece. How long ago was it? Do you mind telling me? I should like to know a little more. She made a half-step toward him, and then drew back, clasping her hands and standing with her head bent, her eyes on his averted face. I should like to tell you. You should have known. I thought you did know. I never thought it possible you didn't. You do believe that? Yes. Oh, thank you. She paused, bit her lip, and began to speak in a low, hurried way. There isn't very much to tell. I can't remember my father and mother. Some cousins brought me up. They weren't very kind. You see, there was no money. When I was 17, Mr. Ames wanted to marry me. He had a good appointment at the Admiralty. I suppose they thought it would be a provision. They told me I ought to marry him and not be a burden, so I did it. They didn't tell me that his father had been mad, or that he had a brother in an asylum then. John Alden smothered an oath. Lucy's simplicity had always been one of her chief charms for him. He realized now how it had been used to destroy her. He hoped the curse about the millstone and the depths of the sea applied to her cousins. From the bottom of his heart he hoped it and believed that it did. What happened? He said, and bent his head upon his arms. A shudder ran all over Lucy's slim figure. At first I thought he was just strange, she said. And then his brother Gerald came out of the asylum. They said he was all right, but he wasn't. Not really. I never thought he was. He frightened me so. You see, he liked me, in a horrible sort of way. He liked being with me. And he used to say he'd have married me himself if his brother hadn't been in such a hurry, and I used to be so frightened I didn't know what to do. John Alden bit his lip till the blood came. If she would be quick. If she would only be quick. She would only reach the end. This poor frightened child. He dared not turn his head. For if he were to see her tremble, he knew no power on earth could keep him from taking her in his arms. Go on, he said in a smothered voice. Lucy put one hand to her lips and drew an unsteady breath. One night, she said in a whisper, one night they quarrelled, the brothers, about me. Oh, they were mad then. Mr. Ames said I had come between them. Oh, I didn't want to. He said he didn't want me any more. His brother could have me, or anyone. I was to go away. And Gerald said, No, come here to me, Lucy. I saw that they were mad, and I ran right out of the house, and there was a policeman there, and I told him. Then he fetched a doctor, and they took them away. Everyone was very kind. Lady Calcott came to see. She had known my mother, and she had me taught typing and shorthand so that I could earn my living. You see, there was very little money. They are still in the asylum. At least Mr. Ames is. His brother died last year. John Alden half turned his head. Is that where you go when you ask for a day off? To the asylum? He had the instinct that drives a man to ask the thing which, answered, will be salt on the raw wound. Yes, she said. You see him then? No. They say it would be very bad for him. He is so excited if my name is mentioned. So I don't go in. I just see the doctor and come away. How long has he been there? What do they say? Is he likely to get better? I don't know. They say you can never tell. He's been there 5 years. It was on my 18th birthday that it happened. There was a very long silence. Then Lucy bent down and began picking up the scattered papers she had let fall. When she had put them all tidily in their places, she hesitated, and then said in a low voice, Mr. Alden? He drew himself up and turned. Mr. Alden? What is it? Don't look like that, child. Mr. Alden, I ought to leave you. Do you want to? Oh, please. You know it is not that, but you know I ought. Because of what I said just now? She nodded, unable to speak. Perhaps when Eve, her paradise forbid, looked back and saw the angel's flaming sword, her eyes also dazzled with sudden tears. Her voice, too, refused to answer the will's summons. Poor Lucy Ames had never lived in Eden at all. All her life had been spent in a place of stones and thistles, of hardness and sharp pricks. She had just one little glimpse inside the sheltering walls, had seen that the sun shone there, that there the fruit of happiness ripened, and the waters of comfort sprang. And then, the angel with the sword and the shut gate, the gate that she ought not only to close but to lock, the gate that she was locking and closing now. Her Adam walked up and down for a moment without replying. Then he came close to her and took her hand. Lucy, look at me, he said. And she looked up with brimming eyes. Lucy, tell me, which is the best thing for you? If you stay here, you can trust me. I'll not say a word, nor touch your hand, nor so much as look. I can do it, but if it's better for you to go, you shall. Here was reprieve. A good woman always thinks that love may very well wear friendship's dress and conform to friendship's rules. She throws herself with utter trust upon the man's self-command, and tries it in most unconscious temptation with the whole weight of his love for her. Lucy put out her hand impulsively. "Oh, you are good," she cried. "Oh, indeed, I don't want to go." John went hastily back to the fire. "Very well," he said, in tones which she thought a little dry. "Very well, then. I shall expect you as usual on the 2nd. Good night." And after a little pause, Lucy said good night too, and went out, wondering why his manner had so suddenly changed, and why he didn't look at her when he spoke or moved to open the door. The new arrangement lasted 3 months, and to John Alden there were 3 months of such strain that he never knew how he got through them. Lucy made it very hard. She was so happy. She knew he cared for her. She came every day to his house. She worked for him and had only to look up from her work to see him there, quite close, so close that a step would have brought him to her side. He never took that step, and her presence grew to be a burning torment. He suffered as the man suffers who dies impotently of thirst, with water, cool, exquisite water of the wonder spring, just out of reach. Only in his case the water was not out of reach. It was there, under his hand, his to take, and he must turn his head away and clench his hand and die of thirst. He bore it until one day, in bringing him some papers, Lucy just laid her hand on his and said in her pretty soft way, "Oh, how cold you are! You should have a fire. Shall I light it?" And her touch lighted one she could not as easily put out. "Cold?" He put his other hand over hers and felt the flame of passion flare horribly. The noise of its roaring was in his ears. He gripped her wrist and looked at the marks his fingers made, looked as a man looks at something terrible. And then with a wrench that shook his whole being, he turned from her and strode to the window and flung it up. "Oh, you hurt me!" cried Lucy, bewildered, and he leaned far out and filled his lungs with the east wind before he turned and answered, "Yes, and you must go, Lucy, or I shall hurt you more." She cried like a child when he made his meaning plain. The pleasant game of make-believe was over. She had thought him a god, and he was only a man after all. Reality seemed incredibly ugly, inconceivably cruel. She was very forlorn and alone, and she was only 23. John Alden never knew how he let her go, but she went, and he found her work with the philanthropic lady and got a man secretary for himself. He went to see Lucy once a month, and every time he found her a little whiter, a little lonelier, a little dearer. She didn't like the philanthropic lady, who was much too philanthropic to consider a secretary as anything but a machine. She missed John terribly. It was dreadful to forget and look up from her work and see the philanthropic lady's sharp nose and cold grey eyes instead of John's nose, which was such a comfortable shape, and John's eyes, which were so full of kindness for her. She felt as if she were in a world without a sun, and there wasn't even starlight or firelight to take its place. With a woman's cruel sweetness she let him see it all, and every time he left her it was harder to go, till at last it was too hard, and he asked her if she would brave the world with him. His career didn't seem to matter. Nothing seemed to matter except Lucy, and the fact that Lucy was fretting her heart out. She looked at him with piteous, bewildered eyes. She had not meant to make it hard for him or tempt him. He seemed so strong. She had not known that he was suffering so. She began to cry like a child, but the burden of her sobs was still the same. "Oh, no, no. Oh, they mustn't do anything wicked. And, oh, please, please, John, won't you go away now?" And he went, cursing himself. It was another Christmas Eve before he came again. He had a good grip on himself once more, but it cost him so much that he did not notice how silent Lucy was. She was dressed to go out, and she had her back to the light and sat quite still, with her hands lying limply in her lap, while he told her he had been offered a colonial governorship and thought he'd better take it. "We can't go on like this, Lucy," he said, and waited for her to speak. Only she sat still. At last he noticed that her face had a frozen look, that there was no expression in her eyes. "Lucy," he said sharply, "have you been listening? Did you hear what I told you?" And her eyelids just flickered as she said, "No." "Why, Lucy," he exclaimed and came across the room to her. "What is it? What is the matter? Lucy, child." She moved one of the limp hands then, and he saw a folded letter on her knee. "Lucy," he said, and took it. Then he read it and understood. The letter was from the doctor at the asylum. Mr. Ames was very much better, was in fact restored to health. He desired to see his wife. He wanted to go home. There was no reason why Mrs. Ames should not fetch him away. He wanted to spend Christmas with his wife. John Alden crushed the letter in his hand. "Is this the first you've heard?" She shook her head mechanically. "No. A fortnight ago they wrote. They said he had been improving steadily ever since I was there last. His one desire now is to come home." "And you? You, Lucy? She looked up at him, a heart-rending look. What can I do? He is ill, they say. He has nowhere else to go. They had no relations. He wants to come home. To come here. For Christmas. Her breath failed her on the last word. John Alden looked at her and spoke harshly. I won't have it. You're not fit. There are nursing homes. Let him go to one. You can visit him. She shook her head again. There's so little money. Lucy! No, I couldn't let you, John. You know I couldn't let you. I've got to do it. I'm going now. Oh, John, can't you help me? He did forget everything then but her need. Yes, my dear, yes, he said, and put his arm around her quite steadily and gently. They went together. She wondered afterward whether she could have gone alone. She did not think she could. They did not speak at all, but when the cab drove up and they got out, Lucy caught his arm and kept her hand on it, holding so tight that she bruised the flesh. Then they were shown into a room, and still neither of them spoke. There were Christmas decorations about, sprigs of holly over the pictures, and whitened sprays of ivy framing a Christmas motto. Peace and goodwill were the words, and Lucy read them over and over, quicker and quicker, with a desperate feeling that if she could keep on and never stop or falter, it would keep the silence from being broken and keep her from screaming aloud. There were steps outside, and still she read the meaningless words over and over and over again. Her lips were quite white and stiff. She wondered how she should speak and what she should say. She wondered if he would kiss her, and how she should bear it if he did, and John there to watch. Oh, had she ever been very, very wicked to be punished in such a dreadful way as this? The steps were at the door. Her pulses beat time to them. She thought they would never stop treading on her heart. Then the handle of the door turned, and she put her hand quickly to her lips with a little gasp, a breath of sheer panic terror. The door opened so slowly that she thought it would never stop, and two men came in and stopped just inside the door. One was the grey-haired doctor at the asylum, and the other, who hung limping on his arm, the other white-faced, furtive-eyed. "Oh!" said Lucy Ames on a long, shaking breath. "Oh!" And she began to tremble and to catch her breath and laugh. "Now, Mrs. Ames," said the doctor sternly. The white-faced man let go of his companion's arm and put out his hand. "Lucy," he said in a queer, weak voice. "Lucy, my wife." But Lucy was clinging to John Alden and fighting for breath and words. "Oh, I'm not. He's not," she gasped, and John Alden's hand closed on her wrist like a vice. "Be quiet," he said roughly. "Lucy, stop. Stop, I say. Pull yourself together. No, you can if you try. No, stop at once. At once." She obeyed, panting. "Now, what do you mean? Isn't this your husband?" And Lucy answered, "Oh, no. Oh, what does it mean? It's Gerald. My husband's brother Gerald." The doctor started and looked from the trembling lady to his cringing patient. "What's this?" he said in a sharp voice, and John Alden asked, "You're sure, Lucy? You are quite sure?" "Oh, yes. Oh, John!" "Hush, Lucy. Dr. Clark, there's been a mistake somewhere. You've two brothers here. Mrs. Ames says this is the wrong one. Where's the other?" Dr. Clark coughed. "Dead," he said shortly. "Died 18 months ago." "Oh, yes," said Lucy. "But it was Gerald who died. You said it was Gerald." The white-faced man looked over his shoulder at the doctor and edged towards Lucy. "It's all right," he said in a low voice. "It's all right, I tell you, Lucy. We changed names and all, and he threw you in. He got tired of you, and I wanted you, and you're my wife now. Tell her it's all right, doctor. Tell her she's my wife. My wife, Lucy, that I'm going home to spend Christmas with. Come and give me a kiss, Lucy. Isn't it funny, Doctor? She's my wife, and I've never even kissed her yet. I think she might give me a kiss, and Christmas Eve and all." "Well, you must come and pack first," said Dr. Clark abruptly, and as the two went out he beckoned John to follow. Lucy was left alone. She sat down on a chair and tried to think, but felt too dazed. Suddenly she began to cry, and was somehow glad that she could cry for her husband, who had been dead for nearly 2 years, and dead to her for 5. When she had cried her fill, she looked up, and there was the Christmas motto on the wall before her: Peace and Goodwill. Peace for the dead, and goodwill, yes, goodwill to everyone. Seemed to mean something to her now. She looked at the words with swimming eyes, and then John Alden came in and took her in his arms. They did not speak. They did not kiss. They just stood there together and knew their path in life was one henceforward. "Peace and goodwill," he said very low, and his voice shook. "Peace and goodwill, and God bless the new year." End of 2 Christmas Eves by Patricia Wentworth.
The White Christmas, a Christmas morality play in 1 act by Walter Ben Hare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Mary, the Maiden Mother, read by Jen Broda.
Joseph,
of the House of David,
read by David Purdy.
Simeon, an Old Shepherd, read by Alan Mapstone.
Isaac, a Young Shepherd, read by Brian Fullen.
Timothy, a shepherd, the husband of Anna, read by Larry Wilson.
Anna, the wife of Timothy the shepherd, read by Lynette Calkins.
Thomas, son of Anna and Timothy, read by Red Run.
Ruth, daughter of Anna and Timothy, read by Norah Nelson.
Deborah, hostess of an inn at Bethlehem, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Rachel, a maiden of Bethlehem, read by Nicole Wright.
Melchior, a wise man from the east, read by Brian Fullen.
Gaspar, a wise man from the east, read by TriciaG.
Balthasar, a wise man from the east, read by Ed Lambert.
A concealed choir, vocalists:
TriciaG.
Nicole Wright.
Alan Mapstone.
Norah Nelson.
DC. ALG 1001.
Brian Fullen.
Verla Vieira.
Musical accompaniment
by Beeswaxcandle.
Unseen Angel's Voice, sung by Jen Broda.
Prologue, read by Beeswaxcandle.
Narration, read by Brian Fullen. Scene 1. Before the play begins, the prologue steps in front of the curtains and addresses the congregation.
The earth has grown old with its burden of care, but at Christmas it always is young. The heart of the jewel burns lustrous and fair, and its soul, full of music, bursts forth on the air, when the song of the angels is sung. It is coming, old earth, it is coming tonight. On the snowflakes which cover thy sod, the feet of the Christ-child fall gentle and white, and the voice of the Christ-child tells out with delight that mankind are the children of God. On the sad and the lonely, the wretched and poor, the voice of the Christ-child shall fall, and to every blind wanderer open the door of hope that he dared not to dream of before, with a sunshine of welcome for all. Phillips Brooks. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria, and all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary his espoused wife. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling cloths, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn.
Exit prologue. As these chimes die away in the distance, a concealed choir is heard singing.
Oh, come, come away from labor now reposing. Let busy care a while forbear. Oh, come, come away.
The front curtains are drawn, showing a winter street in Bethlehem. No one appears on the stage, but the choir continues singing outside at right front.
Come, come, our social joys renew, and bless with trust and friendship true. Let true hearts welcome you. Oh, come, come away.
Rachel and Priscilla enter from the inn at right front, arm in arm. They go to the center, then to the rear of the stage, turn and face the inn, pause a moment or two, listening to the choir, and then go out at rear left. The choir continues.
From toils and the cares, lunch the day's closing, the hour of evening, sweet reprieve. Oh, come, come away. Oh, come, that love will smile on thee, and round his heart will gladness be, and time fly merrily. Oh, come, come away.
While the choir is singing the last three lines of the song, Simeon and Isaac enter from the rear left, leaning on their shepherd's crooks. They pause at rear center and listen to the singing. Simeon,
Make haste, my son, the hour is waxing late. The night is cold, methinks our sheep await.
Isaac,
Nay, grand'ther, I would liefer tarry here. The town is gay, the inns are full of cheer.
Simeon points to rear right.
But there our duty lies, the winds grows cold. Come, let's away and put the sheep in fold.
Starts off right.
Nay, Simeon, wait. What means this crowd of men and women here in peaceful Bethlehem?
Simeon comes to him.
Herod the king hath issued a decree that each and all his subjects taxed be. And every one who in this town saw light must here return and register tonight. From all Judea, from the distant land, each Bethlehemite must come at his command.
Isaac comes to the doorway of the inn and peers in.
The town is full of people, great and small. Each inn is crowded to its very wall.
Simeon comes down center and takes his arm.
But come, we're wasting time, 'tis very late. Make haste, my son, I know the flocks await.
Thou speakest true, though I would rather stay. Our duty calls, so to the hills, away.
They go out at rear right.
Oh, come, come away from labor now reposing. Let busy care a while forbear. Oh, come, come away.
After a slight pause, Deborah enters from the inn. Deborah coming down to right front.
My inn is crowded to the doors. The heat is stifling, but out here the air is sweet.
Looks upward.
The bright stars twinkle with mysterious light. Methinks there's something strange about the night.
She sits on the bench in front of the inn. Timothy enters from rear left. Deborah continues her soliloquy.
The air is still. The night is very cold. The shepherds seek the hills to watch the fold.
Deborah sees him. Timothy goes out at rear right.
Some strange unearthly voice seems calling me. Methinks this night portends great things to be.
Enter Rachel and Priscilla from rear right, then come down center and address the hostess. Rachel.
Hail, hostess of the inn. My cousin here hath lodgings at your inn. We'd seek its cheer.
Deborah rises.
Enter within. My guests tonight are gay, and fain would turn this winter's night to day.
Rachel and Priscilla enter the inn, followed by Deborah. After a slight pause, enter Anna from rear left. She leads Ruth and Tomas by the hand. Tomas at rear center.
Oh, mother, hark! There's music in the inn.
Anna.
'Tis not for us their noise and merry din.
Ruth.
Our little town is crowded, joyous, gay.
So many travelers came this way today.
The night is chill and cold, I much do fear. The little sheep will shiver by the mere.
Too cold it is for thee, I fear in truth. Return and get thy cloak, my little Ruth. We'll wait for thee upon the little hill.
Anna points off right.
But speed thy steps, the cold will work thee ill.
I'll fly, dear mother, like an arrow home.
Ruth runs out at left. Anna.
We must not tarry. Come, my Thomas, come.
She leads him out at rear right. Enter from rear right, Joseph walking with a staff and supporting Mary. Mary.
Here is a place. Now I must rest a while. For many a league, for many a weary mile, we've trudged along since break of day began.
Joseph.
'Tis true, and I'm an old and ancient man. My joints are stiff, my bones are waxing old, and the long night is bitter, bitter cold. Here, take my cloak and keep thee warm within, and wait thee here while I search out an inn.
He wraps his cloak around her and seats her on the bench or stool in front of the manger. He goes out at rear left. Mary sings.
My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour. For he hath regarded the lowliness of his handmaiden. For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty hath magnified me, and holy is his name. And his mercy is on them that fear him throughout all generations. He hath showed strength with his arm. He hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He hath put down the mighty from their seat, and hath exalted the humble and meek. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he hath sent empty away. He, remembering his mercy, hath holpen his servant Israel, as he promised to our forefathers, Abraham and his seed forever.
Enter Joseph from rear left.
For hours I've trudged the street in fruitless quest. Here is an inn, mayhap at last we'll rest.
Enter Deborah from the inn. Mary.
Husband, I'm faint. I can no farther go. Methinks I'll rest here upon this low.
Mary sits in front of the manger, Joseph assisting her.
Have courage, Mary. Here's the hostess here.
Joseph comes to Deborah at right.
We'd lodge with thee tonight.
Deborah.
Alas, I fear my inn is crowded to the very wall. Soldiers and scribes, the rich, the great, the small.
Is there room for us? My wife is ill.
My heart is sad, and it is not my will to send you hence, but naught is left to do. Perhaps some other inn will shelter you.
Alas, the other inns are all the same.
Never was seen the like in Bethlehem.
Laughter and music at right.
My guests are merry, hear the jovial din.
Deborah goes to right.
I pity you. There's no room at the inn.
Deborah exits into the inn. Mary.
Our last hope gone. Now what shall we do? My strength is leaving.
Mary bows head.
Would I could succor you. I'll wrap thee warm. Now rest thee here a while. We've traveled far, full many a weary mile.
Enter Ruth from rear left, hurrying along. Joseph.
Maiden, I fain would stop thee in thy flight. Canst tell where we could lodge this winter night?
Ruth.
That inn is crowded. There's one upon the hill.
I've tried them all. My wife is very ill.
That little stable there, upon the low.
Ruth points to left front.
'Tis snug and warm. 'Twill shield thee from the snow.
Mary rises.
God's blessing on thy little head, sweet child. Come, Joseph, for the wind now waxes wild.
Mary exits at left front. Joseph leads her to exit left, then turns and looks off right.
O little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sleep, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight.
Ruth stands at rear center, watching him. The curtains slowly fall. End of Scene 1. Scene 2. Hymn by the congregation.
Shepherds watch their flocks by night, all seated on the ground. The angel of the Lord came down, and glory shone around, and glory shone around. Fear not, said he, for mighty dread has seized their troubled mind. Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind, to you and all mankind. To you in David's town is born of David's line, the
The prologue appears before the curtains and speaks.
There's scarlet holly on the streets and silver mistletoe. The surging, jewelled, ragged crowds forever come and go. And here a silken woman laughs, and there a beggar asks. And oh, the faces tense of lip like mad and mocking masks. Who thinks of Bethlehem today in one lone winter night? Who knows that in a manger bed there breathed a child of light? There's a fragrant scent of evergreen upon the chilling air. There's tinsel tawdriness revealed beneath the sunlight's glare. There's wanton plenty, greed and pride, 100,000 souls, and oh, the weary eyes of them like dull and sullen coals. Who knows the town of Bethlehem once gleamed beneath the star, whose wondrous light the shepherds saw, watching their flocks afar? And yet above the city streets, above the noise and whir, there seems to come a fragrant breath of frankincense and myrrh. I saw a woman bent and wan, and on her face a light, the look that Mary might have worn that other Christmas night. And as the little children passed, and one lad turned and smiled, I saw within his wistful eyes the spirit of the child. Caroline Reynolds. And they were in the same country, shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you was born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. And it came to pass, as the angels were gone away from them into heaven, the shepherds said one to another, Let us now go even unto Bethlehem, and see this thing which is come to pass, which the Lord hath made known to us. And they came with haste, and found Mary and Joseph, and the babe lying in a manger.
Exit prologue at left. The shepherds, accompanied by the concealed choir, are heard singing. As the shepherds begin on the second stanza of the hymn, the curtains rise, disclosing the same scene as before. Simeon, Timothy, and Isaac discovered seated in a group at rear center singing. Thomas stands by his father. Simeon.
Me thought I heard a whir of wings on high.
Timothy.
I see naught save the snow and a starry sky.
Isaac.
We've come a long and mighty step today, from o'er the frosty hills and far away.
Thomas, pointing over the manger.
Look, Father, dost thou see that shining star that seems to stand above the town so far? 'Tis like a wondrous blossom on a stem, and see, it ever shines o'er Bethlehem.
A brighter star I'm sure I never saw, and perfect form without a speck or flaw.
A stranger star, it never shone before, it standeth still above that stable door.
Enter Anna and Ruth from rear left. Anna carries a little lamb. Anna joining the group.
Look ye, I've found a little lamb new born.
Poor little beastie, wrap him well and warm.
An ill night to be born in, frost and snow, naught but cold skies above, cold earth below. I marvel any little creature should be born on such a night.
I found it all forlorn, crying beside its mother in the storm.
Simeon comes down a little to right front.
Hark! I thought I heard a sound of mighty wings. Listen! Is it the winter sky that sings?
Isaac with the group at rear center.
Nay, grand'ther, I heard not. You're old and gray, and weary with the miles you've walked today.
At noon I met a man who tarried in the shade. He led a mule, and riding it a maid. A maiden with a face I'll ne'er forget. A wondrous face, I seem to see it yet. Lit with an inward shining, as if God had set a lighted lamp within her soul. Many have passed all day, but none like these, and no face have I ever seen like hers.
Belike the man and maid were strangers here, and come to Bethlehem at the king's command.
Ruth comes down to Simeon and takes his hand.
Methinks I met that very man and maid, a maiden with such wondrous dove-like eyes. I saw them near this place, all tired and worn, trudging about the town seeking an inn.
And did they find one?
Nay, not so, for every inn was crowded to its doors. Hard by Deborah's inn there is a little barn, all full of cattle, oxen, cooing doves. I showed it to them, and they went therein.
Thomas standing at rear left with Anna.
Mother, that star, that wondrous, wondrous light.
Thomas points up.
It turns the night to day, it shines so bright. I'm afraid it cannot be that any star, only a star, can give so great a light. It frightens me.
All things are strange tonight. The very sheep are restless in their fold. They watch the star and do not mind the cold.
Simeon puts hand to right ear, bends toward right and listens.
Again I heard a singing in the sky.
You heard the tinkling bell of some stray sheep. The night grows late. Come, let us all to sleep.
Yea, all ye lie down and take your rest. I'll keep the watch alone. This night is blessed.
The others recline at the rear. Anna comes to Simeon.
Here, take the little sheep and keep it warm.
Anna lies down.
Poor little newborn beast, I'll guard from harm. Again I marvel that you should be born on such a night, poor little lamb forlorn.
Simeon walks toward the manger with the sheep in his arms. The others sleep.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Hark! There's music in the wind, and that strange light there in the east, it brightens all the night. I seem to hear again the whir of wings. Awake, awake! It is an angel sings.
He arouses the others. They listen wonderingly, standing or reclining.
Glory to God in the highest. Fear not. For behold, I bring you glad tidings of great joy. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be the sign unto you. Ye shall find the heavenly babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
Timothy.
'Twas a fine voice, even as ever I heard.
Anna.
The hills as with lightning shone at his word.
Simeon.
He spoke of a babe here in Bethlehem that betokens yon star. Full glad would I be, might I kneel on my knee, some word to say to that child.
See, in the east there breaks the day.
Let us tarry no longer. Away then, away.
Anna goes out at rear, behind the stable, with Timothy, Ruth, and Tomas. Isaac.
Come, Branther, let us go and see this thing.
Simeon.
But first get gifts to take the newborn king. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
They follow the others out at rear. The curtains fall. End of Scene 2. Scene 3. Hymn by the congregation.
Joyful all ye nations rise, join the tribe. Christ by highest heaven adored, Christ the everlasting Lord. Late in time, behold him come, offspring of the Virgin One. Veiled in flesh, the Godhead see, hail the incarnate deity. Pleased with us with thanks to dwell, Jesus our Emmanuel. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace, hail the Son of Righteousness. Light and life to all he brings, risen with healing in his wings. Mild he lays his glory by, born that when no more may die, born to raise us from the earth, born to give the second birth. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Enter prologue before the closed curtains.
Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem, and said, Go, and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him also. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. The White Christmas. As the 3 wise men rode on that first Christmas night to find the manger-cradled babe of Bethlehem, they bore gifts on their saddle-bows, gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And so the spirit of Christmas giving crept into the world's heart. We bring our gifts to the children, rich children, poor children, the children of the high and the children of the humble, poor little sick children, and the ragged children of the slums of our cities. Let us remember them all. So go ye, all of ye, into the highways and byways, and seek out the poor and the distressed, the humble and the afflicted. Seek out the ragged children and the outcasts and the aged ones, and in the name of him who was born on Christmas Day, carry some sunshine into their hearts. Give unto the poor and the afflicted, and your hearts shall glow with that inward peace that passeth all understanding. Then, and only then, will you be able to sing with all the company of heaven, Glory to God in the highest, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. And this will be your pure white Christmas.
Exit prologue at left. The curtains are drawn, disclosing the same scene as before. Deborah sits before her inn, deep in thought. Deborah reading a scroll.
This is the ancient prophecy. Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings.
Enter Gaspar from behind the inn. He comes down center. Gaspar.
I pray thee, tell me, Lady Bethlehemite, if any wonders you have seen this night.
Deborah rises.
I've seen a wondrous silver shaft of light come from a star, and blinded is my sight.
Tell me, for thou art native of this place, what dost thou know about the King of Grace, King of the Jews?
Aye, in Jerusalem he dwells, and not in Bethlehem. He sits upon his mighty judgment throne, cruel and stern, his heart a living stone.
I mean a newborn king of love and peace. His is the star, his reign shall never cease.
All things tonight seem passing strange to me. I have just read an ancient prophecy, that this, our Bethlehem, King David's town, shall be the birthplace, heir of great renown, of one called Counselor of King David's line, whose coming is foretold in words divine. And now you come with words of mystery.
Deborah muses.
Why should thy questions, which are dark to me, cause me to think of him?
The star, the star! No more it moves about the heavens afar. It standeth still. O hostess, kneel and pray, for Jesus Christ the Lord is born today.
Gaspar hurries out right.
His words are fraught with mystery, all within, and seek protection in my humble inn.
Deborah exits right front. After a short pause, Melchior, Gaspar, and Balthazar enter from rear right. Melchior.
3 kings came riding from far away, Melchior, Gaspar, and Balthazar. 3 wise men out of the east were they, and they travelled by night and they slept by day. For their guide was a beautiful, wonderful star.
Balthazar.
The star was so beautiful, large and clear, that all other stars of the sky became a white mist in the atmosphere. And by this they knew that the coming was near of the prince foretold in prophecy.
Of the child that is born, O Balthazar, I begged a woman to tell us the news. I said in the east we had seen his star, and had ridden fast and had ridden far, to find and worship the King of the Jews. Adapted from Longfellow.
Brothers, our quest is ended. See, the star is standing still over this lowly hut.
Methinks it is a stable. Knock and see.
Gaspar knocks on the door of the manger.
What ho, within?
Joseph enters from the left rear. Joseph.
Sirs, whom seek ye?
Melchior.
We have journeyed from afar, led by the shining of yon splendid star. We are Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthazar.
We seek a newborn king. Gold, frankincense to him we bring, and many a kingly offering.
Joseph draws back the curtain and reveals the interior of the manger. Mary is seen bending over the crib. The shepherds are kneeling in the background.
Behold, the child is clothed in light.
Our journey ends, past is the night.
Now let us make no more delay, but worship him right worthily.
They enter the manger and kneel. Simeon.
Hail, hail, dear child of maiden meek and mild. See, he merries, see, he smiles. My sweeting, I give thee greeting. Have a bob of cherries.
Places a spray of cherries on the crib. Timothy.
Hail, little one we've sought. See, a bird I've brought. See its feathers gay. Hail, little one adored. Hail, blessed King and Lord, Star of the day.
Places a bird on the crib. Isaac.
Hail, little one, so dear, my heart is full of cheer. A little ball I bring, reach forth thy fingers gay, and take the ball and play, my blessed King.
Places a ball on the crib. Enter all others from the inn. They kneel outside the manger. All sing with concealed choir.
Christ was born on Christmas Day. Wreath the holly, twine the bay. Light and life and joy is he, the babe, the Son, the Holy One of Mary. He is born to set us free. He is born our Lord to be. Carol Christians joyfully, the God, the Lord, by all adored forever. Let the bright red berries glow everywhere in goodly show. Life and light and joy is he, the babe, the Son, the Holy One of Mary. Christian men rejoice and sing, 'tis the birthday of our King. Carol Christians joyfully, the God, the Lord, by all adored forever.
The Three Kings.
Hail, King of Kings.
Gaspar.
I bring thee a crown, O King of Kings, and here a scepter full of gems, for thou shalt rule the hearts of men.
Places crown and scepter on crib. Melchior.
For thee I bring sweet frankincense.
He swings a smoking censer. Balthazar.
And I bring myrrh to offer thee.
Places casket on the crib.
The greatest gift is yet ungiven, the gift that cometh straight from heaven. O heavenly King, heart's love we bring.
Nor gold nor gems from land or sea is worth the love we offer thee.
And lowly folk who have no gold nor gift to offer, that is meet, may bring the dearest thing of all, a loving heart and service sweet.
All join in singing joy to the world.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ, while fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
The curtain falls. End of Scene 3. End of The White Christmas, a Christmas morality play in one act by Walter Ben Hare.